Welcome, dear friends, to a serene journey of dreams. As we gather here, let's cast aside our worries and embrace this special moment, setting the stage for a beautiful day ahead. Allow the enchanting stories to gently guide you to magical, peaceful places where your imagination can soar freely. Unwind and let the soothing sounds of our tales wrap you in warmth and tranquility. Story 1. The attic had always been a place of whispers and shadows, where dust motes danced in the slanted afternoon light that fell through the circular window. On this particular autumn day, with the wind humming a low tune through the eaves and the scent of wood smoke drifting up from the village below, a boy named Leo found himself drawn to the quiet space beneath the roof. Creak went the attic stairs as he climbed, each step a familiar protest. Leo loved the attic not for any particular treasure he hoped to find, but for the feeling of peace that settled over him there, the soft thump-thump of his own heartbeat, the gentle rustle of old papers when he moved a box, the distant clang of the town clock striking 4. Today, while shifting a stack of his grandmother's quilts, his fingers brushed against something cool and smooth tucked between 2 folded blankets. It was a small wooden box, no larger than his hand, carved with patterns of twisting vines and sleeping birds. There was no latch, no keyhole, only a seamless lid that refused to budge. Leo carried the box to the circle of light beneath the window. As he turned it over, he noticed something curious. When he hummed, the wood seemed to hum back, a faint vibration that tickled his palms. And when the last golden ray of sunlight touched the lid, one of the carved birds opened its eyes. "Well now," said a voice like rustling parchment. "It's been an age since someone found their way here." Leo nearly dropped the box. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, but then he noticed a small, velvety paw reaching out from behind a nearby trunk. A moment later, an elderly tortoiseshell cat emerged, her fur patterned like autumn leaves and her eyes the color of amber. "I'm Patches," she said, settling beside him with a soft purr that vibrated through the floorboards. "And you found the memory box. It only opens for those who need what's inside." Leo stared at the box, then at the talking cat. "What's inside?" he whispered. "That depends," said Patches, washing one paw with delicate precision. "It holds whatever courage has been misplaced. The trick is helping it remember what it's meant to be." As twilight deepened, painting the attic in shades of violet and gray, Leo noticed the box had begun to glow with a soft, milky light. The carved vines seemed to shift and sway, though no breeze stirred the still air. "It's waking up," said a new voice, this one deep and resonant as a distant bell. From the shadows near the chimney emerged a badger wearing tiny round spectacles and a waistcoat patched with velvet. He carried a pocket watch that didn't tell time, but rather chimed softly whenever someone spoke a kind word. "Barnaby at your service," said the badger with a formal bow. "I'm the keeper of quiet courage. You'll need my help if you mean to open that box." "Why can't I just open it myself?" Leo asked, running his fingers over the smooth wood. Barnaby adjusted his spectacles. "Because courage isn't something you force," he explained gently. "It's something you invite, like a shy bird to an open hand." So began Leo's journey, not across mountains or seas, but across the landscape of his own heart. Each evening, as stars began to prick through the indigo sky, he would climb to the attic with his 2 unusual companions. Patches would curl in his lap, her purring a steady rhythm like falling rain, while Barnaby would tell stories of other children who had found their misplaced courage. "There was a girl who feared speaking her mind," Barnaby would say, his pocket watch chiming softly. "Her courage was hiding in the space between thoughts and words. We found it by listening, truly listening, to what her heart wanted to say." Leo learned that the memory box responded not to force or demand, but to patience and gentle attention. When he felt frustrated, the box would grow cold and the carvings would still. But when he sat quietly, breathing in the scent of cedar and old books, the wooden birds would stir, and the vines would tremble as if touched by wind. One evening, as a soft rain began to patter against the roof, plink, plink, plink like tiny bells, Leo realized what he needed to do. "I think," he said slowly, "the box is waiting for me to be ready. Not to have courage, but to be curious about what courage might feel like." Patches blinked her amber eyes. "Now you're understanding," she murmured. "Courage isn't the absence of fear. It's the willingness to sit with uncertainty." Barnaby's pocket watch chimed 9 times in approval. That night, Leo didn't try to open the box at all. Instead, he told it stories, about his first day of school when his voice had been too small to ask where the bathroom was, about the time he'd wanted to join the children building a fort in the woods but hadn't known how to approach them, about how sometimes his ideas felt too bright and strange to share. As he spoke, something remarkable happened. The memory box began to glow not with milky light, but with a warm, golden radiance that filled the attic with the scent of honey and old roses. The carved birds stretched their wings, and the vines blossomed with tiny silver flowers. Click. The lid shifted almost imperceptibly. With trembling fingers, Leo lifted it. Inside, resting on a bed of velvet as soft as Patch's fur, lay a single, perfect key made of what appeared to be solidified moonlight. "It's not what I expected," Leo whispered. "Courage rarely is," said Barnaby, his spectacles misting with emotion. "It doesn't look like what you imagine, but it always fits the lock you need to open." As Leo reached for the key, he noticed something else in the box, a small mirror at the bottom. When he looked into it, he didn't see his own reflection, but rather a version of himself standing a little taller, speaking a little clearer, with eyes that held both uncertainty and determination. "The key is for opening doors," explained Patches, rubbing against his leg. "But the mirror is to remind you that the courage was always yours. The box just helped you remember where you'd put it." The rain had softened to a whisper against the window, and somewhere in the distance, the town clock struck 10 with its familiar, comforting chimes. Leo carefully closed the memory box, which now felt warm and alive in his hands. "What happens now?" he asked his companions. Barnaby consulted his pocket watch, which chimed merrily. "Now you take what you found here out into the world. The box will wait for the next person who needs it." Patches yawned, showing a pink tongue. "And we'll be here in the spaces between quiet moments whenever you need reminding." Leo descended the attic stairs that night not as someone who had found magic, but as someone who had remembered something essential about himself. The key of moonlight stayed in his pocket, not as a magical solution, but as a tangible reminder that courage could be carried, could be held, could be used. The following day, when he saw new children playing in the park, he didn't hesitate. He walked over, the key warm in his palm, and said the simple words he'd been afraid to say before, "Can I play too?" And as their game of pretend pirates and hidden treasure unfolded, Leo understood that his journey hadn't been about finding magic in an attic box, but about discovering that the most extraordinary secrets are often hidden within the most ordinary moments. In the space between a question and its answer, in the heartbeat before speaking, in the quiet companionship of unexpected friends. That night, as he lay in bed listening to the wind sigh through the pine trees outside his window, Leo knew he could return to the attic any time, to visit Patches and Barnaby, to sit in the circle of light, to remember that courage, like stories, grows brighter when shared. And somewhere in the house, if you listen very carefully, you might just hear the faint, contented purr of a tortoiseshell cat, the gentle chime of a pocket watch, and the soft, almost imperceptible sound of a wooden box dreaming of the next heart ready to remember. Story 2. Deep within the heart of the world, cradled between the shoulders of sleeping mountains, lay the elderwood, an ancient forest where the moonlight was a tangible thing, a silver syrup that pooled in the hollows and dripped from the pine needles. Here the night was not an absence of day, but a presence all its own, alive with whispers and soft, glowing light. The trees of the elderwood did not simply grow, they remembered. Their roots, tangled deep in the dark soil, hummed with the stories of centuries. The streams, which chattered by day, fell into a melodic, babbling murmur after sunset, singing the water songs of distant hills and hidden springs. Even the stones, worn smooth by time and moss, held a warm, thrumming silence that spoke of patience and deep, abiding peace. It was in this forest that a young hedgehog named Pip made his home. Pip was a creature of routine, his small, spiky body a familiar sight along the well-trodden paths as he foraged for beetles and wild berries. But lately, a quiet unease had settled in his heart. The air was growing colder, the days shorter. The great green canopy above was beginning to blush with gold and crimson, and the forest floor was carpeted with the crisp, sweet-scented confetti of falling leaves. A deep, instinctual part of him knew this was the time for burrowing down, for the long, dreaming sleep of winter. Yet, the thought filled him with a strange loneliness. To sleep was to miss the silent, glittering dances of the winter wood, the hushed conversations of the snow-laden boughs. One evening, as a soft, misty rain began to fall, each drop a tiny drumbeat on the broad leaves of the fiddlehead ferns, Pip felt his worry swell. He trundled through the damp undergrowth, the scent of wet earth and decaying leaves rich in the air, until he came to his favorite place. A small, starlit clearing where a ring of foxfire mushrooms cast a gentle, greenish-gold luminescence. In the center of the clearing stood the grandfather oak. He was the eldest of the elderwood, a giant whose gnarled bark was a map of forgotten years. His branches, like the arms of a sleepy titan, cradled the moonlight, and in a high hollow lived the wise old owl, Alaric. Pip didn't need to call out. As he settled his small quilled body against the oak's vast, warm roots, a soft rustle came from above, and two great golden eyes blinked open, reflecting the foxfire's glow. "The rain has a particular music tonight, little Pip," a voice murmured, as soft and deep as the rustle of 1,000 leaves. It was not a sound that traveled through the air so much as it settled directly into the mind. It sings of change, of turning inwards. Pip looked up, his own dark eyes wide. "Alaric," he whispered, his voice nearly lost in the gentle pitter-patter of the rain. "I don't want to turn inwards, I don't want to sleep. I'm afraid of missing everything." A feather, soft as thistledown and speckled with the gray of twilight, drifted down and landed beside him. Alaric shifted on his perch, the sound a soft, scraping whisper. "You listen to the fear," the owl observed, without judgment. "But have you listened to the forest? The story of the seasons is its oldest tale. It is not one of loss, but of renewal. The trees know this, the stones know this. Even the stream, which seems too slow to a crawl, is dreaming of its springtime rush." "But how?" Pip asked, his whiskers twitching. "How can I understand?" "Follow the silver thread," Alaric's voice resonated in his mind. "When the moon is at its highest, a path of moonlight will appear. It will lead you to the three keepers of the cycle. Listen to what they have to show you. Their language is not of words, but of being." As if on command, the misty rain ceased, and the clouds parted. A full, luminous moon poured its light into the clearing, and indeed, a ribbon of pure, liquid silver seemed to weave through the trees, beckoning. Heart-thumping with a mixture of trepidation and excitement, Pip took a deep breath and stepped onto the shimmering path. The moon thread led him away from the familiar, deeper into the heart of the elderwood. It guided him to the bank of the whispering stream. By day it was a boisterous, sun-dappled rush, but now it flowed with a slow, deliberate grace. Pip crouched at its edge, watching the moonlight dance on the dark water. He closed his eyes, as Alaric had silently suggested, and just listened. At first there was only the pleasant gurgle and babble of water over stone. But as he quieted his own thoughts, the sounds began to separate and form a kind of music. It was a lullaby. The stream wasn't chattering, it was humming a slow, deep song of settling. It sang of the coming frost, of the stillness that would allow its bed to rest, of the nutrients it would gather in its slow dream time to feed the roots come spring. It was a song of intentional quiet, not of absence. A sense of calm washed over Pip, as refreshing as a drink of the cold, clear water. The stream was not afraid to rest. It embraced it as part of its journey to the sea. The moon thread led him onward to a grove of ancient, slumbering aspens. Their leaves, now a brilliant gold, trembled and shivered in the faintest breeze, creating a sound like a million tiny, rustling bells. Pip pressed his ear to the smooth, pale bark of the eldest aspen. The sound was not a sad farewell, but a joyous release. The tree's whisper was a story of letting go. It spoke of how the falling leaf, in its descent, would blanket the earth, protecting the tiny seeds and sleeping creatures below. It would decay and become the very food that would nourish the new buds in the spring. The tree was not losing its leaves, it was giving them back to the cycle, a generous gift to the future. Pip felt a pang of understanding. Letting go was not an end, it was an act of trust and contribution. Finally, the silver path ended at a great, moss-covered stone, half buried in the earth and veiled by the hanging tendrils of a willow. This was the stone of deep memory. It was warm to the touch, and as Pip laid his small front paws upon it, he felt a profound, steady vibration, a hum so low and constant it was almost below hearing. This was the language of the stone, patience. It had seen countless seasons turn. It had been warmed by suns and cloaked in snows. It had been cracked by ice and softened by moss. Its silence spoke of endurance, of the deep, unhurried rhythm of the world. The winter was not a long night to be endured, but a necessary breath, a time for the land to gather its strength for the great exhalation of spring. As Pip stood there, filled with the wisdom of the stream, the trees, and the stone, something magical happened. All around him, the hidden bioluminescence of the elderwood awakened. Tiny star-like fungi on fallen logs began to pulse with a soft blue light. The foxfire mushrooms in the distance brightened. Even the moss on the great stone seemed to hold a faint, green glow, as if it had drunk the moonlight and was now breathing it back out. The forest was not sleeping, it was dreaming, and its dreams were made of soft, living light. The gentle tension in his heart had completely unwound, replaced by a deep and resonant peace. He understood now. The winter sleep was not a lonely void. It was a part of the dance. It was the forest's way of turning inward, of dreaming the world anew. He would not be missing anything. He would be participating in the most ancient and sacred of rituals. The moon began its slow descent, and the silver thread faded. Pip turned and made his way back to the clearing of the grandfather oak. Alaric was still there, his eyes half closed in serene contemplation. "Well, little Pip," the owl's voice drifted down, softer than ever. Pip looked up, no longer afraid. "The stream taught me about rest," he said. "The trees taught me about letting go, and the stone taught me about patience." He nuzzled against the oak's root, feeling its ancient, steady warmth. "I understand now. My sleep will be my part in the forest's great dream." A soft, approving rustle passed through the oak's leaves, a sound like a gentle sigh of contentment. High above, Alaric gave a slow, deliberate blink, his golden eyes holding the reflection of the starlit clearing and the small, enlightened hedgehog below. "Then your dream will be a beautiful one," Alaric sent the thought, a final, comforting blanket of words. "And when you wake, the forest will be here, renewed, and waiting to share its springtime secrets with you." Pip curled into a tight, cozy ball in the hollow between the great roots, the gentle luminescence of the foxfire mushrooms bathing him in a soft, golden light. The wind sighed through the pines, a soothing whisper that promised watchful guardianship. The distant hoot of another owl echoed, not as a warning, but as a lullaby. As he drifted into the deep, welcoming embrace of his winter sleep, Pip felt not alone, but deeply connected to the slumbering stream, the dreaming trees, and the patient stone. He was part of the Elderwood's eternal, peaceful cycle, and there was no warmer, safer place to be. Story 3. The old house at the end of Willow Lane had always been full of whispers, or so the neighbors said. But to the boy who lived there, it was simply home, a place of creaking floorboards and sun-drenched afternoons, where dust motes danced in the slanted light that fell through the arched windows. His name was Leo, and he was the kind of child who noticed things. The way the silver maple outside his window tapped a gentle rhythm against the pane when the wind blew, the particular scent of rain-soaked earth that rose from the garden after a storm, and the quiet, almost imperceptible hum that seemed to emanate from the attic. It was that hum one overcast afternoon that drew him upward. The pull-down attic ladder groaned a low, rusty protest as he unfolded it, and the air that drifted down was thick with the scent of cedar and forgotten things. Creak. The sound echoed in the quiet house. Up he climbed into the dim, triangular space. The attic was a landscape of memory. Trunks with brass clasps sat beside towers of hatboxes, and a rocking horse with one glass eye stared mournfully into the middle distance. The hum was clearer here, a soft, resonant thrumming that seemed to be coming from a small wooden chest tucked beneath the eaves, nearly hidden by a moth-eaten quilt. It was no larger than a loaf of bread, made of a dark, rich wood, and inlaid with a single, swirling pattern of mother-of-pearl that caught what little light there was. Leo brushed away a veil of cobwebs and lifted the lid. The hinges sighed open with a soft whoosh. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was a compass. But it was unlike any compass he had ever seen. Its case was brass, worn smooth in places by time and touch. The needle was not a simple arrow, but a delicate, sculpted bird in flight, its wings outstretched. And it did not point north. As Leo lifted it, warm and surprisingly heavy in his palm, the bird spun in a slow, graceful circle before settling, its beak aimed not at the window nor the door, but directly at his own heart. A soft chime like a distant, tiny bell rang out from the compass. Ding-a-ling-ling. Bewildered, Leo turned. The bird spun and realigned, pointing steadfastly at his chest. He took a step toward the attic ladder. The bird swung violently away, pointing back into the deepest, darkest corner of the attic. Well, a voice purred from a nearby stack of books. It seems you found the heart compass. A large, ginger cat uncurled himself from a nest of old newspapers. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and one ear had a charming, battle-worn notch. He blinked his golden eyes slowly. I am Barnaby, and you, I presume, are the one it's chosen. Leo stared, the compass humming warmly in his hand. It points to me. Of course it does, Barnaby said, washing a paw with fastidious care. It points to what your heart needs most, and right now, it seems your heart needs you to go that way. He flicked his tail toward the dark corner. But there's nothing there but an old wardrobe, Leo whispered. Is there? Barnaby's purr was a low, rumbling engine. P-R-R-R-R-R. P-R-R-R-R-R. The compass rarely lies. The journey, however, is not measured in miles. It is measured in courage. Are you ready to take the first step? Leo's own heart was beating a nervous rhythm against his ribs. He looked at the bird, still pointing unwavering into the shadows. He thought of the cozy safety of his room downstairs, of the familiar world of books and blankets. But the compass hummed, a sound that felt like encouragement, like a promise. He took a step, then another. The floorboards whispered beneath his feet. Creak. Sigh. Creak. The wardrobe was enormous, carved with images of twisting vines and strange, sleeping animals. As Leo approached, the compass chimed again, more urgently. Ding. Ding. He reached out a trembling hand and pulled the door open. Instead of a row of dusty coats, he found a tunnel. It was not dark, but lit by a soft, golden glow that seemed to come from the walls themselves, which were woven from the roots of ancient trees. The air smelled of damp soil and growing things. From deep within he could hear the gentle plink, plink, plink of water dripping into a quiet pool. The whispering rootway, Barnaby announced, padding silently to his side. I shall accompany you, of course. A journey of the heart is always better with company, and we may need my particular talents. With the cat weaving between his legs, Leo stepped into the tunnel. The moment he crossed the threshold, the world outside the attic seemed to fall away, replaced by the deep, earthy silence of the rootway. They walked for what felt like both a moment and an age, the compass a steady, warm weight in Leo's hand, its bird needle pointing straight ahead. Soon the tunnel opened into a vast, subterranean cavern. In its center stood a magnificent tree, its bark silver and smooth, its branches holding aloft 1,000 tiny, glowing lights that twinkled like captured stars. But their path was blocked. A wide, dark chasm stretched before them, so deep that looking into it made Leo's head spin. The only way across was a bridge made of intertwined living roots, but it was shattered, its middle section fallen away into the abyss. "Oh dear," chirped a tiny, anxious voice. "The bridge is out again." Perched on the stump of a root was a mouse. He wore a pair of spectacles balanced precariously on his nose, and he was clutching a scroll nearly as tall as he was. His whiskers twitched with nervous energy. "I'm Pip, the keeper of the maps. I was just on my way to update this section, you see. It clearly says bridge. Mostly intact, this is most irregular." He rustled his scroll. Flick, flick, flick. "Mostly intact is not the same as fully intact, Pip," Barnaby observed, sitting down to meticulously clean a shoulder. "How do we cross?" Leo asked, his voice small in the vast cavern. Pip scurried to the edge and peered down. "The roots grow, of course, but they grow to a song of patience. The problem is no one remembers the tune anymore." He sighed, a tiny, whistling sound. "We've been stuck on this side for ages." Leo looked at the compass. It was no longer pointing ahead, but down into the chasm. He knelt and peered over the edge. There, clinging to the rock face just below them, was a single, fragile-looking shoot of a new root, no thicker than his finger. It looked lonely and forgotten. "It needs the song," Pip repeated, tapping his scroll. But the sheet music was lost in the great sneeze of last autumn. Terrible draft down here. Leo thought about what it meant to be patient. He remembered helping his grandmother in her garden, how she would hum to the seedlings, telling him that all things grew in their own time. He didn't know a song of patience, but he knew a feeling of patience. It was a warm, quiet feeling, like waiting for a kettle to boil or for a story to unfold. He sat down at the edge of the chasm, letting his legs dangle over the darkness. He didn't try to sing a song with words. Instead, he began to hum. It was a simple, meandering melody, one that rose and fell like the breath of the earth itself. He poured the feeling of waiting, of quiet hope, of gentle encouragement into the sound. HMMMMMM. HMMMMMMM. Barnaby settled beside him, his purr providing a soft, rhythmic bass to Leo's humming. PRRR hum. PRRR hum. Pip, after a moment of surprised blinking, tucked his scroll under his arm and began to tap his little foot in time. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. As they made their music, a wonderful thing began to happen. The tiny root below them stirred. It uncurled, reaching toward the sound. It thickened, weaving itself into a strong, fibrous strand. Then another root joined it, and another, knitting themselves together in the air, weaving a new section of the bridge. They grew not with a violent cracking, but with a soft, rustling sound, like leaves turning in the wind. S-H-H-H-H-H, S-H-H-H-H-H. S-H-H-H-H-H, S-H-H-H-H-H. Within minutes, a beautiful, living bridge arched over the chasm, sturdy and welcoming. Marvelous, Pip exclaimed, adjusting his spectacles. Absolutely masterful. You didn't force it, you invited it. That's the true secret. He scurried across the new bridge, his tiny feet making a soft pit-a-pat rhythm. Leo, his heart swelling with a quiet joy, stood and walked across, Barnaby gliding soundlessly beside him. The compass hummed its approval. On the other side, the silver tree awaited. Its light was even more beautiful up close, warm and buttery. At its base was a small wooden door. The compass in Leo's hand gave one final, resonant chime. Ding-a-ling-ling. And the bird needle pointed directly at the door. Leo reached out and turned the porcelain knob. The door swung inward without a sound. Inside was not a room, but a memory. He saw himself much younger, sitting at the kitchen table, struggling to tie his shoes. His brows were furrowed in frustration, and a tear of annoyance was tracing a path down his cheek. He saw his father's large, gentle hands cover his own, guiding them through the loops. Slowly, his father's voice echoed in the space. There's no hurry, every knot learns its shape in its own time. The memory glowed with a soft, golden light, and as Leo watched, the feeling of that moment, the safety, the patience, the love, washed over him like a warm tide. He understood. The compass hadn't led him to a place, but to a feeling he had forgotten he possessed. The courage he had been seeking wasn't the kind for fighting dragons or exploring wild lands. It was the quiet courage to be patient with himself, to trust that he could find his way, even when things felt broken or impossible. As the memory faded, something shimmered into existence on a small pedestal where the young Leo had been sitting. It was a key, simple and iron, tied with a faded blue ribbon. Pip, who had been watching with wide, respectful eyes, gasped. The key of remembering. It unlocks the things we've forgotten we ever knew. Leo picked it up. It was cool to the touch. He knew without being told that it was meant for the locked drawer of his own desk back home, the one that held his half-finished stories and abandoned drawings. When he turned around, the door in the tree was gone, and the rootway tunnel was behind him once more. The journey back was swift and sure, the compass now resting quietly in his palm, its bird needle still and peaceful. He stepped out of the wardrobe and back into the attic, Barnaby leaping gracefully out behind him. The afternoon light had deepened to a soft orange, and the house was filled with the cozy, settling sounds of evening. Tick-tock went the grandfather clock downstairs. Rustle, rustle went the leaves of the silver maple. Leo climbed down the ladder, the compass in one hand, the key in the other. He went to his room and fitted the iron key into the lock of his desk drawer. It turned with a smooth, satisfying clunk. Inside, he found not just his old papers, but a newfound certainty. He sat down and picked up a pencil, and for the first time in a long while the words flowed easily onto the page, a story beginning with a boy in attic and a compass that pointed not north, but inward. Barnaby jumped onto the desk, curled into a perfect circle, and began to purr, a sound like a tiny, contented engine. P-R-R-R-R-R. P-R-R-R-R-R. Outside, the first stars began to prick the twilight sky, and a distant church bell told the hour, its sound soft and reassuring. Bong, bong, bong. The adventure was over, but the warmth of it remained, woven into the very fabric of the quiet house, a secret treasure found not in a distant land, but in the courageous, kind landscape of a single, open heart. Story 4. In a quiet valley cradled between gentle hills, there lived a young person named Rowan, whose world was painted in the softest shades of gray. Not the gray of storm clouds or sorrow, but the gray of unopened buds and pre-dawn light, a color of waiting, of things not yet realized. Rowan moved through life with quiet steps, speaking in whispers that barely disturbed the air, feeling as though they were a sketch waiting for color, a melody waiting for its final notes. Their home was a small cottage with a garden that reflected their inner world, plants that grew slowly, flowers that remained tightly furrowed, as if holding their breath. The soil was rich and dark, capable of great beauty, yet everything seemed to be waiting for some secret signal to fully awaken. One afternoon, as Rowan sat watching the silver-gray moths dance in the fading light, an unusual thing happened. A single leaf on the ancient oak tree by their cottage began to glow with a soft, golden light. As Rowan reached out to touch it, the leaf detached and floated down, landing in their palm. The moment it touched their skin, a warmth spread through their fingers, and they felt the faintest stirring of something new within, a quiet curiosity they hadn't known before. The next morning, Rowan discovered that overnight, a single morning glory vine had wrapped itself around their window frame, and one perfect blue flower had bloomed, the first true color their garden had produced in seasons. This was the beginning of Rowan's gentle metamorphosis. Not long after, an elderly woman appeared at Rowan's gate. She carried a basket woven from willow branches and moved with the graceful certainty of someone who knew exactly where they belonged, even in places they'd never been. "Good morning," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "I am Alara. I've come to help your garden remember how to sing." Rowan, who usually shied from visitors, found themselves opening the gate without hesitation. There was something about Alara that felt like coming home. Alara didn't try to change Rowan or their garden with dramatic gestures. Instead, she began visiting regularly, always arriving just when Rowan needed guidance most. She taught through quiet example and gentle questions. "Every seed contains a memory of what it might become," Alara said one day as they sat shelling peas. "But it needs both darkness and light to remember. The darkness gives it time to dream, and the light shows it how to wake." As the days passed, small changes began to manifest in beautiful, non-threatening ways. When Rowan managed to speak their true opinion about which flowers to plant, something they'd previously been too uncertain to do, the lavender bushes suddenly bloomed with unusual intensity, their fragrance carrying farther than ever before. When Rowan successfully repaired a broken trellis without asking for help, tiny bioluminescent moss began growing along the repaired wood, glowing softly each evening. The garden became a mirror of Rowan's emotional landscape. On days when doubt crept in, the colors would soften and the flowers would turn slightly downward. But when small victories occurred, when Rowan tried something new or spoke a little more confidently or recognized a personal strength, the garden responded with bursts of beauty, roses that shimmered with morning dew regardless of the hour, vegetables that grew plump overnight, herbs that released their scent at the slightest breeze. One afternoon, Rowan confessed to Alara, "I feel like I'm changing, but so slowly. Like a caterpillar in its cocoon, I know transformation is happening, but I can't see it yet." Alara smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "The most beautiful transformations cannot be rushed. A caterpillar doesn't know it's becoming a butterfly, it simply follows the wisdom of its own body. Trust your process, dear one." As autumn painted the hills in fiery colors, Rowan noticed new changes manifesting in their own being. When they felt particularly peaceful, their skin would sometimes shimmer with the faintest golden dust, like pollen caught in sunlight. When they laughed freely, something that was happening more often, tiny flowers would bloom in their wake, their colors shifting with Rowan's understanding of themselves. Pale pink for self-acceptance, deep blue for moments of clarity, vibrant green for growing confidence. One crisp morning, Alara arrived with a small, silken pouch. This, she said, placing it in Rowan's hand, contains seeds from the dreamer's moonflower. They only bloom when planted by someone who is learning to trust their own transformation. Rowan's fingers trembled slightly as they took the pouch. What if I'm not ready? The seeds will know, Alara said simply, and they will wait until you are. That evening, Rowan prepared a special patch of soil near the cottage's foundation. As they worked the earth, they thought about all the small changes they'd experienced, the growing confidence, the moments of speaking their truth, the quiet realizations about who they were becoming. With each memory, their hands seemed to glow more brightly, until they were planting the seeds in soft golden light. Weeks turned into months, and the moonflower seeds showed no signs of sprouting. Rowan tried not to feel discouraged, but the garden seemed to sense their disappointment. The colors grew muted, the blooms less vibrant. Then came a day of particular challenge. A storm had damaged part of the garden fence, and Rowan had to repair it alone, since Alara was away visiting family. At first, Rowan felt overwhelmed, their old uncertainties rising like fog. But then they remembered all the small victories they'd accumulated, the trellis they'd fixed, the decisions they'd made, the times they'd spoken up. Taking a deep breath, they gathered their tools and began working. As they hammered the last board into place, something miraculous happened. Where their tears of frustration had fallen, tiny star-shaped flowers emerged from the soil, glowing with soft white light. And from the patch where they'd planted the moonflower seeds, delicate green shoots finally appeared, unfurling toward the sky. That night, Rowan dreamed of being wrapped in a cocoon of silken light. Instead of feeling confined, they felt protected, nourished, loved. In the dream, they understood that transformation wasn't about becoming someone new, but about remembering who they had always been. When they woke, the morning light felt different, softer, yet more vivid. Looking in the mirror, Rowan noticed their eyes seemed to hold flecks of gold that hadn't been there before. But more importantly, they felt different inside, more solid, more real, more themselves. Alara returned as the first snow dusted the valley. She found Rowan hanging pinecone feeders for the winter birds, their movements confident and sure. "You've bloomed," Alara said, her smile holding all the warmth of 100 summers. "I'm still blooming," Rowan corrected gently. "I think I always will be." The garden, even in its winter rest, held evidence of Rowan's transformation. Delicate ice crystals formed patterns that mirrored the golden dust that sometimes appeared on Rowan's skin. The evergreen plants seemed to hold a light within their leaves, and the air itself tasted cleaner, sweeter. On the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, something extraordinary occurred. The moonflowers, which had grown steadily but hadn't yet bloomed, began to unfurl as darkness fell. Their petals were the color of moonlight on snow, and they glowed with an ethereal silver light that illuminated the entire garden. But most remarkable was what happened when Rowan walked among them. With each step Rowan took, the flowers changed color, shifting through the spectrum of emotions and understandings Rowan had gained. Soft lavender for patience learned, bright yellow for joy discovered, deep indigo for wisdom earned. The garden had become a living tapestry of Rowan's metamorphosis. Alara joined Rowan in the moonlit garden, her presence as comforting as a favorite blanket. "You see," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, "the greatest magic was always within you. The garden simply needed your permission to reflect it back." As they stood together in the quiet beauty, Rowan realized that their transformation wasn't ending. It was deepening, becoming part of who they were. The cocoon phase had passed, but the flight was just beginning. When spring returned to the valley, Rowan's garden became a place of pilgrimage for others seeking their own transformations. People would come and sit among the flowers that changed color with their moods, learning to read their own emotional landscapes. Rowan welcomed them all, offering cups of tea and quiet companionship, knowing that sometimes the greatest gift was having someone who understood that change takes time. Alara visited less frequently now, her work with Rowan complete. But sometimes, when the light was just right, Rowan would catch a glimpse of golden leaves floating on the breeze, or find a particularly beautiful flower blooming in an unexpected place, and they would know she was still nearby, watching over their continued growth. One evening, as fireflies began their twilight dance, a young person appeared at Rowan's gate, their eyes wide with wonder and uncertainty. "I was told," they said hesitantly, "that this is a place where changes happen gently." Rowan smiled, their skin shimmering with the soft gold that now appeared whenever they felt completely at peace. "It is," they said, opening the gate wide. "Come, I'll show you." And as the stars emerged one by one in the darkening sky, Rowan began to share what they had learned, about seeds and cocoons, about patience and small victories, about the beautiful, non-threatening ways our truest selves emerge when given time and kindness. The garden listened, its flowers shifting to colors of welcome and understanding, ready to begin the story again for someone new. The ending felt like a beginning because it was. Another soul was starting their gentle metamorphosis, and Rowan had become the mentor they once needed, their own transformation now a beacon for others. And in the quiet of that perfect evening, with the garden glowing around them and a new friendship blooming, Rowan understood that the most beautiful changes are those we help others discover, long after we've learned to embrace our own. Story 5. The old house on Willow Lane had always held its breath, and in the quiet moments just before dusk it would sigh. It was in one of those sighing moments that a young girl named Cora found herself standing at the foot of the attic stairs, a single, dust-covered key in her hand. Her grandmother had given it to her that morning with a soft smile. "The house has more stories to tell," she'd said. "Perhaps you're the one to listen." The attic door opened with a soft creak, a sound that was less a complaint and more a gentle greeting. A puff of dust motes danced in the slanted golden light, swirling like tiny, excited fairies. The air smelled of cedar and old roses, of forgotten winters and long, sunny afternoons. Cora stepped inside, her footsteps muffled by a thick carpet of dust. It was a landscape of memory. Trunks with brass fittings sat like sleeping turtles. A dressmaker's dummy stood guard in one corner, a silent, headless sentinel. And in the farthest, darkest nook, tucked under the slope of the roof, was a small wooden chest she had never noticed before. It was made of a warm, honey-colored wood, and on its lid was an inlaid design of a winding path leading to a star. Her heart beat a little faster, a soft thump-thump-thump against her ribs. She knelt, the old floorboards groaning softly beneath her knees, and fitted the key into the lock. It turned with a satisfying clunk. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded blue velvet, was a compass. But it was unlike any compass she had ever seen. Its case was made of what looked like mother-of-pearl, shimmering with soft rainbows. The needle was not pointing north, but was instead spinning in slow, lazy circles. And instead of the usual directions, the dial was marked with words: whisper, remember, courage, and home. As she lifted it, the compass grew warm in her hand. The needle stopped its wandering and pointed, quite firmly, toward whisper. At the same moment, a soft, rustling sound came from a stack of hatboxes nearby. A moment later, a small ginger cat with wise, green eyes emerged, blinking slowly. Cora knew this cat. It was Marmalade, who spent his days dozing on sun-warmed porch railings. "Took you long enough," Marmalade murmured, his voice a low, rumbling purr. "I've been napping on that velvet for decades, waiting for someone with quiet enough hands to open the box." Cora was too astonished to be frightened. "You can talk." "Everyone can talk," Marmalade said, leaping gracefully onto a nearby trunk and wrapping his tail neatly around his paws. "Most just don't know how to listen. That, he said, nodding his head toward the compass, is the Heartstone compass. It doesn't point to places on a map, it points to places in here. He tapped a soft paw against his own furry chest. The compass needle quivered and then swung slowly to point at remember. A gentle breeze, smelling of lavender and old paper, stirred the dust in the attic. It seemed to coalesce near the old rocking chair, forming into the faint, shimmering outline of a woman with kind eyes and a gentle smile. It was the memory of Cora's great-aunt Alara, who had loved this house more than anyone. "The journey is not long, little one," the memory whispered, her voice like the distant chiming of bells. "But the path requires a brave heart. The compass will guide you, but you must provide the footsteps." "What journey?" Cora asked, her own voice a whisper. "The journey to mend the sighing heart," Marmalade explained. "The house has been sighing because a piece of its heart is sad. A memory was left unresolved, a kindness ungiven. It sits like a cold stone in the very center of the home, and it needs to be warmed again." The compass needle shifted once more, now pointing firmly at courage. And so, Cora's adventure began. It did not take her beyond the walls of the house on Willow Lane. Her journey was measured in footsteps from the dusty attic to the quiet hallway, down the stairs that creaked a familiar song, and into the cozy, lamplit living room where the fire crackled peacefully in the hearth. Her first guide was Marmalade, who padded silently beside her, his purr a constant, reassuring motor. "The sighing heart is not a thing you can hold," he told her. "It's a feeling, you'll know it when you feel it. It will feel cold." They moved into the kitchen, where the scent of baking bread still lingered from the afternoon. The compass needle began to spin. Cora stood in the center of the warm, checkered tiled room and closed her eyes, listening. Beneath the tick-tock of the grandfather clock in the hall, she heard it, a soft, sorrowful sound, like a single frozen teardrop. "It's here," she said, opening her eyes. She looked around. Everything seemed cheerful and normal. Then her eyes fell upon the old pie safe in the corner. Its doors were slightly ajar. As she approached, the air grew noticeably cooler. She pulled the doors open. Inside, amongst the pie tins and mixing bowls, was a single, small porcelain thimble. It was beautifully painted with a tiny sprig of forget-me-nots, but it was ice-cold to the touch. The moment her fingers closed around it, a wave of profound sadness washed over her. It was the sadness of a promise forgotten. The shimmering memory of her great-aunt Alara appeared beside her, her form flickering like candlelight. "Ah," she sighed, a sound of gentle recognition. "My thimble, I was using it to mend a dress for a friend who was moving far away. I promised to finish it before she left, but I fell ill, and the dress was never finished. The promise was left here." She gestured to the cold thimble. A small thing, but a kindness left undone. The challenge was clear. The kindness had to be completed. But the friend was long gone, and the dress was nowhere to be found. How does one mend a promise from the past? Cora thought not with force or frustration, but with patience and a clever heart. She sat on the warm kitchen floor, the cold thimble in one hand, the warm compass in the other. Marmalade curled up in her lap, his purrs vibrating through her, a steady rhythm of comfort. "The compass points to home," Cora murmured, thinking aloud. "And home isn't just a place, is it? It's a feeling of being loved, of belonging." The memory of Alara smiled, a little brighter now. "You understand." Cora stood up, the thimble held tightly. She didn't need the original dress or the original friend. The kindness was the act itself. She went to her grandmother's sewing basket and found a small, plain square of linen. With a needle and some blue thread the color of forget-me-nots, she began to stitch. She wasn't mending a dress, she was mending the promise. She stitched a tiny, wobbly heart onto the fabric, pouring all her own kindness and hope into every loop of the thread. As she sewed, the thimble in her hand began to grow warm. The icy sadness within it melted away, replaced by the gentle warmth of a task being seen through to its end. When she tied the final knot, the thimble was as warm as a sunbeam. A deep, contented sigh echoed through the entire house, a sigh not of sorrow, but of profound relief. It was the sound of a weight being lifted, of a heart finally made whole. The fire in the living room crackled a little more brightly. The grandfather clock's tick-tock seemed to chime with a newfound joy. The shimmering form of Great-Aunt Alara reached out and touched Cora's cheek. Her touch was like a sunbeam. "Thank you, my dear," she whispered. "You have a brave and clever heart." And then, like a sigh of smoke, she faded away, but the feeling of her love remained, warming the room. Marmalade stretched, arching his back. "Well done," he purred. "The house is happy again. I believe I shall resume my nap on the porch railing. It's much cozier now." Cora climbed back up to the attic, the now warm thimble and the quiet compass in her hands. She placed the thimble back in the chest and closed the lid. The compass needle had settled, pointing peacefully at home. She knew that home was right here, in this house full of love and stories, with a purring cat and a crackling fire downstairs. She descended the stairs, the soft creak of the attic door closing behind her sounding like a gentle good night. She settled into the large armchair by the fireplace, the flames dancing and whispering their own ancient stories. The journey was over. She had not traveled far in miles, but she had journeyed deep into the heart of her home and found that the greatest magic and the greatest courage was simply the will to be kind. And as the fire crackled and the distant bells of the town clock chimed the hour, Cora felt a deep and comforting peace, knowing that some secrets are not meant to be hidden, but to be shared, one gentle heartbeat at a time. Story 6. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where moonlight filtered through the ancient canopy like liquid silver, there existed a forest that breathed with magic. This was no ordinary woodland. Here the trees conversed in rustling sighs, the streams hummed ancient melodies, and the stones held memories deep within their mossy surfaces. As twilight deepened into velvety night, the forest awakened with a gentle pulse of life, a rhythm known only to those who listened with more than just their ears. Our story begins with a young, wide-eyed hare named Thistle, whose fur was the color of dried lavender and whose ears twitched at the faintest whisper of magic. Thistle often found himself restless when the moon rose high, his heart yearning for something he couldn't name. On this particular evening, as a soft rain began to patter upon the broad leaves of ferns, he noticed something extraordinary. A path of glowing mushrooms, their caps emitting a soft, blue-green light that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. Curiosity guiding his delicate paws, Thistle followed the bioluminescent trail deeper into the woods than he had ever ventured. The rainfall created a soothing percussion upon the canopy, each drop tapping a different leaf like nature's own lullaby. He passed beneath archways of willow branches that swept the forest floor with gentle sighs, and stepped over roots that seemed to shift and make way for him. The air smelled of wet earth, blooming night-blooming jasmine, and the crisp scent of ozone after lightning, though no storm threatened the peaceful night. After what felt like both moments and lifetimes, the mushroom path opened into a circular clearing bathed in starlight. At its center stood an ancient oak, so massive that 20 hares could have circled its trunk without touching paws. Its bark was gnarled and wise, etched with patterns that told stories of centuries passing. From a hollow in the trunk, a great horned owl emerged, her feathers the color of twilight and her eyes holding the depth of the night sky. This was Olaria, the forest's silent guardian. "Little one," she hooted softly, her voice like wind moving through pine needles, "you have followed the moon's invitation. What brings you to the Heartwood clearing?" Thistle's nose twitched nervously. I couldn't sleep, he confessed. There's a restlessness in my bones, as if I'm missing something important. Olaria blinked slowly, her golden eyes capturing the moonlight. The forest speaks to those who feel such yearnings, but to understand its language, you must learn to listen not with your ears alone. She extended one wing, pointing toward a nearby brook that chuckled over smooth stones. Begin there where the water tells stories of distant mountains. Thistle hopped to the water's edge, his paws sinking into the cool, damp moss. At first he heard only the pleasant gurgling of water over rocks. But as he stilled his breathing and let his heartbeat slow, the sounds began to separate into distinct voices. The stream wasn't merely flowing, it was singing of snow-capped peaks where it began as melting glaciers, of fish that leaped in its currents, of the roots it quenched during dry seasons. The water's song spoke of constant movement and change, yet also of eternal cycles. A stream remembers everything it touches, murmured Olaria from her perch. But it never holds on too tightly. It teaches us that flowing forward is not the same as forgetting. Encouraged, Thistle turned his attention to the stones lining the bank. To his astonishment, they began to emit a low, resonant hum, a vibration he felt rather than heard. Placing his ear against the largest stone, warm from the day's sun, he sensed its story unfolding. This stone remembered the footsteps of creatures long gone, the pressure of ancient trees that once grew beside it, the comfort of moss blankets during rainy seasons. Unlike the stream, the stone spoke of patience, of remaining steadfast through countless cycles. The stones hold the forest's memory, the owl explained. They remind us that stillness has its own wisdom. As the night deepened, Thistle noticed how the bioluminescent fungi glowed brighter, their light dancing in patterns that responded to the forest's mood. Fireflies joined the display, their golden flashes creating counterpoints to the mushroom's steady glow. Together they illuminated hidden details, dewdrops clinging to spiderwebs like diamond necklaces, the intricate veins on leaves, the delicate tracings of frost beginning to form on fern tips. Olaria guided Thistle to a particularly ancient willow whose branches formed a curtain around its trunk. Touch the bark, she instructed, but do not press, simply rest your paw upon it. Thistle did as told and immediately felt a thrum of energy, like the forest's heartbeat. The tree communicated not in words but in sensations, the joy of sunlight filtering through its leaves, the companionship of birds nesting in its branches, the resilience during winter storms. Most powerfully, Thistle felt the tree's deep connection to everything around it, how its roots shared nutrients with neighboring trees, how its falling leaves nourished the soil, how its shade sheltered tender seedlings. Trees know the secret of community, Olaria said. They prosper together or not at all. Throughout the night, the owl led Thistle on a gentle journey of discovery. They paused by a patch of silver-leafed plants that chimed softly when the wind passed through them. They watched badger cubs tumbling in their moonlit set, their playful grunts and snuffles creating a comforting rhythm. They observed how the seasons had left their marks everywhere, from the tender new growth on berry bushes to the hollow logs returning to earth, providing homes for insects and fungi. The forest never truly sleeps, Olaria explained as they returned to the heartwood clearing. It merely shifts between different kinds of waking. The restlessness you feel is the forest's eternal turning, the same turning that brings autumn's release, winter's quiet, spring's awakening, and summer's abundance. As dawn approached, painting the eastern sky in watercolor hues of lavender and rose, Thistle realized his restlessness had transformed. The yearning in his bones hadn't disappeared, but it had found its place. It was simply his own small heartbeat joining the forest's greater rhythm. Will you teach me to understand the other seasons? Thistle asked, watching the first rays of sunlight gild the treetops. Olaria ruffled her feathers, a sound like pages turning in an ancient book. The forest itself will be your teacher now, Return when the leaves begin to turn gold, when the first snow dusts the ferns, when the buds swell with new life. Each season has its own magic to share. Thistle made his way back to his burrow as morning birds began their chorus. The world felt both familiar and new, the same trees, the same streams, but now he understood they were breathing, speaking, living in ways he'd never imagined. He settled into his nest of dried grass and soft feathers, listening to the forest's daytime sounds beginning to overlay the nighttime whispers. Outside his burrow, a gentle breeze stirred the aspen leaves, creating a sound like soft rainfall. Somewhere nearby, water dripped from a mossy stone into a small pool with rhythmic plinks. The scent of damp earth and waking flowers drifted on the air. Thistle closed his eyes, not with restless energy, but with peaceful anticipation for the next twilight, when the moon would rise again and the forest's nocturnal magic would awaken once more. And deep in the whispering woods, the ancient oak stood patient and knowing, its roots cradling the sleeping hair, its branches reaching toward the fading stars. A guardian of cycles, a keeper of rhythms, a testament to the gentle truth that in every ending lives a beginning, and in every silence a story waiting to be heard. Story 7. Story 8. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls that seemed to breathe in time with the rhythm of the night. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, a gentle lullaby for the slumbering world. But within the warm circle of firelight, a story waits to be told, a tale of quiet magic and unexpected journeys, of friendships that glow like embers in the darkness, and transformations that happen not in grand explosions, but in the slow, steady warmth of understanding. Our story begins with a young boy named Rowan, who lived in a cottage at the edge of a great, whispering wood. Rowan was a quiet child, with a heart that noticed things others often overlooked, the way morning dew clung to a spider's web like a necklace of diamonds, the particular scent of rain on dry earth, the hidden pathways of field mice through the tall grass. But lately a restless feeling had settled in his chest, a quiet yearning for something he could not name. It was a hollow sort of feeling, like an unlit fireplace in the depths of winter. One afternoon, as the sun bled orange and purple across the sky, Rowan was gathering kindling at the wood's edge when he noticed something unusual. Tucked between the gnarled roots of an ancient oak tree was a stone unlike any he had ever seen. It was smooth and oval, fitting perfectly in the palm of his hand, and its color was a deep, smoky gray. But as the twilight deepened, the stone began to change. From its very core, a soft, pulsing light emerged, the color of warm embers at the heart of a fire. It didn't blaze or flash, but glowed with a gentle, rhythmic light, as if it held a tiny, sleeping star within. Fascinated, Rowan picked it up. The stone was warm to the touch, and holding it sent a curious sense of calm through his restless spirit. He tucked it safely into his pocket and carried it home, the ember glow a secret companion in the growing dark. That night he placed the stone on his windowsill. As he lay in bed, its gentle pulse painted his ceiling with soft, shifting patterns of light, and for the first time in weeks he felt a flicker of peace. He fell asleep to its quiet rhythm, and as he slept, he dreamed. Not a dream of wild adventures, but of a path of dappled sunlight that wound deep into the heart of the forest, a path that seemed to call to him. The next morning, the yearning in his chest was stronger, now accompanied by the memory of the dream path. The ember stone on his windowsill was dormant again, a simple gray rock in the daylight. But Rowan knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that he had to follow that path. He packed a small satchel with a crust of bread, a wedge of cheese, and a flask of cool water, and with the ember stone tucked securely in his pocket, he stepped into the woods. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of damp moss and pine resin. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy overhead, creating pools of gold on the forest floor. Rowan walked for what felt like hours, the only sounds the crunch of his own footsteps and the cheerful chirping of unseen birds. He had no map, but he felt a strange pull, an internal compass guided by the memory of his dream and the faint, reassuring warmth of the stone in his pocket. Just as he began to wonder if he had been foolish, he saw it, a narrow, almost hidden trail, exactly as it had appeared in his dream. Ferns bowed over it, and it was carpeted with a thick layer of bronze pine needles. Taking a deep breath, Rowan stepped onto the path. The further he walked, the more the world seemed to change. The light grew softer, tinged with a golden-green hue. The trees were older here, their trunks wide and wise, their branches woven together like the vaulted ceiling of a great, natural cathedral. He heard the gurgle of a hidden stream and felt the temperature shift to a perfect, gentle coolness. He had entered a part of the forest he had never known existed, a hidden world nestled deep within nature's embrace. It was here in this enchanted stillness that he heard a sound that was out of place, a soft, distressed chittering. Pushing aside a curtain of hanging ivy, Rowan found the source. A small, fox-like creature was trapped. Its back leg was caught in a tangle of thorny vines that seemed to have grown around it, tightening their grip. The creature's fur was the color of autumn leaves, and its eyes were large and intelligent, now wide with fear and pain. Around its neck was a delicate collar of woven bark, from which hung a single, polished acorn that gleamed in the dappled light. Rowan's heart ached for the little animal. He approached slowly, his hands held open to show he meant no harm. "SHHH," he whispered, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "It's all right. I'm going to help you." The creature stilled, watching him with a wary but hopeful gaze. Rowan worked carefully, his fingers gentle as he began to untwist the tough, prickly vines. The thorns scratched his hands, drawing tiny beads of blood, but he didn't stop. He spoke to the creature in a low, soothing murmur, telling it about the ember stone, about his cottage, about the restless feeling in his chest. He didn't know if it understood his words, but it seemed to understand his tone, its panicked breathing slowly calming. After what felt like a long time, the last vine snapped free. The creature scrambled back, shaking its freed leg. It looked at Rowan, then at his scratched and bleeding hands, and its large eyes softened. It took a tentative step forward, then another, until it was close enough to gently nuzzle Rowan's injured hand with its cool, damp nose. A wave of warmth, not from the stone but from somewhere deep inside, spread through Rowan. The hollow feeling in his chest lessened just a little. The fox creature then turned and began to limp away, pausing every few steps to look back at him. Rowan understood. He was being invited to follow. Their journey continued, but now it was different. He was no longer alone. His new companion, whom he decided to name Pip for its small, chittering voice, led him deeper into the hidden world. Pip's limp soon vanished, and it moved with a graceful, silent fluidity, its bushy tail held high. As they walked, Pip would occasionally stop to point its nose at a particularly beautiful cluster of glowing mushrooms, or a bird's nest woven from silver thread and spider silk, sharing the wonders of its home. They came to a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in velvety moss and intricate carvings worn smooth by time. In the center of the circle burned a small, perpetual fire that gave off no smoke, its flames a silent, mesmerizing dance of gold and blue. Sitting beside the fire was an old woman. Her hair was long and silver, flowing over her shoulders like moonlight, and her eyes held the deep, knowing calm of the forest itself. She was weaving a basket from river reeds, her fingers moving with a practiced, peaceful rhythm. She looked up as they approached, and a smile touched her lips, as gentle as a sunbeam. "Ah," she said, her voice like the sound of wind through pine needles. "The boy with the quiet heart and the ember stone, and you found Pip. I see you've already begun your journey." Rowan was startled. "You know about the stone." The woman gestured for him to sit by the fire. The warmth it gave off was not just for the skin, but seemed to seep into his very bones, soothing his tired muscles. Pip curled up at her feet, looking completely at home. "I am a keeper of this wood," she said. "And I know the signs. The emberstone does not glow for just anyone. It awakens for those who are on the cusp of a change, whose inner light is ready to burn more steadily. Tell me, Rowan, what is it you are seeking?" Rowan looked into the silent flames, trying to find the words for the feeling that had plagued him. I don't know," he admitted softly. "It's just a feeling, like I'm waiting for something, or like a part of me is missing." The keeper nodded slowly. "A mystery of the heart," she mused. "They are the most gentle and the most persistent of mysteries. They do not shout, they whisper. They do not unravel in a day. They unfold like the petals of a night-blooming flower, or the patterns in smoke rising from a fire." She pointed a long, graceful finger at the stone in his pocket, which had begun to glow again, its ember light pulsing in time with the silent fire. "The stone is a guide, not an answer. It responds to the light you carry within. The restlessness you feel is the friction of your own spirit, growing. Like a seed pushing through the soil, it is uncomfortable, but it is necessary." She told him then of the Glimmerwood, the true name of this hidden realm. It was a place where the boundary between the world of things and the world of feelings was thin as a dragonfly's wing. Here inner light could manifest as soft glows, and sorrow could make the streams run slow and quiet. "Your journey is not to a place but through yourself," she explained. "The path you are on will show you what you need to see. Pip will be your guide, for he knows the hidden trails of the heart, and the emberstone will be your lantern, showing you the way when the path seems dark. But remember, its light is fed by your own courage and kindness." As she spoke, Rowan felt the truth of her words settle over him. The mystery was not something outside of him to be solved, but something inside of him to be understood. He thanked the keeper, and with a renewed sense of purpose, though a quiet one, he and Pip continued on their way. The path led them through landscapes that seemed to reflect the chambers of a heart. They walked through a meadow where the flowers chimed softly like tiny bells when the breeze touched them, a place of pure, simple joy. They crossed a bridge over a stream that flowed with water as clear as crystal, which the keeper had said mirrored one's own clarity of thought. Pip drank from it and Rowan cupped his hands, the water tasting of clean, cold mountain air. Later they entered a grove of weeping willows, their long, trailing branches creating a private, shadowy space. The air here was still and carried a faint, melancholic scent. As Rowan walked beneath the canopy, memories rose to the surface of his mind, not loud or painful, but soft and bittersweet. The day his old dog, Badger, had passed away. The time he had felt lonely in a crowd of laughing children. The emberstone in his pocket dimmed, its pulse slowing. Pip pressed close to his side, a warm, living comfort. Rowan stopped and sat on a mossy log, letting the feelings wash over him. He didn't fight them or try to push them away. He simply acknowledged them, sitting with them as one would sit with a friend who was sad. He realized that this sadness, this loneliness, was a part of him too. It wasn't an enemy to be defeated, but a color in the vast tapestry of his heart. As this understanding dawned, the emberstone began to glow a little brighter, its warm light pushing back the shadows of the grove. The hollow feeling in his chest shifted, no longer an empty space, but a space that could hold both joy and sorrow. Pip chittered softly as if in approval, and led him out of the willow grove. The greatest test came as dusk began to settle. The path descended into a narrow, dark ravine. No moonlight reached its depths, and the air grew cold. This was the ravine of doubt, Pip conveyed through a series of gestures and empathetic looks. Here shadows seemed to move of their own accord, and whispers echoed off the stone walls, voices that sounded like his own, asking, "Are you lost? What are you even doing here? You're just a boy. You'll never find what you're looking for." A cold knot of fear tightened in Rowan's stomach. The emberstone's light, which had been his steady companion, flickered uncertainly. The darkness felt heavy, pressing in on him. He wanted to turn back. He looked at Pip, whose eyes were wide with a shared anxiety, but who stood his ground, refusing to retreat. Rowan closed his eyes, blocking out the intimidating shadows. He thought of the keeper's words. Its light is fed by your own courage and kindness. He thought of the warmth he'd felt when he freed Pip. He thought of the quiet strength he'd found in simply acknowledging his own sadness in the willow grove. He took a deep, shaking breath and focused on that warmth, on that strength. He pulled the emberstone from his pocket and held it in his cupped hands, not as a magic tool, but as a focus for the light he carried inside. "I am not lost," he whispered to the darkness, his voice small but firm. "I am on my path." As he spoke, the emberstone responded. It did not flare into a blinding beacon, but its glow grew steady and strong, pushing back the immediate darkness around them in a firm, unwavering circle of warm, ember-like light. The whispering voices faded into silence. The shadows ceased their menacing dance. The light was just enough to see the path forward, one step at a time. Pip let out a happy chirp and nudged his hand, and together they walked through the ravine, protected by the steady, true light of Rowan's own spirit. When they emerged on the other side, they found themselves at the shore of a vast, still lake. The water was a perfect mirror, reflecting the first stars peppering the twilight sky. And in the center of the lake, on a small island, grew a single, magnificent tree. Its bark shimmered with a soft, silver light, and its leaves were not green, but 1,000 shades of gold, crimson, and orange, as if it captured an eternal autumn sunset. It was the heartwood tree, the keeper of the Glimmerwood's deepest peace. A small wooden boat, seemingly carved from a single piece of driftwood, was tied to a post at the water's edge. Rowan and Pip climbed in, and the boat began to move of its own accord, gliding silently across the glassy surface of the lake. The only sound was the gentle dip of the paddle and the soft lapping of water against the hull. As they reached the island, Rowan felt a profound sense of calm. The air was still and fragrant, and the light from the tree bathed everything in a warm, golden glow. He stepped onto the soft grass and approached the tree. There was no grand revelation, no booming voice from the heavens. Instead, he simply felt whole. He sat with his back against the warm, shimmering bark of the heartwood, and Pip curled up in his lap. He held the emberstone in his hand, and now its light was constant, no longer pulsing but burning with a soft, unwavering flame. He looked out over the still lake at the reflection of the starry sky and the glorious tree, and he understood. The restless feeling was gone. It had been the feeling of his own heart, stretching and growing, learning to hold more of the world, the joy and the sorrow, the courage and the fear, the light and the shadows. He hadn't been missing a piece, he had been becoming more complete. The journey had transformed him, not into someone new, but into more fully himself. The mystery was solved not by finding an answer, but by realizing he had been living the question all along. He had come seeking a magical solution, but the true magic was the friendship he'd found in a small, fox-like creature, the wisdom shared by a quiet keeper of the wood, and the steady, growing light of his own kind and courageous heart. After a long, peaceful while, the little boat carried them back across the lake. The path home seemed shorter, easier. When he arrived at the edge of the whispering wood, right near his own cottage, dawn was just beginning to blush the eastern sky. Pip chittered a soft goodbye, nuzzling his hand one last time before turning and disappearing back into the depths of the Glimmerwood, a flicker of autumn leaves in the morning mist. Rowan walked into his cottage. The fire in the hearth had died to ashes, but the room was warm with the memory of its glow. He placed the emberstone on the mantelpiece. It no longer pulsed but rested, its deep gray surface holding a permanent, soft inner light, a quiet reminder of the journey and the friendship and the light within. He was no longer restless. He was no longer yearning. He was simply Rowan, a boy with a quiet heart who knew that even the smallest light could illuminate the darkest path, and that the greatest transformations often happened in the silence of one's own soul. And as you, dear listener, rest your head upon your pillow, let the warmth of this story settle around you. Let the image of the gently glowing stone and the steadfast friendship bring you comfort. Remember that within you, too, burns a steady and true light, a quiet ember that can guide you through your own journeys, both waking and in dreams. The fire in the hearth has burned low now, its whispers growing softer, its light fading to a warm, dark red. The story is told. The world is quiet. It is time to close your eyes, to let your breathing grow slow and deep, and to drift into a restful sleep, carried on the gentle currents of the glimmerwood and the peaceful, resolved heart of a boy named Rowan. Sleep well. Story 9. Deep within the ancient woods, where moonlight filters through the canopy like liquid silver and the air hums with ancient magic, there existed a place untouched by the hurried hands of time. Here the trees stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the stories of centuries, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the forest understood. Moss clung to every stone and fallen log in velvety emerald blankets, and the streams sang gentle lullabies as they wove their way through the roots and ferns. On this particular night, when the full moon hung like a luminous pearl in the velvet sky, a young hedgehog named Juniper found herself unable to sleep. Restlessness prickled along her spines, a feeling she couldn't quite name. She left her cozy nest of dried leaves and soft thistledown beneath the great roots of an oak, and ventured out into the moon-drenched clearing. The clearing was alive with bioluminescent wonders. Tiny fungi glowed with ethereal green and blue light along the path, and fireflies drifted like living stars, blinking in soft, rhythmic patterns. Juniper watched them, her small heart beating in time with their gentle flashes. She followed the soft, babbling voice of the nearby stream, its waters shimmering with reflected starlight. "What troubles you, little one?" a voice murmured, not in words, but in the rustle of leaves overhead. It was the ancient willow tree at the edge of the clearing, her branches sweeping the ground like a curtain of silver. Juniper looked up, her eyes wide. "I don't know," she whispered back, her voice barely louder than the skitter of a beetle. "I feel out of rhythm, like the forest is breathing, but I've forgotten how." The willow's leaves shivered in understanding. "The seasons are turning," she sighed, her voice the sound of wind through reeds. "Autumn's gold is giving way to winter's silver. It is a time of releasing, of quieting. The unrest you feel is the forest itself preparing to dream." Just then a smooth, gray stone near the stream's edge hummed softly. "Listen to the water," it murmured, its voice the sound of two stones clicking gently together. "It knows the way. It has sung the song of letting go since the world was young." Juniper crept closer to the stream, dipping her small paws into the chilly water. The stream song was a gentle, repetitive melody, drip-drop, trickle-whisper, bubble-swirl. It spoke of journeys taken, of obstacles worn smooth by patience, of the quiet joy of simply flowing onward. "But how do I quiet the restlessness?" Juniper asked the stream. The water did not answer with words, but with feeling. It offered a sense of release, a gentle encouragement to let the current of the season carry her. Still, Juniper felt a knot of unease in her chest. She needed more than feelings, she needed a guide. It was then that a shadow passed over the moon, silent and graceful. A great horned owl alighted on a low-hanging branch of the willow. His feathers were the color of night itself, peppered with flecks of gray like scattered starlight. His eyes were deep pools of ancient knowing, and when he blinked, it was a slow, peaceful motion. "Little hedgehog," the owl said, his voice a soft, resonant hoot that vibrated in the air like a plucked harp string. "You seek the wisdom of the turning year." Juniper nodded, humbled by his presence. This was Orin, the elder owl who watched over the nocturnal rhythms of the wood. He did not offer answers freely, but instead posed a question. Tell me, what do you fear will be lost when the cold sleep comes? Juniper thought of the vibrant autumn mushrooms, the last berries of the season, the warmth of the sun on her back. The light, she said softly. The warmth, the abundance, I fear the emptiness. Orin swiveled his head, his gaze taking in the entire starlit clearing. Follow me, he said. I will show you that what you call emptiness is merely a different kind of fullness. He led her away from the stream, deeper into the heart of the ancient forest. Their path was lit by the glowing fungi and the generous moonlight. The wind whispered through the pine needles, creating a soft, shushing sound that seemed to soothe the very air. They walked until they came to a place Juniper had never seen before, a hidden grove where the trees formed a perfect circle. In the center stood a single, magnificent silver birch, its bark peeling in luminous curls that caught the moonlight. This is the Heartwood Grove, Orin explained, settling on a moss-covered log. Here, the magic of the seasons is most pure. Watch. As they sat in silence, Juniper began to notice the subtle changes. The leaves of the maple trees at the edge of the grove, once fiery red, were now drifting to the ground one by one. Each descent was a slow, twirling dance, a final beautiful offering before the long rest. The sound was a gentle, papery rustle, 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 flutter, sigh, a natural ASMR that lulled the spirit. The tree does not mourn the loss of its leaves, Orin murmured. It understands they are not gone, but transformed. They will become the blanket that keeps its roots warm, the food that nourishes the soil for spring. It is an act of trust, not of loss. As if to emphasize his point, a soft, misty rain began to fall. It was not a storm, but a gentle shower, each drop a tiny prism that captured the moonlight before landing on a leaf, a branch, or the mossy ground. The sound was a symphony of gentle taps and patters, plip-plop, pitter-patter, a soothing rhythm that spoke of cleansing and renewal. Then the most wondrous thing happened. All around the grove, the raindrops that landed on certain leaves and petals began to glow. Tiny points of bioluminescent light sparked to life, until the entire grove was awash in a soft, blue-green radiance. It was as if the stars themselves had fallen to earth and been caught in the embrace of the forest. You see, Orin said, his voice blending with the rainfall. What appears to be a closing is often the opening of a different kind of beauty. The forest does not sleep in winter, it dreams, and its dreams are filled with their own light. Juniper watched, mesmerized, as the glowing raindrops traced the veins of leaves and rolled like liquid jewels down strands of spider silk. The restlessness in her heart began to soften, replaced by a sense of awe. She was witnessing the secret language of the forest, the language of transformation. The stream spoke of letting go, Juniper said, remembering the cool water on her paws. And the stone spoke of listening. Orin nodded slowly. The stone holds the memory of ages. It teaches stillness and patience. The stream teaches flow and release, and the trees. He looked up at the great silver birch, which seemed to be breathing in the misty, luminous air. The trees teach us about cycles. They show us that to everything there is a season, and each season has its own purpose and its own unique magic. He turned his deep eyes back to Juniper. Your unrest, little one, is because you are fighting the current of the season. You are trying to hold on to the energy of autumn when the forest is asking you to embrace the quiet of winter. It is not a time for gathering, but for reflecting, not for growing, but for dreaming. The wisdom settled over Juniper like a warm, invisible cloak. She thought of her own nest, of the stories she could tell herself during the long nights, of the quiet comfort of her own heartbeat. She thought of the beauty of the luminous rain, a beauty that only existed in this specific moment of seasonal change. How do I dream? She asked, her voice now calm and curious. You are already beginning, Oren said. By being still, by listening to the rainfall and the wind, by watching the moon's journey across the sky, your dreams will be seeded by what you observe now in this quiet time. They will take root in the dark, fertile soil of rest, and in the spring you will find they have grown into wonderful things. They sat together for a long while, listening to the gentle sounds of the forest. The rain softened to a drizzle, then ceased, leaving the world washed clean and sparkling. The bioluminescent glow slowly faded, its work done. The wind rustled the last few leaves on the oak trees, a sound like soft applause. When the first hints of dawn began to blush the eastern sky, Oren stirred. The day wakers will soon rise, he said. It is time for me to rest, and for you to return to your nest, not with unrest, but with a new understanding. Juniper thanked the wise owl, her heart full of a deep, resonant peace. She made her way back through the forest, but everything looked different now. The bare branches were not barren, they were tracing elegant patterns against the lightening sky. The chill in the air was not a threat, but an invitation to burrow deep and dream. When she reached her nest beneath the great oak, she curled into a tight ball, surrounded by the soft rustle of her own dried leaves. She listened to the final notes of the stream's night song and the first cheerful chirps of the waking birds. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a sweet, heavy drowsiness. As she drifted into sleep, the last thing she heard was the whisper of the ancient willow, carried on a gentle breeze. Sleep, little one, dream deeply. The forest dreams with you. And Juniper did. She dreamed of silver birches and luminous rain, of wise old owls and whispering streams. She dreamed of cycles and seasons, of letting go and trusting the turn of the great, beautiful wheel. And in her dream she was not a small hedgehog in a vast forest, but a vital, beloved note in the endless, soothing lullaby of the ancient, magical wood. Story 10. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing amber shadows upon the walls. Outside, the wind whispered through the pine trees, a gentle lullaby for the slumbering world. But here, in the warmth of this room, a story waits to be told. A story about a quiet boy, a hidden world, and a light that glowed like captured embers in the dark. His name was Leo, and he lived in a small cottage at the edge of a vast, whispering wood. Leo was a boy of quiet observations, with eyes the color of the forest floor after rain, and a heart that listened more than it spoke. He often felt a little out of place, like a single, smooth stone in a pocket full of rough gravel. While other children raced and shouted, Leo preferred the company of mossy logs and the patient, slow-growing things. In his grandfather's attic, tucked inside a battered sea chest that smelled of cedar and old secrets, Leo had found a most peculiar object. It was a compass, but unlike any used for navigating seas or streets. Its case was made of dark, polished wood, warm to the touch, and its face held no letters for north or south. Instead, there was a single arrow-shaped sliver of crystal that pulsed with a soft, internal light. When Leo held it in his palm, it didn't point toward magnetic north, but rather it glowed with a gentle, amber warmth, as if holding a tiny, sleeping ember within its heart. His grandfather, a man of few words and kind eyes, had simply called it the Heartstone Compass. "It doesn't show you where you are," he'd said, his voice a soft rumble. "It shows you where you need to be." For a long time, the compass had remained dormant, its light no brighter than a distant star on a cloudy night. But one evening, as autumn began to paint the wood in fiery hues, something changed. Leo was arranging his collection of interesting stones on his windowsill when a soft, persistent glow drew his eye. The Heartstone compass, which he kept on his bedside table, was shining. Its inner light had swelled, pulsing slowly and rhythmically, like a heartbeat. The crystal arrow was no longer still. It quivered, pointing insistently toward the dark line of the forest. A thrill, part excitement and part trepidation, shivered down Leo's spine. He pulled on his warmest jumper, its wool soft and familiar, and tucked the compass into his pocket. Its warmth seeped through the fabric, a comforting presence against his leg. Slipping out of the quiet cottage, he stepped into the crisp night air. The world was painted in shades of blue and silver, the moon a pale pearl behind a veil of cloud. The compass glowed brighter as he approached the tree line, its light casting a small, golden pool at his feet, guiding him forward. The journey into the wood was a transformation in itself. With each step away from the cottage, the world Leo knew seemed to soften and blur, while the hidden world within the forest grew sharper and more vivid. The ordinary sounds of night, the rustle of leaves, the call of an owl, became a complex, whispering language. The compass light illuminated things he would have missed in the daylight, dewdrops hanging from spiderwebs like necklaces of tiny diamonds, the intricate patterns of frost beginning to lace the fallen leaves, and the shy, watchful eyes of creatures from their hidden dens. He walked for what felt like both a moment and an eternity, the path unfurling before him like a silken ribbon. The compass led him away from the main trails, down a slope carpeted with fragrant pine needles, and toward the gnarled, ancient roots of a great oak tree that stood sentinel over a small, clear stream. Here the arrow began to spin, its light flaring brightly. Perched on one of the massive roots, hunched over and shivering, was a small creature. At first Leo thought it was an otter, but its fur had a silvery, dappled quality, and its eyes, when it looked up, were large and luminous, the color of molten gold. One of its back legs was held at an awkward angle, trapped beneath a heavy, fallen branch. A soft, pained whimper escaped its throat. This was Finn, a glimmer otter from the sunken streams, a hidden world of waterways and luminous caverns that flowed deep beneath the forest floor. He had been exploring the upper world when a loose section of the riverbank had given way, sending the branch tumbling onto him. "Hello," Leo said, his voice barely a whisper. The creature started, trying to shrink away, but winced in pain. Its golden eyes were wide with fear. "It's all right," Leo said, kneeling slowly, keeping his movements gentle. "I won't hurt you. My name is Leo." He opened his hand, showing the glowing compass. This brought me to you." The otter's fear seemed to lessen a fraction as it looked at the warm, pulsing light. It chittered softly, a sound like pebbles tumbling in a stream. Leo didn't know the creature's language, but he understood the meaning. He felt a strange, new sensation, a connection fragile as a spider's thread, stretching between his heart and the frightened animals. He carefully set the compass down on a root, its light illuminating the trapped leg. "I need to move this branch," he said softly. "It might hurt for a moment." He braced his feet against the damp earth, the smell of wet soil and decaying leaves filling his nostrils. He wrapped his hands around the rough, cold bark of the branch and pulled. It was heavier than it looked, stubborn and rooted in the mud. He strained, his muscles protesting, his breath puffing in white clouds in the cool air. The otter let out a sharp cry as the wood shifted. For a terrifying second, Leo thought he couldn't do it. But then he thought of the compass's warm glow, of his grandfather's words, of the creature's trusting, golden eyes. With a final grunting heave, he rolled the branch aside. The glimmer otter fin scrambled free, immediately nuzzling its injured leg. It looked up at Leo, and the fear in its eyes was gone, replaced by a deep, shimmering gratitude. It limped forward and gently butted its head against Leo's knee, its fur surprisingly soft and warm. Then it chittered again, more insistently this time, and began to limp away, pausing to look back at Leo as if to say, "Follow me." The mystery was unfolding. The compass had not just led him to a creature in need. It had been the key to an introduction. Picking up the heartstone, which now glowed with a steady, satisfied light, Leo followed Finn along the bank of the stream. The otter led him to a place where the water cascaded over a series of flat, dark rocks, creating a gentle, murmuring waterfall. Behind the curtain of water, hidden from casual view, was the mouth of a cave. Finn slipped easily through the falling water. Leo took a deep breath, feeling the cool mist on his face, and stepped through after him. The world on the other side of the waterfall took his breath away. He was in a cavern, but it was not dark. The walls were encrusted with crystals that gleamed with their own soft, internal light, in hues of blue, green, and gold. It was like standing inside a geode the size of a cathedral. A wide, slow-moving river flowed through the center of the cavern, its water so clear he could see straight to the bottom, where smooth, colorful stones glistened. The air was warm and humid, smelling of wet stone and something sweet, like blooming night flowers. This was the sunken stream, the hidden heart of the forest. Finn gave a series of sharp, chittering calls that echoed through the cavern. From the water and from nooks in the crystal walls, other glimmer otters appeared. They were sleek and beautiful, their fur shimmering with the reflected light of the crystals. They gathered around Finn, nuzzling him and trilling with concern, their bodies moving with a graceful, fluid energy. They looked at Leo with curious, intelligent eyes, but there was no hostility, only a quiet wonder. An older otter with a silvery muzzle and a calm, authoritative presence examined Finn's leg. She looked at Leo and gave a slow, deliberate nod. She then chittered to the others, and two of them slipped into the water, returning moments later with broad, velvety leaves of a deep emerald green. They carefully wrapped these around Finn's leg. As they did, the leaves themselves began to glow with a soft, green light, and Leo could almost feel a gentle, healing warmth radiating from them. He was their guest. The otters brought him smooth, sweet river pears and a drink of cool, clear water that tasted of minerals and moonlight. They showed him their world, gardens of luminous fungi that grew in intricate patterns, chambers where the crystals sang a faint, bell-like chime when the air moved, and quiet pools where lazy, bioluminescent fish drifted like living jewels. Leo, who had always felt a little clumsy and out of place, found a new rhythm here. He learned to move quietly, to listen to the subtle sounds of the water and the crystals. He sat for hours with Finn, who was healing quickly thanks to the magical leaves, and though they did not share a language of words, they developed a language of their own, a tilt of the head, a soft chitter, a shared silence while watching the glowing fish. This unexpected friendship warmed a part of Leo's heart he hadn't known was cold. He was not the quiet, observant boy on the outskirts here. He was Leo, the friend of Finn, the boy who carried the warm light. But a gentle mystery still hung in the crystalline air. The older otters would often gather at the center of the cavern, where the largest and brightest crystal, a pillar of pure gold light, stood. They would place their paws upon it, and their faces would grow troubled. The light of the great crystal, Leo noticed, was flickering. It was not the steady, rhythmic pulse of his compass, but an irregular, weakening flutter, like a candle fighting a draft. One evening, as Leo sat with Finn by the water's edge, the older otter, her name he had gathered was Nissa, approached him. She gestured for him to place his hand on the great crystal. When he did, a series of images flowed into his mind, not as words, but as feelings and pictures. He saw the forest above, vibrant and healthy. He saw the network of streams and roots that connected the world above to the sunken stream below. And then he saw a blockage, a great, tangled mass of old fishing line, lost netting, and sharp, unnatural things, caught in the roots of the great sentinel oak, the very tree where he had found Finn. This tangle was slowly choking one of the main arteries that fed clean, fresh water into the cavern, and the life of the sunken stream, including the power of the great crystal, was dimming because of it. The mystery was solved. The forest above and the world below were one living being, and a sickness in one part affected the whole. The Heartstone compass had not just led him to a friend in need, it had led him to a world in need. The next day, Leo explained his plan as best he could through gestures and by drawing in the soft sand of the riverbank. He needed to return to the world above and clear the blockage. Finn immediately chittered his agreement, limping determinedly to Leo's side. Nissa and the other otters trilled their support. Emerging from behind the waterfall, the world above seemed louder and sharper than he remembered. He went straight to the great oak, Finn hopping gamely along beside him. There, just below the waterline where the stream entered a narrow channel, was the tangled mess he had seen in the vision. It was an ugly knot of human carelessness, wrapped tightly around the ancient, living roots. The work was slow and difficult. The netting was slippery and stubborn, and the fishing line was thin and sharp, threatening to cut his fingers. He worked with a patience he didn't know he possessed, his quiet nature becoming his greatest strength. He didn't rip or tear, he carefully unpicked, loosened, and gently pulled. Finn helped too, using his sharp teeth to sever the toughest strands, his golden eyes fixed on the task with fierce concentration. As Leo worked, he felt a change within himself. The boy who had felt like a smooth stone among gravel was finding his purpose. He was not transforming into someone loud or bold, but into a truer, steadier version of himself. His quietness became focus. His observation became understanding. He was like the fire that transforms wood, not through violent destruction, but by revealing its inner light and warmth, burning steady and true. Finally, with a last satisfying pull, the entire tangled mass came free. He hauled the soggy, heavy knot of refuse onto the bank. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the stream, which had been flowing sluggishly around the roots, gave a happy gurgle and began to run faster and clearer. A sense of rightness settled over the little grove. When they returned to the sunken stream, the change was immediate. The great central crystal was no longer flickering weakly. It shone with a brilliant, steady golden light that filled the entire cavern, making the other crystals gleam like stars. The otters erupted in a chorus of joyful trills and chitters, swimming in excited circles. Nissa came to Leo and placed a webbed paw on his chest, right over his heart, and then pointed to the now radiant crystal. The message was clear. He had healed their heart, and in doing so, he had found his own. The time came for Leo to return home. He knew the path now, even without the compass, though it still glowed warmly in his pocket, a faithful friend. At the cave entrance, Finn nuzzled his hand, his golden eyes full of a friendship that would not be broken by distance. Leo knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that he could return whenever he wished, that he was now a part of this hidden world, and it was a part of him. He stepped back through the waterfall into the cool, pre-dawn air. The walk home was different. He saw the forest not as a collection of separate trees and animals, but as a single, breathing entity, full of secret connections and hidden light. He felt woven into its fabric. He slipped back into the quiet cottage as the first rays of the sun painted the horizon in hues of rose and gold. He placed the heartstone compass back on his bedside table. Its work was done for now. It glowed with a soft, contented light, no longer pointing anywhere, simply resting. As Leo climbed into his bed, the warmth of the friendship and the accomplishment wrapped around him like a soft blanket. He had journeyed into the darkness and found not fear, but a world of light. He had faced a challenge not with force, but with gentle persistence. He had been an outsider and found a place where he belonged. The fire in the hearth had burned down to a bed of glowing embers, pulsing softly in the dim room, much like the heartstone on his table, much like the great crystal in the hidden cavern, much like his own steady, peaceful heart. The story was over, the journey complete. The world was restored, and a young boy had grown into himself. The gentle rhythm of the tale, like the soft crackle of the fire and the whisper of the wind, lulled the room into a deep, contented silence. And in that silence, filled with the warmth of friendship and the soft light of resolution, sleep came easily, carrying with it the promise of peaceful dreams. Story 11. In the heart of the whispering woods, where silver birches stood like slender sentinels, and the air smelled perpetually of damp moss and honeysuckle, lay the village of Starlight Hollow. Here the days were measured not by clocks, but by the gentle chime of the 7 clock towers scattered throughout the glen, each ringing on the hour with soft, melodic bells that sounded like raindrops falling on crystal petals. The nights were illuminated by thousands of fireflies, and most importantly, by the starlight blooms, flowers that glowed with the soft, silvery light of captured starlight, casting a gentle radiance over cobblestone paths and thatched-roof cottages. It was in this peaceful haven that a young woman named Rowan lived. With eyes the color of forest streams and a heart that listened more than it spoke, Rowan was known for mending broken toys, untangling knotted yarn, and understanding the language of the wind as it rustled through the leaves. She spent her days tending her garden of moon-petal roses and evening primroses, often pausing to watch the children of the village play hopscotch on the cobblestones or chase after the shimmering dust left by passing fairies. But one crisp autumn evening, as the last chime of the clock tower faded into the twilight, something peculiar happened. The starlight blooms, which should have been glowing with their usual soft luminescence, began to flicker. Then one by one they dimmed until the village was plunged into an unnerving darkness, broken only by the faint glimmer of the fireflies and the distant stars. A soft murmur of concern rippled through Starlight Hollow, carried on the breeze that stirred the wind chimes hanging from every porch. The next morning the villagers gathered in the town square, their faces etched with worry. Old Man Hemlock, the keeper of the grand clock tower, shuffled forward, his spectacles perched on the end of his nose. "The stars," he whispered, his voice trembling like the last leaf of autumn. "Last night I counted them through my telescope. 3 are missing from the constellation of the Silver Swan." A hush fell over the crowd. The Silver Swan was the guardian constellation of their village. Its stars were said to bless the starlight blooms with their light. If its stars were vanishing, no wonder the flowers had gone dark. Then young Pip, the baker's son, piped up. "And the creek behind our mill," he said, his voice full of wonder rather than fear. "It's flowing backwards. I dropped a leaf in it, and instead of floating toward the sea, it drifted up toward the misty mountains." Murmurs of astonishment spread. Backwards flowing water. Missing stars. The villagers didn't know what to make of it. But Rowan, standing at the edge of the gathering, felt a spark of curiosity rather than alarm. She noticed how the wind chimes, which usually tinkled randomly, now seemed to play a faint, familiar tune, one she couldn't quite place. That afternoon, Rowan decided to investigate. She began by visiting the grand clock tower, where Old Man Hemlock allowed her to look through his brass telescope. Sure enough, where 3 bright stars should have been in the Silver Swan's wing, there were only empty patches of sky. But as she adjusted the lens, she noticed something odd. The remaining stars seemed to form a pattern she had seen before. It reminded her of an old nursery rhyme her grandmother used to sing. "When the swan loses its light, and the river runs from sea to height, seek the glen where shadows play, at the turning of the day. Follow the chimes, the whispered tune, beneath the light of the honey moon." Rowan recited the rhyme softly, and Old Man Hemlock's eyes widened. "The Glen of Shadows," he exclaimed. "It's a place deep in the whispering woods, but no one has gone there in generations. They say time behaves strangely there." With this first clue nestled in her mind, Rowan set off toward the backwards flowing creek. The water gurgled and splashed, flowing uphill over smooth, moss-covered stones. She knelt and dipped her fingers into the cool current, feeling a strange, tingling energy. As she did, she noticed that the maple trees along the bank, which should have been turning red and gold, were instead bursting with fresh green buds. It was as if time itself was flowing backwards here. Following the creek upstream, Rowan soon came upon the mill, where the great water wheel was turning in reverse, creaking and groaning. Millie, the miller's daughter, was staring at it in bewilderment. "I was grinding flour this morning," she told Rowan, "but instead of flour, the stones produced whole grains again. It's as if the wheat ungrow itself." Rowan smiled gently. "Perhaps it's not a problem but a puzzle," she said. She helped Millie gather the ungrown grains and noticed that some had fallen into a pattern on the floor, a pattern that looked like a map. Using a piece of charcoal, Rowan sketched it onto a piece of parchment. It showed a winding path through the woods, marked by 7 oak trees, each with a symbol carved into its bark. This, she realized, was another clue. But where did it lead? Over the next few days, Rowan followed the map deep into the whispering woods. The wind chimes hanging from the branches seemed to guide her, their gentle tunes growing more distinct the closer she got to the Glen of Shadows. She encountered several red herrings along the way, delightful discoveries that, while not solving the mystery, brought joy and wonder. The first was a patch of color-changing flowers that shifted from blue to violet to silver as she passed. They emitted a soft, humming sound, and when Rowan sat among them, she felt a profound peace, as if all her worries were being gently washed away. She learned that these flowers, called mood blossoms, reflected the emotions of those nearby. Their presence told her that whatever was causing the strange happenings was not born of malice, but of something else, perhaps loneliness or confusion. Further along, she found a family of squirrels gathering acorns that, when cracked open, revealed tiny, glowing pearls inside. The squirrels chattered excitedly, offering her one. When she held it in her palm, it pulsed with a warm light, and she heard a faint, melodic whisper, another fragment of the nursery rhyme. Where the pearls of light are found, time's own heart beats underground. These red herrings, the mood blossoms, the glowing acorns, did not directly lead her to the missing stars, but they filled her journey with magic and reminded her that every mystery holds beauty within its folds. Finally, as the honey-colored moon rose on the third night, Rowan reached the Glen of Shadows. It was a circular clearing surrounded by ancient, towering oaks. In the center stood a stone sundial, but its shadow was pointing in the wrong direction, and the numbers around its edge were backwards. The air here was still and silent, save for the faint, rhythmic sound of a heartbeat coming from beneath the earth. Kneeling by the sundial, Rowan placed the glowing acorn pearl on its surface. The pearl sank into the stone as if it were water, and the sundial began to glow. Then from the earth beneath it, a small, shimmering creature emerged, a time sprite no larger than a squirrel, with wings like spun starlight and eyes that held the depth of centuries. The sprite trembled, looking up at Rowan with a mixture of fear and hope. "I am Alara," it whispered, its voice like the chiming of distant bells. "I am the last of my kind. I was so lonely that I tried to turn back time to when my family was still here. But I only managed to make little pockets of backwards time, and I accidentally pulled the stars from the sky to light my way in the darkness." Rowan's heart swelled with empathy. She reached out a gentle hand, and the time sprite hesitantly perched on her finger. "You don't have to be alone," Rowan said softly. "The whole village would love to know you. But we need the stars back in the sky, and time to flow rightly again. Will you let me help you?" Alara nodded, tears like liquid starlight glistening in her eyes. Together, they worked to undo the magic. Rowan hummed the nursery rhyme, and the wind chimes in the glen echoed the melody. As they did, the reversed flow of time began to right itself. The creek outside the glen resumed its normal course, the mill wheel turned forward again, and the maple leaves returned to their autumn hues. But the stars remained missing. So Rowan led Alara to the highest hill in Starlight Hollow, where the entire village had gathered, holding lanterns and looking up at the sky with hopeful eyes. "Everyone," Rowan announced, her voice carrying on the night breeze. "This is Alara. She was lonely and tried to bring back her family by turning back time. In doing so, she borrowed our stars, but she wants to return them now with our help." The villagers, rather than being angry, felt a wave of compassion for the tiny sprite. They joined hands and began to sing the old nursery rhyme, their voices blending with the chiming of the towers and the rustling of the leaves. As they sang, Alara fluttered into the air, her wings scattering starlight. One by one, the missing stars reappeared in the constellation of the Silver Swan, burning brighter than ever before. Below, the starlight blooms ignited with a soft, radiant glow, illuminating the village once more. But now they pulsed with a new, gentle rhythm, the heartbeat of the time sprite who had decided to make Starlight Hollow her home. From that night on, Alara became the guardian of the village's time, ensuring that the clocks chimed in harmony and the seasons turned as they should. She was no longer lonely, for the children brought her shiny pebbles and told her stories, and the elders shared their wisdom by the fire. The mood blossoms and glowing acorns remained as permanent wonders in the Whispering Woods, reminding everyone that even the strangest happenings could lead to the most wonderful discoveries. And so, in Starlight Hollow, the mystery of the missing stars and backwards time was solved not through fear or force, but through observation, empathy, and the unifying power of a shared song. The gentle rain began to fall, pattering softly on the leaves and rooftops, as the wind chimes played a lullaby of peace, and the clock towers chimed the village into a deep, contented sleep. Under the restored Silver Swan, the community dreamed together, bound closer by the magic they had uncovered and the friendship they had forged. Story 12. In a quiet valley nestled between ancient rolling hills, there was a village where the evenings were long and the hearth fires burned with a particular golden warmth. In this village lived a young boy named Rowan, whose heart was as quiet as the first snowfall and whose eyes held the solemn gray of winter twilight. Rowan felt a hollow space inside him, a loneliness that the cheerful bustle of village life could not quite fill. He was a listener, a watcher, a boy who preferred the company of rustling leaves to boisterous games. His small cottage sat at the very edge of the village, where the cobbled streets gave way to the deep, whispering woods. Each night after his chores were done and the last of the supper dishes were put away, Rowan would sit by the hearth. He would watch the flames dance, their light painting stories on the walls that he could feel but not quite name. It was on one such evening, as an early autumn chill kissed the air, that he noticed something peculiar. Within the pile of firewood his grandfather had split, there was a single, knotted piece of oak. It was unremarkable to look at, gnarled and dark, but as the flames began to lick at its edges, it did not blacken and burn like the others. Instead, it began to glow from within. A soft, pulsing light, the color of warm honey and ripe apricots, emanated from its very core. It was not the fierce, hungry light of the fire, but a gentle, steady ember that held its own quiet luminescence. Fascinated, Rowan waited until the other logs had crumbled to ash and the main fire had died down to a soft, orange glow. Carefully, using the iron poker, he nudged the special piece of wood from the embers. It was cool to the touch, yet it continued to pulse with that soft, inner light. He held it in his hands, and a profound sense of calm washed over him. The hollow space inside him felt, for the first time, not empty, but simply waiting. He took the glowing wood up to his room and placed it on his windowsill. That night he slept more deeply than he had in years, bathed in the gentle, honeyed light that pushed back the shadows without banishing them completely. He dreamed of a path made of fallen leaves, leading deep into the woods, and a feeling of being profoundly, wonderfully found. The next morning the wood was still, its inner light dormant. But that evening, as twilight descended and Rowan lit the single candle on his desk, the wood on the windowsill began to pulse once more, its light synchronizing with the flicker of the candle flame. It was then that Rowan saw it, a tiny, shimmering trail, like a path of suspended fireflies, leading from his windowsill across his garden and into the dark embrace of the woods. His heart beat a little faster. This was a mystery, a gentle summons he felt in his very bones. Pulling on his warmest jacket, its pockets deep and familiar, he picked up the glowing piece of wood. It fit perfectly in his palm, warm and reassuring. He slipped out of his cottage and followed the shimmering path. The woods at night were a symphony of soft sounds. The rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth was a whisper of secrets. The sigh of the wind through the pine needles was a lullaby. The path of light led him onward, over gnarled roots that seemed like sleeping serpents and under archways of intertwined branches. The light from the wood in his hand cast a small, warm pool around him, illuminating velvety mosses and the patient, watching eyes of owls high above. He was not afraid. The loneliness that had been his companion for so long was now a quiet anticipation. After a walk that felt both an eternity and a single breath, the shimmering path led him to the base of an enormous, ancient willow tree. Its branches swept the ground like a curtain of green hair, and from between them spilled a soft, golden light. As Rowan approached, the branches seemed to part for him, not with a creak of wood, but with a sound like pages of a beloved book being gently turned. He stepped through, and the world changed. He found himself in a circular clearing, but it was like no clearing he had ever seen. The air itself was warmer, smelling of damp earth, sweet clover, and baking bread. The source of the light was thousands of tiny, glowing fungi that clung to the tree roots and mossy stones, pulsing with the same gentle rhythm as the wood in his hand. In the center of the clearing sat a small, fur-covered creature, no taller than Rowan's knee. It had large, luminous eyes, the color of amber, and ears that twitched with every tiny sound. It was stoking a miniature, smokeless fire with a look of deep concentration. The creature looked up, and its eyes widened, not in fear, but in curiosity. "You found the hearth ember," it said, its voice like the chime of a small, crystal bell. "I wondered who it would call." Rowan, his own voice a soft rustle, replied, "I am Rowan. What is this place?" "This is the Glimmerwood," the creature said, gesturing around with a tiny, three-fingered hand. "A place for those who listen more than they speak. I am Pip." Pip tilted its head. "The hearth ember only glows for someone whose own inner light is quiet but needs a little kindling. It called you here because you are needed, and because I think you need to be here." Pip explained that the Glimmerwood was a hidden heart of the forest, a place of balance and gentle magic. Its light, the collective glow of the fungi in the central fire, was fed by stories, by kindness, and by quiet joys. But lately a slow, creeping shadow had been dimming the light. A silence was falling over the Glimmerwood, a stillness that was not peaceful but sad. The stories were being forgotten, the small joys were fading, and the light was dwindling. "The shadow has no name," Pip said, its amber eyes solemn. "It is not a monster to be fought, it is a forgetting, it is the cold that comes when warmth is neglected. The hearth ember is a piece of the first fire, a spark of pure connection. It can rekindle what has been lost, but it cannot do it alone. It needs a bearer, a heart that understands quietness." Rowan looked down at the warm, pulsing wood in his hand. He understood quietness. He understood the hollow feeling of being overlooked, of stories untold. He looked at Pip, this small, earnest creature who had not questioned his presence, but had simply accepted it. The first tendrils of an unexpected friendship began to wrap around his heart, warm and strong. "What must I do?" Rowan asked. Pip's face brightened. "We must journey to the Heartstone at the very center of the Glimmerwood. There, the light of the ember can be shared and the shadow can be pushed back. But the journey will change you, Rowan. As fire transforms wood, this path will transform you." And so their journey began. The Glimmerwood was a world within a world. They walked paths of silver moss that muffled their footsteps. They crossed streams on bridges woven from living roots, where fish that glimmered like captured moonlight swam in the clear water. Pip was a knowledgeable guide, pointing out whispering flowers that repeated snippets of old songs and trees that hummed with a deep, vibrational music. But they also saw the shadow. In patches, the glowing fungi were dim, their light faltering. The air in these spots was colder, and the sounds of the wood were muted. It was in one such patch that they encountered their first challenge. A family of glass-winged butterflies, whose wings usually scattered prismatic light, were huddled together, their wings dull and gray. They were trembling not from cold, but from a deep, shared sorrow. A beloved elder of their flutter had passed on, and with her, the story of their migration song had been lost. They had forgotten how to sing themselves home. Pip looked at Rowan, a question in its large eyes. Rowan felt a nervous flutter in his own stomach. He was not a speaker. But he looked at the hearth ember in his hand, its light steady and warm. He thought of his grandfather, who had taught him the names of the stars and the stories of the constellations. He had listened, and he remembered. He knelt down, his voice hesitant at first. I don't know your song," he said to the butterflies. "But I know a story about the stars. My grandfather told me that when we lose someone, their light becomes a new star, to guide us when we are lost." He began to speak softly, weaving the tale his grandfather had told him. He described the great, dark blanket of the night, and how the first star was lit by a love so strong it could not be extinguished. As he spoke, he felt the hearth ember grow warmer. A tiny spark, no bigger than a dust mote, floated from the wood and landed on the wing of the smallest butterfly. The butterfly's wings shimmered, regaining a sliver of its brilliant blue. Then a soft, humming note emerged from the little creature. It was a single, clear tone. Another butterfly joined in, then another, until a new, hesitant, but beautiful song filled the silent patch. The gray receded from their wings, replaced by a cascade of color. The fungi around them brightened, their glow strengthening. The shadow had been pushed back, not by force, but by a shared memory, a story given freely. Rowan felt a warmth spread through his chest that had nothing to do with the ember. He had shared a piece of himself, and it had helped. The hollow space inside him felt a little smaller. Their journey continued, and with each challenge, Rowan found his voice. They met a badger who had forgotten the secret to its labyrinthine tunnels. Rowan sat with it in quiet companionship, and as the ember glowed, he realized the badger wasn't lost, it was lonely. He didn't give it directions, he simply listened to its rumbling tales of the earth, and in the telling, the badger remembered its own way. They found a grove of singing saplings whose leaves were silent. Rowan, remembering the songs his mother used to hum while kneading dough, hummed one softly. The ember pulsed, and the saplings, in their woody, slow way, began to vibrate with a new, simple melody. Each act was small. A kind word. A shared silence. A remembered story. But each one fed the light of the glimmerwood. The ember in Rowan's hand burned brighter and steadier with each step, and he himself felt transformed. The quiet boy was still there, but his quiet was no longer a wall, it had become a bridge. His friendship with Pip deepened with every shared hardship and every small victory. They learned to communicate with looks and gestures, their bond a silent, steady warmth that needed no grand declarations. Finally, after what felt like both a long pilgrimage and a single, beautiful dream, they reached the center of the Glimmerwood. It was a wide, circular space dominated by a large, smooth stone that looked like a dormant volcano. This was the Heartstone, but it was dark and cold. The shadow here was thickest, a palpable stillness that felt heavy and old. "This is it," Pip whispered, its small voice barely disturbing the silence. The ember must touch the stone. Rowan approached the hearthstone. The air was so still. He placed his hand and the hearth ember against the cold, dark rock. For a moment, nothing happened. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Had it all been for nothing? But then he thought of the journey. He thought of the glass-winged butterflies finding their song, the badger remembering its path, the saplings learning a new tune. He thought of Pip's unwavering faith. He thought of the warmth of his own hearth and the love of his family that he had always carried with him, even when he felt alone. He poured all of these feelings, these small, authentic moments of connection, into the ember. A crack appeared in the hearthstone, a thin line of brilliant gold. Then another and another. The light spilled out, not in an explosion, but in a slow, gentle wave. It washed over the stone, over Rowan and Pip, and outwards through the entire Glimmerwood. The shadow did not flee in terror, it simply dissolved like mist under the morning sun. The thousands of glowing fungi blazed with renewed light, their pulsing rhythm becoming a strong, steady heartbeat. The air itself seemed to sigh with relief, filling with the returned music of the forest, the hum of the trees, the chime of the streams, the whisper of the leaves. The hearth ember in Rowan's hand was no longer a piece of wood. It had transformed into a smooth, warm stone that glowed with a constant, gentle light, a tiny, permanent piece of the hearthstone's fire. Pip looked at him, its amber eyes shining with unshed tears of joy. "You did it, Rowan. You remembered for us all." Rowan smiled, a true, deep smile that reached his eyes. The hollow space was gone, filled to the brim with the warmth of friendship and the quiet confidence he had found on his journey. He had been transformed from a boy who felt the world's silence to one who understood its music. The journey back was a celebration. Every creature they had helped greeted them, their lights brighter, their songs clearer. When they finally reached the weeping willow that was the gateway, Rowan felt a pang of sadness. He knelt down to Pip. "Will I see you again?" he asked, his voice thick with emotion. Pip placed a small hand on his. "The Glimmerwood is always here, Rowan, for those who know how to look, and you carry its light with you now." It gestured to the warm stone in his hand. "Whenever you share a story, whenever you offer a kindness, you will be stoking this fire. And on quiet nights, when your own hearth is burning, you will feel us, and we will feel you." With a final warm embrace, Rowan stepped back through the willow branches. He found himself standing at the edge of the woods, the familiar lights of his village twinkling in the distance. The night was cold, but he was warm. He looked at the stone in his hand, its steady glow a comforting presence. He returned to his cottage and climbed the stairs to his room. He placed the glowing stone on his windowsill, where the piece of wood had once been. It cast the same honeyed light, but now it felt like a part of him. He crawled into bed, the gentle light bathing his room. As he drifted to sleep, he knew the story was not over. It was simply changing, like the seasons, like the flames in a hearth. He had gone on a journey and found a hidden world. He had made an unexpected friend. He had solved a gentle mystery not with clues, but with compassion. And he had grown, his own spirit burning steady and true, a quiet light that would never be extinguished. And in the Glimmerwood, deep in the heart of the forest, a small, fur-covered creature sat by its central fire, smiling. It looked up towards the human village, and with a contented sigh, added another log to the flames, knowing that somewhere a boy was sleeping peacefully, his dreams full of light and friendship, his heart a forever burning ember in the great, warm hearth of the world. The fire crackled, the fungi pulsed, and the forest settled into a deep, restorative, and peaceful slumber. Story 13. In the heart of the whispering woods, where moonlight fell in silver pools and the air hummed with ancient secrets, there stood a forest that never truly slept. By day it was a cathedral of green and gold, but by night it transformed into a realm of soft glows and murmured wisdom. It was a place where the trees spoke in rustles, the streams sang in bubbling melodies, and the stones remembered stories older than time. On one such velvet evening, when the stars were particularly bright and the air carried the crisp scent of approaching autumn, a young fox with fur the color of burnt amber crept through the undergrowth. His name was Rowan, and though he was clever and quick, his heart often felt restless. He had heard tales of a place deep within the woods, a starlit clearing where the magic of the seasons was woven together, and where an elder known as the grandmother oak held the wisdom of the turning world. Rowan's journey began beside a brook that chattered over smooth, mossy stones. The water's voice was a constant, soothing babble, punctuated by the gentle plip-plop of droplets falling from overhanging ferns. As he walked, he noticed tiny, bioluminescent fungi glowing like scattered embers along the roots of the trees. They pulsed softly, casting a blue-green light that guided his paws. Above, the leaves whispered to one another in a language only they understood, a soft shushing sound that spoke of change and patience. It wasn't long before Rowan met his first guide, a badger named Thistle, whose coat was silvered with age and whose eyes held the calm of countless cycles. Thistle was digging for roots near a patch of moon-pale mushrooms, his movements slow and deliberate. "You move with purpose, little one," Thistle rumbled, his voice like stones shifting deep underground. "But your steps are hurried, the night is not a thing to be rushed." Rowan paused, his ears twitching. "I seek the grandmother oak," he confessed. "They say she understands the secret language of the forest, the way the trees breathe, the way the stones remember, the way the streams carry stories." Thistle nodded slowly. "She does, but the path to her is not taken in haste. Listen." He lifted a paw, and the forest seemed to hush. "Hear the wind combing through the pine needles, that is the forest breathing. Feel the cool damp of the moss beneath your pads, that is the earth dreaming. To understand the grandmother, you must first understand the small things." So Rowan sat beside the badger and listened. He heard the rhythmic chirring of crickets, the distant hoot of an owl, the delicate rustle of a harvest mouse moving through dried leaves. He watched as fireflies began to blink in the shadows, their lights flickering like tiny stars come down to dance. And for the first time he felt the forest not as a place to move through, but as a living, breathing companion. With Thistle's blessing, Rowan continued on, now walking with more care, his senses wide open. He came to a part of the woods where the trees grew thick and tall, their canopies woven so tightly that only slender threads of moonlight slipped through. Here the air was cool and carried the rich, earthy scent of decaying leaves and damp bark. A soft rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle shower that pattered against the leaves like 1,000 tiny drums. Rowan sheltered beneath the broad boughs of a cedar, listening to the rain's melody and feeling a deep sense of peace. It was there that he met Luna, a silver-furred moth with wings dusted in something that shimmered like crushed pearls. She fluttered down and alighted on a fern beside him. "You are close," she whispered, her voice like the rustle of silk. "The grandmother oak waits in the starlit clearing, just beyond the Stonesinger's Creek, but the creek does not allow passage to those who do not understand its song." Rowan tilted his head. "How do I learn its song?" Luna's antennae twitched. "You must listen not with your ears alone, but with your heart. The water speaks of letting go, of flowing onward, of renewal. It teaches that even the sharpest stones are smoothed by time and trust." Guided by Luna's soft glow, Rowan made his way to the creek. It was wider than he expected, and its waters moved with a quiet, powerful grace. Smooth, dark stones lined its bed, and as the moonlight touched the surface, it looked as though the creek were flowing with liquid silver. Rowan sat on the bank and did as Luna advised. He listened. At first, he heard only the water's constant murmur. But as he let his breathing slow and his thoughts still, he began to hear more. The creek was singing a low, soothing song. It sang of snow melting in the high peaks, of rain soaking into the thirsty soil, of roots drinking deeply and leaves unfurling. It sang of journeys both long and short, and of how every ending is a beginning in disguise. And as Rowan listened, something shifted within him. The restlessness that had driven him began to soften, replaced by a quiet understanding. He stepped into the creek, not fighting its flow, but moving with it. The water swirled around his legs, cool and gentle, and he felt the smooth, ancient stones beneath his paws. He had crossed. On the other side, the trees thinned, and Rowan stepped into the starlit clearing. It was more beautiful than any story had described. The clearing was a wide circle of soft, dewy grass, and in its center stood the grandmother oak, a tree so vast and ancient that her branches seemed to hold up the sky. Her bark was deeply furrowed, like the lines on a wise face, and silvery moss draped her limbs. All around, the bioluminescent fungi glowed in patterns that mirrored the constellations above, and the air itself seemed to shimmer with a soft, golden light. Beneath the grandmother's boughs sat an owl with feathers the color of twilight. Her eyes were large and luminous, and when she blinked, it was like watching slow-moving stars. "You have arrived, little traveler," the owl said, her voice a soft, resonant whisper. "I am Alara, keeper of this clearing. The grandmother has been expecting you." Rowan approached slowly, his heart full of reverence. "I've come to learn," he said softly. "To understand the magic of the forest, the way things rest and renew." Alara nodded. "Then listen and watch." As if in response, the grandmother oak began to hum, a low, vibrational sound that Rowan felt more than heard. It was the voice of the tree, a sound woven from centuries of seasons. The oak's leaves rustled, though there was no wind, and they began to release a soft, golden light that drifted down like pollen. It settled on Rowan's fur, warm and soothing. "The forest knows that to grow, one must sometimes rest," Alara explained. "The trees shed their leaves not because they are tired, but because they are wise. They make space for silence, for dreams, for the quiet work of roots in the dark earth. The streams slow to a trickle in the cold months, not because they are weak, but because they are saving their strength for the spring. Even the stones, which seem unchanging, are constantly being shaped, by rain, by roots, by time." Rowan watched as the clearing seemed to cycle through the seasons before his eyes. The grass shimmered with frost, then melted into spring green. Flowers bloomed and faded, leaves turned gold and fell, and soft snow dusted the ground, all in a gentle, seamless dance of light and shadow. "I see now," Rowan whispered. "The magic isn't in resisting change, but in flowing with it." Alara's eyes gleamed. "Yes, just as you learn to cross the creek by moving with its current, so too must we learn to move with the cycles of our lives. Rest is not idleness, it is the quiet space where new growth begins. Renewal is not a sudden burst, but a slow, steady turning, like the earth toward the sun." Rowan sat there for a long time, watching the play of light and shadow, listening to the forest's nighttime symphony, the whisper of leaves, the murmur of the distant creek, the soft call of moths dancing in the moonbeams. He felt the grandmother's deep, steady presence, like a heartbeat at the center of the world. When at last he rose to leave, he felt different, lighter, yet more grounded. The restlessness had been replaced by a deep, abiding peace. Alara nodded to him. "Remember what you have learned here, carry it with you, and share it when others are lost. The forest's wisdom is for all who listen." Rowan made his way back through the woods, his steps slow and sure. The rain had ceased, and the air was fresh and clean. The bioluminescent fungi still glowed along his path, and the fireflies danced around him like living stars. He crossed the Stone Singer's Creek without hesitation, his heart in tune with its song. When he reached his den near the edge of the woods, the first hints of dawn were tinting the sky. He curled up on a bed of soft moss and dry leaves, listening to the morning birds begin their chorus. And as he drifted into a deep, restful sleep, he knew that he was part of something vast and beautiful, a world where every ending was a beginning, every rest a renewal, and every creature, no matter how small, held a spark of the forest's eternal magic. And high above, the stars continued to shine, weaving their silent stories into the endless, turning night. Story 14. The old house on Willow Lane had always held secrets, but none so precious as the one waiting in the attic. It was there, on a rainy afternoon when the world outside seemed wrapped in gray velvet, that a young girl named Clara discovered something extraordinary. Tap, tap, tap went the rain against the circular window, a gentle percussion to accompany her exploration. Dust motes danced in the slanted light, swirling like tiny fairies as Clara pushed aside a moth-eaten curtain. The attic smelled of cedar and forgotten summers, of dried lavender and old books. In the farthest corner, beneath a stack of quilts that whispered of generations, her fingers brushed against cold metal. It was a compass, but unlike any she had ever seen. Instead of pointing north, its single needle quivered toward the bearer's own heart. The brass case was etched with constellations she didn't recognize, and when she held it to her ear, she heard the faintest chime, like distant bells ringing beneath the sea. "Now what strange magic is this?" she whispered to the dusty air. The compass seemed to warm in her hand, and its needle spun once before settling again on her chest. Clara understood, in that quiet way children understand impossible things, that this wasn't meant to guide her across oceans or through forests, but somewhere far more mysterious, into the landscape of her own courage. That night, as wind sighed through the willow trees outside her window, the compass began to glow with a soft, buttery light. Clara sat up in bed, watching as the constellations on its surface detached themselves and swam through the air, forming a shimmering path that led right through her bedroom wall. "Well," she said to her purring cat, "I suppose we ought to see where it goes." With the compass held firmly in one hand and her cat padding silently behind, Clara stepped through the wall and found herself in a wood where the trees had silver bark and leaves that chimed like crystal when they brushed together. The air smelled of cinnamon and cold starlight. "First time?" asked a voice from above. Clara looked up to find an owl with spectacles perched on a low-hanging branch. His feathers were the color of parchment, and he blinked his enormous eyes with academic curiosity. "I suppose it is," Clara admitted. "My compass brought me here." "Ah, the heart's compass." The owl adjusted his spectacles with a wingtip. "It only appears when someone is ready to find what they've been searching for inside themselves. I'm Professor Alastair, by the way. I study courage, theoretical applications, mostly." Clara's cat rubbed against her legs, purring like a tiny engine. "What am I meant to find here?" "That depends entirely on what your heart needs," the owl said wisely. "The compass will guide you, but the journey is yours to make. I'd offer to accompany you, but my wings are feeling rather scholarly tonight, however." He hooted softly. "You'll want to speak with Hemlock. He knows these woods better than anyone." "Where might I find him?" "Follow the path of moonflowers," the owl instructed. "They bloom only for those traveling inward, and listen for the sound of grumbling. Hemlock does love a good complaint." Clara thanked the owl and continued along the shimmering path, her cat trailing behind. True to Professor Alastair's words, moonflowers began to unfurl beside the path, their petals glowing with soft luminescence. Their fragrance was like vanilla and night-blooming jasmine. Before long, she heard exactly what the owl had described, a steady stream of grumbles coming from a thicket of singing ferns. "I'm too old for this," muttered the voice. "My roots ache, my leaves are drooping, and nobody appreciates the difficulty of being perennial." Pushing aside the ferns, which hummed a gentle melody as she passed, Clara discovered a hedgehog wearing a tiny waistcoat and looking thoroughly put upon. He was attempting to roll an acorn up a small hill, sighing dramatically with each failed attempt. "Excuse me," Clara said softly. "Are you Hemlock?" The hedgehog startled, then straightened his waistcoat. I am, and you're another seeker, I suppose. They always come through here when the moonflowers bloom. He gestured with a paw toward his acorn. I've been trying to get this to the top for 3 nights running. It keeps rolling back down. Perhaps I could help, Clara offered. Hemlock sniffed. Everyone offers help, but help requires understanding, and understanding requires patience, and patience requires... Oh bother, I've forgotten what patience requires. Clara sat beside him, placing the compass on the mossy ground. Its needle still pointed steadily at her heart. Her cat curled up nearby, watching with half-closed eyes. Maybe, Clara said after a moment's thought, the hill is too steep for rolling. What if we carried it together? Hemlock's bristly face softened. Carry it, but it's an acorn, it's meant to be rolled. Sometimes, Clara said gently, things aren't meant to be done the way they've always been done. So together they lifted the acorn, Clara with her hands, Hemlock with surprising strength for his size, and carried it up the hill. At the top, they placed it gently in a small hollow where it sat perfectly content. Well, Hemlock said, dusting off his paws. That was different, thank you. He peered at the compass. I see you have the heart's guide. It brought you to me for a reason, I suppose. What reason might that be? To learn that sometimes the direct path isn't the kindest one, Hemlock said. And that helping others along your journey isn't a distraction, it's part of the journey itself. He bowed slightly. You'll need that understanding where you're going. Where am I going? Clara asked. The Valley of Whispers, Hemlock said gravely. Where thoughts become echoes and fears take shape. The compass will guide you through, but only if you remember what you just learned. The path beyond Hemlock's Hill descended into a misty valley where the air felt thick as soup. Strange, shimmering forms floated at the edges of vision, and every few steps Clara would hear her own worries whispered back to her. What if I'm not brave enough? What if I get lost? What if I can't find my way home? Her cat pressed close against her legs, purring louder now, a steady vibration of comfort. Clara held the compass before her like a lantern, its gentle light pushing back the mist. In the center of the valley stood a bridge made of woven shadows, and beneath it flowed a river of liquid starlight. The bridge swayed and shifted, its form never quite solid. A test of trust, murmured a voice from the riverbank. A otter with a fisherman's cap sat there, polishing a smooth stone with her paws. The murmuring bridge reflects whatever you bring to it. Clara approached the bridge cautiously. With each step, it seemed to grow more insubstantial. How do I cross something that isn't really there? The otter chuckled, a sound like water skipping over stones. It's as real as you believe it to be. That's the secret of this place, and of that compass you're holding. Clara looked down at the heart's compass. Its needle quivered, then spun in a slow circle before pointing firmly at the bridge. She took a deep breath, remembering what she'd learned from Hemlock, that sometimes the direct approach wasn't the right one. Instead of trying to cross immediately, she sat at the river's edge beside the otter. The starlight water gurgled softly, and occasionally a fish made of pure light would leap and shimmer before disappearing beneath the surface. What's your name? Clara asked the otter. Maris, she said. I keep watch here. Most people try to rush across the bridge. They fail, of course. The bridge doesn't respond to hurry. She patted the ground beside her. Sit a while, listen to the river. It tells wonderful stories. So Clara sat, her cat curling in her lap, and listened. The river's whispers slowly resolved into tales of other travelers, of a boy who'd crossed by singing his fears away, of a girl who'd built the bridge stronger with every kind word she remembered being told. After what felt like both moments and hours, Clara understood. She stood and approached the bridge again, but this time she didn't try to cross. Instead, she began to speak aloud all the kind things she could remember. Her grandmother telling her she was brave, her teacher praising her patience, her father calling her his clever girl. With each memory, the bridge grew more solid, until it stood firm and shimmering, strong enough to cross. Maris the otter clapped her paws softly. "Well done, you've learned the bridge's lesson. We cross our fears not by fighting them, but by remembering what makes us strong." The path beyond the valley led to a garden where flowers bloomed in every color imaginable, their petals soft as velvet. At the center stood a gazebo woven from living willow, and within it sat a woman who seemed made of starlight and memory. "Hello, Clara," the woman said, her voice like wind through pine trees. "You've journeyed well." "Who are you?" Clara asked. "The keeper of what you seek," she said. "Or perhaps I'm the part of you that already knows what your heart has been trying to remember." The compass in Clara's hand grew warm, its needle spinning wildly before pointing at the woman, and then at Clara herself. "The journey measured by the heart's compass is never long in miles," the woman said, "but often vast in understanding. You've learned that help given is never wasted, that patience reveals what hurry obscures, and that our strengths are built from the kindness others have shown us." She gestured, and the compass floated from Clara's hand, hovering between them. "Now, what will you do with these understandings?" Clara thought of the attic where she'd found the compass, of her ordinary life with its ordinary challenges, the school presentation that frightened her, the friendship that needed mending, the new skill she'd been too nervous to try. "I think," Clara said slowly, "the compass wasn't meant to take me to a magical place, but to help me bring magic back to my ordinary world." The Starlight woman smiled, and the entire garden seemed to brighten. "Exactly so. The greatest adventures aren't those that take us far from home, but those that help us return there differently." The compass returned to Clara's hand, its glow softening to a gentle pulse. Around her, the magical world began to fade, not disappearing, but receding like a pleasant dream upon waking. She found herself back in her bedroom, the first light of dawn painting the walls in pastel colors. Her cat stretched on the rug, blinking sleepily. The compass rested on her bedside table, its brass case cool and silent. But something had changed. Clara could feel it, a quiet confidence that hadn't been there before, understanding that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the willingness to move forward anyway. She knew now that help was always available if she had the wisdom to recognize it, and that sometimes the kindest thing she could do was accept assistance with grace. Throughout the day that followed, ordinary moments seemed touched with extraordinary magic. When her friend apologized for their quarrel, Clara remembered the murmuring bridge and responded with understanding. When faced with a difficult task, she recalled carrying the acorn with hemlock and asked for help without embarrassment. And when fear whispered in her ear, she listened to the memory of kind words instead. That evening, as firelight danced in the hearth and wind rustled the willow branches outside, Clara took the compass from her bedside table. It no longer glowed or chimed, but when she held it, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her palm. Her cat jumped onto the bed, purring as he nudged her hand. "You know," Clara told him, "I think the magic was never in the compass at all. It was just a reminder of what was already inside me." The cat blinked slowly as if in agreement, and settled beside her as she gazed into the flames, remembering a wood with silver trees, a grumbling hedgehog, a bridge of woven light, and a garden where understanding bloomed like flowers. And in that cozy room, with the fire crackling and the wind singing softly through the trees, Clara understood the greatest secret of all, that the most extraordinary adventures begin not with a journey outward, but with the courage to travel inward, guided always by the compass of a kind and willing heart. Story 15. Story 15. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a gentle valley where the river hummed lullabies and the wind carried the scent of honeyed meadows. Every evening, just as the sun dipped behind the whispering woods, the village clock tower would chime 7 times, and the first stars would emerge to dance in the twilight. But tonight, something was amiss. Finn, the village stargazer and mender of broken things, noticed it first. He sat on his cobblestone doorstep, his wool blanket pulled tight around his shoulders, a cup of chamomile tea steaming in his hands. The sky, usually a tapestry of familiar constellations, felt incomplete. The silver dipper, which always hung just above the old oak tree, was missing its handle. The swan's graceful neck had vanished, leaving only scattered feathers of light. It was as though someone had plucked the stars right out of the heavens, leaving gaps in the celestial storybook. Finn was a quiet soul, with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a heart that listened more than it spoke. He didn't panic. Instead, he observed. He noticed how the fireflies seemed to cluster in the empty patches of sky, as if trying to fill the void with their earthly glow. He noticed how the wind chimes hanging outside the bakery played a melancholy tune, one note short of their usual melody. The next morning, the village awoke to another peculiarity. Old maps carefully preserved in the library's cedar chest had changed overnight. The Inkwell River, which was supposed to flow south, now curved north on the parchment. The hills were drawn where the valleys should be, and the valleys where the hills once stood. It was as if the land itself had turned inside out on paper, though outside Finn's window, the world remained just as it had always been. Then came the third oddity. The moonflowers in Alara's garden, which usually bloomed a soft, luminous white under the moonlight, now shimmered in shades of dawn, pink, gold, and lavender, even in the bright afternoon sun. Their fragrance, normally a subtle night perfume, now smelled of rain-soaked earth and forgotten memories. The villagers murmured over steaming mugs in the tea-house, their voices a soft murmur beneath the gentle patter of rain against the window panes. Some blamed restless forest spirits. Others whispered of a witch's prank. But Finn simply listened, his gaze drifting to the children playing hopscotch in the square, their cheerful rhymes drifting through the damp air. One rhyme in particular caught his attention, a skipping song the children had sung for generations. When the dipper loses its silver stream, and the maps forget where they've always been. When the moonflower wears the colors of day, the dreamweaver's heart has gone astray. Finn repeated the words softly, his brow furrowed. The Dreamweaver. He'd heard that name in his grandmother's stories, a gentle being who wove dreams from starlight and memories, who lived in a hidden glen where time flowed like a lazy river. Could the Dreamweaver be connected to these strange events? He decided to visit the oldest resident of Willowbrook, a woman named Hazel who lived in a cottage surrounded by wind chimes and wisdom. Her home was filled with the scent of drying lavender and the soft tick-tock of countless clocks. Hazel, Finn began, settling into a worn armchair by her hearth. The stars are vanishing, the maps are confused, and the moonflowers are blooming in daylight colors. The children sing of the Dreamweaver, do you think? Hazel's eyes, though clouded with age, sparkled with knowing. The Dreamweaver is no myth, Finn. She tends to the dreams of all living things, but her heart is a fragile thing, a crystal that reflects the happiness of others. If she is sad or lost, her magic falters, and the world of dreams and reality begins to blur. But how do we find her? Finn asked, his voice gentle. Hazel smiled. Follow the stars that remain. They will guide you. But remember, the path to the Dreamweaver is not marked on any map. It is felt in the heart. That evening, Finn packed a satchel with a loaf of honey bread, a flask of spiced tea, and his grandmother's star chart. He set out into the whispering woods, where the trees leaned close as if sharing secrets, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and possibility. Above, the fragmented constellations glimmered weakly, but one star, the brightest of the swan's tail, shone with unusual intensity. Finn decided to follow it. His first clue came when he stumbled upon a clearing where the rain fell upward, droplets rising toward the sky like tiny, weightless pearls. It was a red herring, a delightful, puzzling phenomenon that made him laugh aloud. But as he watched, he noticed the droplets formed a pattern, the same pattern as the missing handle of the silver dipper. He sketched it in his journal, his curiosity piqued rather than frustrated. Deeper in the woods, he found a stream that flowed backward, carrying autumn leaves toward the mountains instead of the sea. Another red herring, but as he knelt by its banks, he saw something glimmering beneath the water, an old locket, tarnished and forgotten. Inside was a tiny painting of a woman with kind eyes and a smile that felt familiar. He tucked it into his pocket, sensing it was important. The forest grew darker, but Finn was not afraid. The sounds of the night were a comfort, the distant chime of Willowbrook's clock tower, the rustle of badgers in the underbrush, the soft hoot of an owl keeping time with his footsteps. He followed the bright star until he reached a grove where the trees formed a perfect circle, their branches intertwined like clasped hands. In the center of the grove sat a small, sorrowful figure, the Dreamweaver. She was weaving a tapestry of starlight on a loom made of moonbeams, but her movements were slow, her shoulders slumped. Her heart, a pulsing crystal resting on a mossy stone beside her, was dim and clouded. Finn approached softly, not wanting to startle her. "I've been looking for you," he said, his voice as gentle as the rain now falling normally around them. The Dreamweaver looked up, her eyes like twin pools of twilight. "I've been lost," she whispered. "I cannot remember the patterns. The stars are fading from the sky because I cannot remember where they belong. The maps are confused because I've forgotten the shape of the world. And the flowers, they wear the colors of my confusion." Finn sat beside her, offering the honey bread and spiced tea. As they shared the simple meal, he listened to her story. She had been weaving a particularly beautiful dream for a child in Willowbrook, a dream of flying among the constellations, when she had suddenly remembered a loneliness so profound it had clouded her heart. She had forgotten that her own joy was woven from the joy of others. "I think this belongs to you," Finn said, handing her the locket he'd found in the backward-flowing stream. The Dreamweaver's eyes filled with tears of recognition. "My mother," she breathed. "She was the previous Dreamweaver. I lost this locket ages ago when I was still learning to weave. I thought I had forgotten her face." As she clasped the locket around her neck, her heart crystal began to clear, glowing with a soft, steady light. But it was not yet fully restored. "The children's rhyme," Finn said thoughtfully. "It says the Dreamweaver's heart has gone astray, but how do we help it find its way home?" The Dreamweaver smiled faintly. "The heart finds its way through connection, through shared memories and kindness." Then Finn remembered the star chart his grandmother had given him, a map of the heavens, but also a map of stories. Each constellation was tied to a tale from Willowbrook's past. The Silver Dipper, for instance, was born from the story of a young girl who shared her water with a thirsty traveler during a long drought. The Swan was born from the tale of two lovers who promised to watch over each other, even when apart. "We need to remind the stars of their stories," Finn said, his voice filled with sudden certainty. "And we need the whole village to help." So through the night, Finn and the Dreamweaver worked together. Finn used his knowledge of the stars and stories, while the Dreamweaver began to weave again, her movements growing more confident as her heart brightened. They sent fireflies carrying messages to the village, tiny, glowing pleas for help. One by one, the villagers awoke and gathered in the square, guided by the fireflies. They brought lanterns and blankets, and under Finn's direction, they began to tell stories, the old tales behind each constellation. A grandmother recounted the legend of the Silver Dipper. A young couple retold the romance of the Swan. Children acted out the tale of the Dancing Bear constellation, their laughter ringing like bells in the night. With each story, a missing star flickered back into place above. The dreamweaver, listening from her grove, wove the tales into her tapestry, her heart glowing brighter with every shared memory. The wind chimes in the village began to play their complete melody again, and the moonflowers in Alara's garden softened to their proper luminous white. By the time the clock tower chimed 7 the next evening, the sky was whole again, more vibrant than ever, as though polished by the collective joy of the village. The maps in the library had righted themselves, though now they included a new, gentle path leading to the Dreamweaver's grove, a path marked by kindness. The Dreamweaver's heart was fully restored, shining like a captured star. She promised to remember that she was never alone, that her magic was fed by the stories and dreams of the community. Finn returned to Willowbrook as the first stars began to twinkle, the gentle rain washing the world clean. The villagers greeted him with warm smiles and cups of hot cider. They had not only solved the mystery, but had rediscovered the bonds that held them together. That night, as everyone drifted to sleep, their dreams were particularly vivid and sweet, woven with starlight and the comforting certainty that they were part of something larger than themselves. And Finn, curled in his favorite chair by the fire, watched the constellations through his window, each one a reminder that even when things seem lost, they can be found again through empathy, observation, and the gentle strength of a caring heart. The fire crackled softly, the clock tower chimed the hour, and somewhere in the whispering woods, the Dreamweaver hummed a lullaby, her heart glowing in rhythm with the village's peaceful slumber. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled between ancient oaks and silver-barked birches, lay the village of Elderwood Hollow. Here, cobblestone streets wound like ribbons between cottages with thatched roofs, each window glowing with the warm light of lanterns. Wind chimes made of seashells and polished stones sang soft melodies in the evening breeze, and the gentle patter of rain on leaves was as familiar as a lullaby. At the center of the village stood a great clock tower, its chimes marking the hours with a deep, resonant tone that seemed to hug the village in a blanket of time. The people of Elderwood Hollow were a gentle folk, known for their kindness and their love of stories. They tended glowing gardens where flowers hummed when the moon rose and trees that shed leaves like falling stars. But lately something peculiar had begun to happen, something that set the village whispering behind closed doors. Every night, just as the clock tower struck 10, a single star would vanish from the sky. It began subtly. Old Finn, who loved to stargaze from his rocking chair on the porch, was the first to notice. "The swan is missing a wing tip," he murmured one evening, pointing a gnarled finger at the heavens. Then young Alara, who spent her evenings sketching constellations on parchment, realized the crown had lost its central jewel. Night after night, another star winked out, leaving behind a tiny void in the tapestry of the night. The village was not frightened, but deeply intrigued. Where were the stars going? And why? In a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, where the scent of cinnamon and baking bread always lingered, lived a young baker named Rowan. Rowan had a way of noticing things others overlooked, the way honey drizzled just so on a scone, or how the morning dew clung to spiderwebs like tiny diamonds. She was known for her empathy, often leaving baskets of warm muffins on the doorsteps of those who seemed sad or lonely. One evening, as Rowan was closing her bakery, she overheard two children singing an old nursery rhyme near the clock tower. "When the clock strikes 10, hold your breath and count again, for a star may slip from the sky so deep, where the silver river does not sleep. Find the map the moonbeams keep, and mind the guardian who does not weep." Rowan paused, her flower-dusted hands stilling. She had heard the rhyme before, sung by generations of village children, but never thought much of it. Now, with the stars disappearing exactly at 10 o'clock, the words seemed to shimmer with hidden meaning. That night, as the clock tower began its deep, resonant count to 10, Rowan stepped into her garden and watched the sky. True to the rhyme, as the final chime faded into the night, a tiny star from the constellation of the Lyre flickered and vanished. A soft sigh seemed to ripple through the woods. Determined to solve the mystery, Rowan decided to seek the map the moonbeams keep. She recalled an old tale about a pool in the heart of the woods where moonbeams gathered on windless nights, painting liquid silver on the water's surface. Perhaps there a clue could be found. The next evening, armed with a lantern and a basket of gingerbread cookies, for courage and for sharing, Rowan ventured into the whispering woods. The trees seemed to lean in, their leaves rustling secrets. Fireflies blinked like earthbound stars, and the distant sound of the silver river, which flowed backward every full moon, hummed a gentle tune. After a time, she found the pool, its surface so still it looked like a mirror to another world. As the moon rose, beams of light drifted down, settling on the water until it glowed. And there, on the shimmering surface, patterns emerged, not a map of places, but of stars, swirling and shifting as if drawn by an invisible hand. Rowan knelt, studying the patterns. They resembled the missing constellations, but with lines connecting them in ways she had never seen. In the center of the pool, the stars formed a shape like a key. As she reached out, her fingertips barely brushing the water, the image dissolved, and the moonbeams scattered. Puzzled but hopeful, she made her way back to the village, the clock tower chiming midnight as she arrived. The next day, Rowan shared her discovery with the villagers. Some were skeptical, others were eager to help. Old Finn suggested the pattern might relate to the clock tower's ancient design, which was rumored to have been built with celestial alignments in mind. A young painter named Kale thought the key shape might represent the old iron key that unlocked the tower's topmost room, a place no one had entered in decades. This seemed a promising light, and soon the whole village was abuzz with theories. But when Rowan and Kale climbed the tower stairs and unlocked the dusty room, they found not answers, but a delightful red herring. Hundreds of tiny, star-shaped cookies, made from a forgotten recipe, hidden away by a long-ago baker who believed they brought sweet dreams. The village celebrated with a spontaneous tea party, sharing the rediscovered treats and laughing at the unexpected turn. Yet the stars continued to disappear. Rowan, though disappointed, did not lose heart. She returned to the nursery rhyme, pondering the line, "Mind the guardian who does not weep." Who or what was the guardian? And why did it not weep? That evening, as rain began to fall, a soft, whispering rain that tapped on roofs like gentle fingers, Rowan noticed something odd. Near the edge of the village, where the silver river curved close to the woods, stood an ancient stone statue of an owl. It was known as the guardian of the glen, and moss clung to its weathered features. Village legend said it had been carved to protect Elderwood Hollow from sorrow, and thus it never wept, even in the rain. Rowan approached the statue, her lantern casting a warm circle of light. There, tucked into a crevice beneath the owl's wing, she found a small, rolled parchment. With careful hands, she unrolled it. It was a star chart, beautifully illustrated, with tiny notes in elegant script. One note beside the lyre read, "When harmony fades, a star must fall to restore the balance." Suddenly, the pieces began to fit together. The stars were not being stolen, they were being given. But why? Following the chart, Rowan saw that the missing stars corresponded to places in the village where sadness had recently lingered: the garden of old Mrs. Nettle, who had lost her songbird; the workshop of Elias the woodcarver, who had been too ill to create; the little bridge where children no longer played because a plank was loose. That night, as the clock struck 10, Rowan stood by the silver river and watched. Instead of a star vanishing, she saw a tiny light drift down from the sky like a feather, settling into the waters of the river, which glowed briefly before returning to its gentle flow. She understood then. The stars were falling to mend places where joy had faded, sinking into the earth or water to restore warmth and light. But the balance was off, too much sadness had gathered, and the stars were leaving the sky too quickly. The next morning, Rowan gathered the villagers in the square near the clock tower. She explained her discovery, her voice gentle but firm. "The stars are trying to help us," she said, "but they cannot do it alone. We must restore the harmony ourselves." Inspired, the village set to work. Children repaired the bridge with help from Elias, who felt well enough to offer guidance. They sang songs with Mrs. Nettle, filling her garden with music again. Rowan baked special starlight cookies, shaped like the missing stars, and shared them with everyone, weaving warmth back into the heart of the village. That evening, as the clock tower chimed 10, the villagers gathered together, holding hands and looking up at the sky. But this time no star vanished. Instead, one by one, the missing stars reappeared, burning a little brighter than before, as if filled with the village's renewed joy. And from that night on, the people of Elderwood Hollow remembered that even the smallest act of kindness could keep the stars in their sky. The gentle rain continued to fall, the wind chimes sang, and the clock tower chimed the hours, each one a reminder that they were a community, bound by empathy and wonder. Rowan smiled, her heart as warm as the lantern light in her cottage window. And as she drifted to sleep that night, the constellations shone down, bright and whole, weaving dreams of harmony and hope for all who lay beneath them. The attic above young Ben's house smelled of dust and forgotten summers. Cobwebs draped like lace across beams thick with the memory of old trees, and sunlight, thick and golden as honey, streamed through the single round window, illuminating galaxies of swirling dust motes. Ben wasn't supposed to be up there, the ladder was rickety, his mother said, but the pull of hidden treasures was too strong. That's where he found the button box. It wasn't fancy. Just an old, slightly dented biscuit tin, its floral pattern faded. Inside, however, wasn't a jumble of ordinary buttons. These buttons shimmered. They weren't made of plastic or bone, but of smooth, cool river stones, polished wood, and something that looked suspiciously like solidified moonlight. Each one felt different beneath Ben's fingers, one warm as sun-baked earth, another cool and humming faintly, a third smooth and silent like deep water. Ben, a quiet boy who noticed things others missed, the way dandelion seeds caught the breeze, the precise pattern of frost on a window pane, felt a strange pull from a particular button. It was small, oval, carved from a piece of dark wood, and in its center was a tiny, perfect knot that seemed to swirl if you looked at it just right. He picked it up. Instantly a warmth spread through his palm, and a quiet, insistent tug pulled gently at his thoughts. It wasn't a sound, more like a feeling pointing out, beyond the attic window, towards the whispering woods at the edge of town. The woods lived up to their name. As Ben stepped under the ancient canopy, leaving the familiar cobblestone street behind, the sounds changed. The rustle of leaves wasn't just wind, it was soft sighs and murmured secrets. Sunlight dappled the mossy ground like scattered coins, and the air smelled richly of damp earth, pine resin, and something sweet and wild. The wooden button in his pocket pulsed warmly, its tug growing stronger, leading him off the worn path and deeper into the green embrace. He hadn't walked far when a voice, sharp but not unkind, piped up from a tangle of ferns. "Oi, watch where you're tromping, lad, nearly squashed my best nap spot." A plump, grumpy-looking badger with a distinctive white stripe across his snout glared up at him. This was Thistle. Ben apologized quickly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Badger, I was just following this feeling." He hesitantly showed Thistle the wooden button. Thistle sniffed it cautiously, his beady eyes widening. "HMPH knotwood, rare stuff. That's no ordinary trinket, boy, that's a finder's button. Points you to what needs finding, not what you think you want. Tricky business." Thistle's grumpiness seemed to soften with curiosity. "Well, since you've disturbed my nap, the least I can do is make sure you don't blunder into a snagglethorn patch. Nasty things, snagglethorns. Lead on, button boy, but mind the roots." Thistle proved invaluable. He knew every hidden animal trail, every patch of treacherous bog disguised as solid ground, and every berry bush worth stopping at for a quick snack, though he complained bitterly about the lack of earthworms. As they walked, the tug of the button led them steadily uphill, towards the rumored sleeping mountain. The path grew steeper, the air cooler. The gentle whispers of the woods gave way to the rush of water. Soon they reached the Silver Thread River, cascading over smooth rocks in a sparkling torrent. The button tugged insistently towards the other side. Ben looked worriedly at the rushing water. Thistle grumbled about wet fur. Then a giggle like tinkling bells echoed from a swirling eddy. A head crowned with water lilies and hair the color of river foam popped up. "Lost your way, landwalkers?" asked the river spirit, her eyes shifting like sunlight on water. Her name was Rill, and she was perpetually forgetful. "We need to cross, Lady Rill," Ben said politely, holding up the button. "The finder's button leads us across." Rill drifted closer, peering at the knotwood. "Ooh, shiny and warm. Makes me think of something important." Oh dear, what was it? She tapped her chin, sending ripples across the water. "Something lost, something cold," she sighed dramatically. "Crossing. Yes. Hop on the stepping stones, but only where the water laughs. Step on the grumpy stones and splash." She pointed to stones barely visible beneath the churning surface. "Listen." Ben took a deep breath. He closed his eyes, letting the roar of the river fill his ears. Thistle nudged him impatiently, but Ben focused. Beneath the main roar, he heard it faint, musical chuckles coming from certain rocks. He stepped onto the first chuckling stone. It felt firm. Step by careful step, listening intently to the water's hidden laughter, Ben crossed. Thistle followed, surprisingly nimble, muttering about soggy badgers and ridiculous spirits. Rill waved cheerfully, already forgetting them, humming a watery tune. On the other side, the slope grew even steeper, leading towards the mist-shrouded peak of the sleeping mountain. The air grew thin and crisp. The button's tug was strong now, almost vibrating in Ben's pocket. As they climbed above the tree line, the world opened up. Vast valleys spread below, painted in shades of green and purple shadow. But the path ahead vanished into a wall of shifting, gray mist. The mountain seemed to breathe, the mist swirling and thickening, obscuring any trail. Thistle sniffed the air. Mist maze, mountain's way of guarding its secrets. Get lost in there and you might wander forever, or step off a ledge you never saw coming. Nasty business. Ben felt a flutter of fear. How could they navigate this? He pulled out the finder's button. It glowed softly in his palm, the knot swirling faster, but the tug felt confused, pulled in several directions at once by the shifting mist. Force wouldn't work. Shouting wouldn't help. He remembered Rill's lesson listening. He sat down on a cool, smooth rock. "We need to be still," he said softly to Thistle. "We need to listen beyond the mountain's breath." Thistle, surprisingly, didn't argue. He curled up beside Ben, his warm bulk a comfort. Ben closed his eyes, tuning out the sigh of the wind in the mist. He listened deeper. He heard the faint, high chime of ice crystals forming. He heard the slow, patient grind of stone deep within the mountain. And then faint but clear, a melodic chirping, a familiar sound from home. A small, bright-eyed starling landed on a rock nearby, cocking its head. Lost, it chirped. The mountain's shy, doesn't like loud noises or rushing feet. "We need to find something," Ben whispered, holding the button low so the starling could see. "It's important. The button led us here." The starling hopped closer. Finder's button points to what needs finding. Clever thing, the mountain it hides because it aches. Something is cold inside where it should be warm, makes it grumpy, like old Thistle here before breakfast. The badger harumphed. "The path through the mist isn't a path you see," the starling continued. "It's a path you feel. Follow the warmth. The mountain hides the warmth it misses, deep in its heart." Ben understood. The button wasn't confused by the mist. It was reacting to the mountain's need. He closed his eyes again, the button warm in his hand. This time, instead of a tug, he sought a thread of warmth emanating from the mountain itself, a fragile pulse beneath the cold mist. He felt it, a faint, golden thread of warmth, like a hidden heartbeat, leading into the swirling gray. "Follow me," Ben said with newfound certainty. Follow the warmth. Step by careful step, Ben led the way, his hand outstretched, feeling for the subtle warmth radiating from the mountain's hidden heart. Thistle followed his footsteps precisely, and the starling flitted overhead, calling out encouragement. The mist swirled and billowed, sometimes thinning to reveal dizzying drops, sometimes thickening into an impenetrable wall, but the thread of warmth remained constant, an invisible guide. It led them not upwards towards the peak, but sideways along a narrow ledge, finally dipping down into a hidden crevice. Inside was a small cave, surprisingly dry and sheltered. And there, nestled in a bed of soft, glowing moss, lay the source of the warmth, not a treasure of gold or gems, but a large, perfectly smooth river stone. But this stone pulsed with a gentle internal light, radiating a soothing, deep warmth. It was beautiful, but it looked cold. Frost patterns etched its surface, and its light flickered weakly. "This is it," Ben breathed. "This is what needed finding." He remembered Rill's words, something lost, something cold. This was the mountain's heartstone, lost and growing cold. But how to warm it? They had no fire. Ben looked at the finder's button in his hand, still warm. He looked at Thistle, radiating his own cozy body heat. He looked at the starling, fluffing its feathers. Wisdom, not force. Friendship is warm, Ben said softly. He placed the wooden finder's button gently against the cold heartstone. Then he sat beside it, leaning close. Thistle, understanding without words, curled his warm, furry body around the stone on one side. The starling nestled into the moss on the other, spreading its wings like a tiny blanket. Together they sat in the quiet cave. Ben placed his hands gently on the stone, sharing his own warmth. They didn't speak, they simply were together, a circle of quiet companionship and shared heat. Slowly, slowly, the frost on the heartstone began to melt. The flickering light within grew steadier, brighter, bathing the cave in a soft, golden glow. The warmth radiating from it grew stronger, pulsing outwards like a gentle sigh of relief. Outside the cave, the mist began to thin, not vanishing entirely, but parting like a curtain, revealing clear, safe paths winding up and down the mountainside. The mountain itself seemed to sigh, a deep, contented rumble that vibrated gently through the rock beneath them. The air felt lighter, crisper, filled with the scent of sun-warmed stone and alpine flowers. Their job was done. The journey back was easier. The starling guided them down the now clear paths. Rill, remembering them just long enough, helped them cross the laughing stones again. Thistle grumbled good-naturedly all the way back to the edge of the whispering woods, though Ben noticed he walked a little taller. At the wood's edge, Thistle nudged Ben's hand. "Keep that button safe, button boy. It found more than a stone today." The badger disappeared into the ferns with a final grunt. Ben returned to the attic as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky. He placed the wooden finder's button back in the biscuit tin, its surface cool now, its task complete. But as he closed the lid, he noticed something. The other buttons seemed to shimmer just a little brighter, as if reflecting the warmth of the heartstone far away. He climbed down the ladder, the scent of dust replaced by the comforting aroma of soup from the kitchen below. He didn't tell his mother about the badger, the river spirit, the starling, or the mountain's heart. Some discoveries were treasures meant to be held quietly in the heart. But as he lay in bed that night, listening to the familiar creaks of the house, he felt different. He felt the quiet courage of the journey, the warmth of unexpected friendship, and the profound understanding that the greatest magic often lies not in seeking power, but in answering a call for warmth with an open heart and helping hands. The gentle thrum of the mountain's contentment, miles away, seemed to echo in his own peaceful heartbeat, a lullaby of wonder and quiet strength, carrying him into a deep and dreamless sleep. And the biscuit tin, high in the shadowed attic, held its secrets close, ready for the next whisper of need, the next quiet tug of discovery. In the serene village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky, to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willow Grove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend Finn. In the heart of the world, where the moon poured her silver milk upon the earth, lay the ancient forest of Eldermere. It was a place untouched by the frantic pace of the sunlit hours, a kingdom of whispers and shadows, where the very air hummed with a quiet, old magic. The trees here were not merely wood and leaf. They were living libraries, their bark etched with the stories of millennia, their roots drinking from deep, secret springs that remembered the first rainfall. On this particular night, when the moon hung full and heavy as a pearl in the velvety black sky, a young fox with fur the color of autumn leaves sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. His name was Kalen, and though he was clever and curious, a restless feeling had settled in his heart, a feeling like a pebble in his paw, unnoticed by others but impossible for him to ignore. He felt out of rhythm, as if his own small life was out of tune with the great, slow song of the forest. The clearing was awash in a gentle, ethereal light. Tiny glowworms nestled in the moss pulsed with a soft, greenish radiance, and above, will-o'-the-wisps, those playful spirits of light, danced lazy patterns in the air, their movements as fluid as water. The air itself was a symphony of soothing sounds, the distant hush of a waterfall, the delicate plink of dew dripping from a fir needle onto a broad leaf below, the rustle of the night breeze combing through the pine boughs, a sound like a mother's gentle sigh. It was here that Kalen heard it, a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate up from the ground itself, through the pads of his paws and into his very bones. It was the ancient oak, grandfather oak, the eldest of all the trees, whose branches scraped the stars and whose roots cradled the stories of the world. But the hum was not one of contentment. It was a note of longing, a melancholy tune that spoke of a forgotten promise. Drawn by the sound, Kalen padded softly across the clearing. The moss beneath his feet was cool and spongy, releasing a sweet, earthy scent with every step. As he neared the great tree, a shadow detached itself from a high branch and descended on silent wings. It was Orla, the great gray owl, her feathers edged in moonlight, her eyes two pools of bottomless, knowing amber. "The forest sings a wistful song tonight, little traveler," she said, her voice a soft hoot that blended perfectly with the night's melody. "You hear it too, I see, the tremor in the great song." Kalen nodded, his whiskers twitching. "It feels incomplete, like the moment between the in-breath and the out-breath stretched too long." Orla blinked slowly. "You have a listening heart, that is a rare gift. The imbalance you feel is in the seasonal heart of the forest. The magic that turns the wheel of rest and renewal has grown faint. The moon petals refuse to bloom, and without their light, the dreams of the woodland creatures will grow thin and restless." She explained that the season turner, a luminous orb woven from the first frost of winter, the first bud of spring, the longest ray of summer sun, and the most crimson leaf of autumn, was kept alight by a special nectar. This nectar came from the moon petals, rare flowers that bloomed only one night a year in a hidden grove, bathed in the light of the full moon. But the path to the grove was lost, and the petals had not bloomed for several cycles. "The grove is guarded," Orla murmured, "not by malice but by silence. To find it, you must learn to listen not with your ears alone, but with your entire being. You must understand the languages that are not made of words." And so Kalen's quest began. His first guide was not Orla, but the chattering stream that giggled over smooth, gray stones. He lay down on the bank, his chin on his paws, and simply listened. At first it was just noise. But as he let his busy thoughts settle, like sediment in a pond, the noise resolved into a language. The water wasn't just babbling, it was telling stories. The gurgle was a tale of the high mountain snows it had come from. The splash was a joke about a ticklish trout. And the gentle swish around a half-submerged log was a lullaby. Within its flowing song he heard a consistent refrain: "Follow the silver, find the stone that dreams." Trusting the water's wisdom, Kalen followed the stream deeper into the forest. The canopy grew thicker, but the bioluminescent fungi on the tree trunks provided a soft, blue guide light. He came to a place where the stream pooled before tumbling down a small cascade. There in the center of the pool lay a large, moss-covered stone. It was humming, a deep, resonant sound that made the water around it vibrate in concentric rings. This was the stone that dreams. Kalen approached it respectfully. "Great stone," he whispered. "The water sent me. I seek the way to the hidden grove." The stone's hum changed, deepening into a voice that was felt more than heard, a vibration that traveled through the earth. "Little fox," it rumbled. "The path is not walked but remembered. The trees hold the map. Ask the one who wears the stars." Thanking the stone, Kalen looked up. All around him, the trees stood tall and silent. How does one ask a tree? Remembering Orla's words, he didn't speak. Instead, he pressed his flank against the trunk of a mighty silver birch. He closed his eyes and poured his intention into the touch, his hope, his purpose, his request for guidance. The tree's response was not a sound, but a sensation. A memory imparted through the bark, the feeling of cold, bright starlight on its highest branches. It was a direction, a pulling sensation towards the north, where the trees grew thinner and the stars shone brightest. He traveled north, the pull growing stronger. The forest began to change. The air grew cooler and carried the clean, sharp scent of pine and frozen earth. Then he saw it, a magnificent fir tree, so tall it seemed to hold up the sky. Its needles were dusted with a frost that glittered like a million diamonds under the starlight. This was the one who wore the stars. At its base, sitting calmly and watching him with intelligent, dark eyes, was a badger. Her fur was striped with the wisdom of years, and her claws were caked with the dark, rich soil of the deep forest. "The tree speaks of your coming," the badger said, her voice a low, gravelly comfort. "You seek the language of the roots, the final key." She nudged a fallen cone with her nose. "The grove is protected by a weave of roots. They will not part for one who does not understand the sacredness of rest. All things must sleep, little fox. The seed in the earth, the bear in its den, the sun beneath the horizon. The magic of renewal is born from the depth of rest. Show them you understand this. Be still, be silent, listen to the deepest rhythm." Kalen understood. He didn't try to find a path or a door. Instead, he found a cozy nook between two great surface roots of the star-wearing fir, curled his tail over his nose, and simply rested. He let the sounds of the forest night wash over him, the crunch of a beetle in the leaves, the distant call of a nightjar, the deep, almost imperceptible sigh of the earth itself. He wasn't sleeping, but participating in the quiet sacrament of rest. As he lay there in a state of deep, wakeful peace, a soft blue light began to emanate from the ground. The intricate web of roots beneath the moss began to glow, tracing a labyrinthine pattern. They shifted not with a noisy wrenching, but with the gentle sigh of someone turning over in sleep, revealing a downward path into the earth. With a grateful nod to the badger, Kalen descended. The tunnel was lined with glowing crystals that pulsed with a soft, inner light. The air was cool and smelled of wet clay and old, sweet roses. It opened up into a cavern so breathtaking he gasped. This was the hidden grove. It was not under the open sky, but the cavern's ceiling was a mirror-still underground lake, reflecting the full moon above so perfectly it seemed another moon lived in the earth. And all around, growing from the cavern floor, were the moon petals. Their closed buds were like sculpted alabaster, and they began to quiver as the true moon's light, reflected through the water, touched them. One by one, they began to unfurl. There was no sound, only the breathtaking visual symphony of pearlescent petals opening to reveal a soft, golden stamen that glowed with its own light. A fragrance filled the air, a scent that was like honey, moonlight, and deepest peace all at once. This was the nectar of renewal. Kalen carefully collected the glowing nectar from several blossoms in a broad leaf Orla had given him, folded into a cunning cup. As he did, the melancholy hum that had echoed through the forest ceased, replaced by a deep, contented thrum of harmony. His restless heart stilled, finally in tune with the great song. When he emerged, the forest felt different. The air was sweeter, the shadows less deep, the sounds more melodic. Orla was waiting for him. Together they went to the base of Grandfather Oak, where a small, crystalline depression held the dormant season turner. Kalen poured the glowing nectar into it. The orb flared to life, cycling through the hues of ice blue, new leaf green, sunshine yellow, and russet red, before settling into a steady, soft white glow. A wave of palpable magic rippled out through Eldermere. The trees seemed to stand a little taller, the streams to sing a little clearer, and a profound sense of peace settled over everything. Orla looked at Kaelin, her eyes warm. "You did not learn a new language, little one. You remembered the one you were born knowing, the language of being, of listening, of resting. That is the truest magic. It turns all seasons." Kaelin made his way back to his den, as the first hint of dawn tinged the eastern sky lavender. The journey had been long, and a pleasant tiredness weighed on his limbs. He curled up on his bed of soft leaves and dried ferns, the gentle, rhythmic glow of the renewed season turner a soft pulse in his mind's eye. Outside his den, the first drops of a gentle rain began to fall, pit-patting a soothing rhythm on the broad leaves above. The wind whispered through the pines, a constant, shushing lullaby. Somewhere the stream chuckled softly over its stones, telling a new story, the story of a little fox who listened, and in doing so saved the dreams of the forest. And as Kaelin drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, he knew that rest was not an emptiness to be filled, but a cup to be drunk from deeply. And his dreams were full of silver moonbeams, glowing petals, and the deep, contented hum of a forest perfectly at peace, forever turning its gentle, magical wheel. In the quiet hamlet of Willowbrook, where twilight lingered like a cherished secret, there lived a young soul named Kaelin. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the rolling hills, Kaelin would sit by the hearth in their small cottage, watching the embers dance and fade into soft, glowing coals. It was in these hushed moments that Kaelin felt most aware of the subtle shifts within themselves, a restlessness that whispered of change, like a seed stirring deep in the earth. Kaelin had always been different, though in ways that were gentle and beautiful. Their hair, once a plain chestnut brown, now held strands that shimmered with a faint, opalescent glow whenever they felt a surge of kindness or curiosity. Tiny, leaf-like patterns would sometimes appear on their skin after a day spent wandering the meadows, fading by morning like dreams. But instead of embracing these changes, Kaelin felt uneasy, as if they were a puzzle missing a piece they couldn't name. One crisp autumn evening, as the fire crackled low, Kaelin noticed a peculiar sight outside their window, a garden they had never seen before, nestled between the ancient oaks at the edge of the village. It was a wild, untamed space, brimming with flowers that pulsed with soft light and vines that curled like questions in the air. Drawn by an invisible thread, Kaelin wrapped a woolen shawl around their shoulders and stepped into the cooling night. The garden seemed to breathe in time with Kaelin's own heartbeat. As they walked along the mossy paths, they saw blossoms that changed color with the wind's mood, from shy lavender to bold gold, and trees whose leaves rustled with melodies only the heart could hear. It was here that Kaelin first met Elder Rowan, a woman with eyes the color of weathered bark and a smile that held the patience of centuries. She was tending to a cluster of moonflowers, her hands moving with the grace of someone who understood the language of growth. "Ah, a seeker," Elder Rowan said, her voice like the murmur of a distant stream. "This garden has been waiting for you. It responds to those who are learning to listen to their own transformations." Kaelin hesitated, fingers tracing the delicate petals of a flower that shimmered like starlight. "I don't understand what's happening to me. Sometimes I feel like I'm wearing a skin that isn't mine, and other times I see colors where there were none before." Elder Rowan gestured to a bench woven from living willow branches. "Change is not something to fear, dear one. It is a cocoon woven by time, protecting you until you're ready to emerge. This garden and you are part of the same magic. Watch." She pointed to a patch of earth where nothing grew. "Plant a seed of intention here, not with your hands, but with your heart." Kaelin closed their eyes, thinking of a recent moment when they had comforted a lost bird, feeling a flutter of compassion. When they opened their eyes, a tiny green shoot had pushed through the soil, glowing with a soft, verdant light. "That is your first small victory," Elder Rowan said. "Each step forward, no matter how small, helps the garden and you grow." Over the following weeks, Kaelin returned to the garden daily. Elder Rowan appeared only when needed, often when Kaelin felt most doubtful. Under her gentle guidance, Kaelin learned to tend to the magical flora. They discovered that the garden mirrored their inner world. When Kaelin felt uncertain, the flowers would droop slightly, their colors dimming. But when they mustered courage, new buds would unfurl, filling the air with sweet fragrance. One afternoon, Kaelin encountered a section of the garden dominated by thorny brambles. It was a place that seemed resistant to change, much like the fears tangled in their own heart. "This is the thicket of hesitation," Elder Rowan explained, appearing as if from nowhere. "It grows where we cling to old shells. But even thorns have their purpose. They teach us to be gentle with ourselves." Kaelin spent days working at the edges of the thicket, not tearing at the brambles but speaking softly to them, acknowledging their own anxieties. With each kind word a thorn would soften, and a single brave flower would bloom, a snowdrop that symbolized resilience. These small victories accumulated, and soon a path cleared, leading to a secluded grove where a silvery cocoon hung from a birch tree, pulsating with quiet energy. "This is the heart of metamorphosis," Elder Rowan said. "It holds the potential of what you are becoming, but it cannot be rushed. Like a seed waiting for spring, it requires patience and trust." As winter approached, Kaelin faced a greater challenge. A storm swept through Willowbrook, and the garden was battered by wind and rain. Kaelin felt their own doubts surge. What if their changes were just illusions? What if they never found their true self? That night, as they huddled by the hearth, the embers seemed to whisper encouragement. Remembering Elder Rowan's lessons, Kaelin returned to the garden at dawn, not to fix everything at once, but to simply be present. They sat by the cocoon, humming a tune their grandmother had taught them, a melody about cycles and returns. Slowly, the garden began to heal itself. Flowers straightened their stems, and the colors deepened, reflecting Kaelin's growing acceptance. The cocoon glowed brighter, and Kaelin realized that their journey wasn't about becoming someone new, but about uncovering who they had always been. On the eve of the solstice, Elder Rowan joined Kaelin in the garden. The air was crisp, and the stars hung low like lanterns. "It is time," she said softly. "The cocoon is ready to open, but only you can decide what emerges." Kaelin took a deep breath, feeling all the small victories, the planted seeds, the cleared paths, the softened thorns, converge into a single moment of clarity. They reached out and touched the cocoon, which dissolved into a shower of light. From it emerged not a butterfly, but a cascade of luminous patterns that settled around Kaelin, weaving into their skin like living tapestry. Their hair now flowed with colors that shifted with their emotions, calm blues, joyful yellows, thoughtful purples, and their eyes held the depth of the night sky. Elder Rowan smiled, her form beginning to fade into the twilight. "You see, the metamorphosis was never about shedding your old self, but about integrating all its parts. This garden will always be here for you, and for others who need its wisdom. Your story is just beginning." Kaelin stood in the rejuvenated garden, which now bloomed with flowers that had never been seen before, each one a testament to their journey. They felt a profound comfort, knowing that change was not an end, but a continuous unfolding, like the endless turning of seasons. As they walked back to the cottage, the embers in the hearth greeted them with a warm, steady glow, and Kaelin knew that every ending was merely a gentle beginning in disguise. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand, before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. In a quiet corner of the spinning galaxy, where stardust gathered in gentle spirals and nebulae bloomed like watercolor flowers across the velvet darkness, there existed a small, forgotten moon called Lumen. It was here that two unlikely souls found one another, and in finding one another, discovered the true music of the cosmos. The first was a being from the watery world of Azura. His name was Kalen, and he resembled a gentle, bipedal creature with skin that shifted through soft blues and greens like sunlit seawater. He did not speak in words, but in colors that shimmered across his skin, and in the delicate, bell-like chimes that resonated from the tiny, frilled fins behind his ears. When he was happy, his skin glowed with warm golds. When thoughtful, it deepened to violet, and when he sang, the air around him hummed with harmonies that could calm even the most turbulent star winds. The second was from the crystalline planet of Xylos. Her name was Lyra, and she was a slender being whose body seemed woven from living, translucent crystal. She communicated not with sounds or colors, but with vibrations, a symphony of resonant hums and pulses that traveled through the air and could be felt as much as heard. Her kind learned by touch, and when she was curious, her crystal form would shimmer with captured starlight, casting prismatic patterns on any surface nearby. Their meeting happened by chance, or perhaps by the quiet design of the universe. Kalen's small, pearlescent pod ship had been damaged by a wandering comet's tail, forcing him to land on Lumen's surface. Lyra had been studying the moon's unique mineral formations when she felt the tremor of the crash through the very ground she stood upon. She found Kalen not far from his vessel, his skin pulsing with anxious silver streaks, his chimes sounding like worried raindrops. At first, they could not understand one another. Kalen's color speak meant nothing to Lyra, whose world was one of vibration and frequency. When he glowed a friendly, welcoming yellow, she misinterpreted the light as a threat. On Xylos, sudden bright lights often signaled danger. She answered with a low, warning hum that made the ground tremble slightly. Kalen in turn read the vibration as hostility and flushed a nervous gray. But then something shifted. Kalen, remembering his people's way of offering peace, slowly extended a hand, palm up, and let his skin soften into the pale, gentle blue of a calm sea. He did not move. He simply held the color, steady and kind. Lyra, feeling the shift in the energy around her, stilled her own vibrations. She reached out one crystalline finger and very gently touched his palm. In that moment, a bridge was formed. Through that touch, Lyra felt the gentle, melodic nature of Kalen's spirit, not as color or sound, but as pure emotion. And Kalen, through the contact, felt the resonant, curious hum of Lyra's being, not as vibration, but as warmth. They both pulled back, astonished. Then, for the first time, Kalen's skin flushed with a color Lyra understood instinctively, the soft rose gold of friendship. And Lyra answered with a vibration that felt, to Kalen, like the first chord of a lullaby. They decided to build a shelter together, a place where both could feel at home while Kalen's ship repaired itself. They chose a wide, shallow crater on Lumen's surface, protected by overhanging arches of moon rock. Kalen used the organic technology of his people, coaxing luminescent mosses and gentle, glowing fungi to grow along the walls, their light shifting with his moods. Lyra used her innate connection to crystal and mineral, humming specific frequencies that caused the very stone to reshape, forming clear, quartz-like benches and shelves that caught and magnified the soft light. They called their creation the Starlight Haven. In its center, they made a garden. Kalen cultivated pools of water brought from his ship, water that swirled with living, microscopic algae that glimmered like liquid constellations. Lyra grew crystal flowers that bloomed when certain star patterns aligned overhead, their facets tuned to the music of the spheres. It was a place of both liquid softness and crystalline structure, of shifting colors and constant, gentle vibrations. Of course, there were misunderstandings. One afternoon, Kalen noticed Lyra looking particularly dim. Her natural shimmer had faded to a soft glow. Concerned, he brought her one of the glowing moss balls from the wall, thinking the light might cheer her. But on Xylos, offering light to someone who was dim was like shouting at someone who wished to be quiet. Lyra recoiled, her vibrations sharp with offense. Kalen's skin flashed with confused orange spots. It was Lyra who figured it out first. She stilled herself, then pulsed a slow, questioning vibration toward the moss ball. Kalen, understanding, dimmed the moss ball until it was just a memory of light. Then Lyra pulsed a warmer, grateful frequency. She was not sad, she explained through a series of touches and projected feelings. She was in a state of deep, peaceful contemplation, which for her people involved drawing their light inward. Kalen glowed with understanding, his colors softening to a serene lavender. They had learned her quiet was not a cry for help, and his offer of light was not an intrusion. Another time, Lyra tried to share her joy by creating a complex, joyful harmonic that resonated through the entire haven. The vibration was so powerful it caused Kalen's water pools to ripple violently, disturbing the delicate algae. He chimed in distress, his skin flickering with protective turquoise. Lyra fell silent at once, her form dimming with remorse. But Kalen, after a moment, waded into the pool and began to sing, a low, calming melody that settled the water and soothed the tiny creatures within. He then showed Lyra, by guiding her hand just above the water's surface, how softly she needed to hum to create only the gentlest of ripples. Their laughter after was a symphony, his chimes like wind chimes, her vibrations like the purr of a contented star kitten. Their deepest connection, however, came during the long, tranquil nights on Lumen. They would sit together in their haven, watching the star-dusted tapestry of the cosmos wheel slowly overhead. Kalen would point with a glowing finger to a particular star, and his skin would flush with the story it held for his people, a tale of navigators and ocean currents of light. Lyra would answer by humming the vibration that star emitted in her people's charts, a note that spoke of ancient light and constant guiding presence. They didn't need a common language to share the wonder. They would sit in a silence that was full, Kalen's colors slowly shifting like a lazy aurora, Lyra's form catching the distant starlight and casting tiny, dancing rainbows on the walls. In those quiet moments, the differences between water being and crystal being melted away. They were simply two friends, small and grateful, under the immense, beautiful sky. One evening, as a particularly brilliant nebula bloomed on the horizon, painting the sky in shades of violet and rose, Kalen turned to Lyra. His ship was repaired. The call of his home ocean was a persistent, gentle pull in his heart. He did not need to show her with colors or sounds. She felt the bittersweet tremor in the air around him. Her own vibrations softened to a minor key, a hum of understanding and shared sorrow. But then, Kalen did something new. He placed his hand over his own heart, and then pointed to Lyra, and then to the sky above them. The color that spread across his skin was one Lyra had never seen before, a deep, radiant gold, shot through with silver, the color of a timeless bond. It said without any doubt, "You are here in my heart. Wherever I go, you are with me." Lyra answered by placing her crystalline hand over the place where her own heart would be, and she hummed a single, pure, unwavering note. It was a vibration that held no sound, but carried the feeling of constancy, of a promise that would never fade. It said, "And you are in mine. This connection is forever." The next day, Kalen boarded his pod ship. As it lifted silently from the moon's surface, Lyra stood in the crater of their Starlight haven. She did not wave, for that was not her way. Instead, she began to hum, the same gentle, calming frequency Kalen had taught her for the water pools. She hummed it for him, for his journey, for their friendship. High above, Kalen saw the haven shrink to a single, soft point of light. But then he saw something else. Lyra's hum, amplified by the crystalline structures they had built together, caused the entire haven to resonate. It began to glow not with borrowed light but with its own inner luminescence, a beacon of pure, kind energy, visible even from the depths of space. And Kalen knew, as he charted his course for home, that he carried a piece of that light with him. In the quiet of his ship, his skin would sometimes flush with the rose gold of friendship, and he would hear, in the whisper of the star winds, the faint, familiar echo of a crystal hum. They had built more than a shelter. They had built a bridge across the stars, a testament that the simplest, purest language, the language of a kind and open heart, could truly unite the universe. And in a million star systems, in 1,000 different forms, that same language was being spoken, quietly, gently, knitting the cosmos together with threads of light and wonder. In a little cottage nestled at the edge of a great, whispering forest, where the chimney smoke curled into the sky like a lazy gray ribbon, there lived a young girl named Anya. The cottage was built of honey-colored stone and worn timber, and on cold evenings its windows glowed with the warm, buttery light of a well-tended hearth. It was on just such an evening, with a chill wind sighing through the pine needles, that our story begins. Anya was sitting by the fire, a thick woolen blanket wrapped around her shoulders. She was mending a small tear in her favorite sock, her needle moving in and out of the yarn in a rhythm as old and comforting as the crackle of the logs. Her grandfather dozed in his armchair opposite, his spectacles perched precariously on the end of his nose, a forgotten book open on his lap. The only sounds were the pop of the fire, the gentle snore from the chair, and the soft whisper of thread through cloth. But then a new sound joined the chorus. A faint, persistent tapping, like a tiny knuckle rapping on glass. It came from the window behind her. Anya set her mending aside and went to the pane, wiping away the fog her breath had created. Pressed against the cold glass was the most peculiar sight, a small, russet-colored fox. It wasn't trying to get in, nor did it look frightened. It simply sat there, its intelligent eyes fixed on hers, and it tapped the glass once more with a careful paw. Then it turned and trotted a few paces into the dark garden before looking back, as if waiting for her. A curious feeling, not of fear, but of quiet intrigue, settled over Anya. She pulled on her boots and her heaviest cloak, and slipped outside into the nipping air. The fox was still there, a darker shadow in the moonlight. When it saw her, it gave a soft, chuffing sound and began to lead the way, not deeper into the wild forest, but along a narrow, almost invisible path that skirted its very edge. The world was painted in shades of silver and blue. Frost crunched under her boots, and her breath plumed before her like a ghostly companion. The fox moved silently ahead, pausing every so often to ensure she followed. They walked for what felt like both a moment and an age, until the lights of the cottage were far behind them, and the only illumination came from the moon and the strange, ethereal glow of lichen on the ancient trees. Finally, the fox stopped before the gnarled, massive trunk of an ancient oak, its roots sprawling over the earth like the limbs of a slumbering giant. There, nestled within a hollow at its base, was a soft, pulsating light. It was a gentle, warm radiance, the color of a banked fire's heart, of a peach at the peak of ripeness. It pulsed slowly, in a rhythm that felt like a sleeping heartbeat. The fox nudged the object with its nose, and Anya knelt down. It was a stone, smooth and oval, but it was not cold. It was warm to the touch, and it glowed from within. As her fingers closed around it, the light within flared gently, and a wave of profound, peaceful warmth flowed up her arm and settled deep in her chest. It was a feeling of coming home, of a forgotten memory suddenly recalled. The fox looked at her, then at the stone, and then it turned and vanished into the shadows, its task seemingly complete. Anya stood there, holding the warm, glowing stone. She knew with a certainty that surprised her that she could not leave it. Cradling it in her hands, she made her way back to the cottage, the stone lighting her path with its gentle, ember-like glow. Her grandfather was awake when she returned, stirring the fire. He looked at the stone in her hands, and his old eyes widened not with surprise, but with a deep, knowing recognition. "Ah," he said, his voice a soft rumble. "The hearthstone, I wondered if it would find its way back." He told her then, as they sat by the fire, a story his own grandfather had told him. It was a tale of the Glimmerwood, the true name of the forest that bordered their home. It was a place not just of trees and animals, but of old, gentle magic that slept in the roots and stones. The hearthstone, he explained, was a piece of that magic. It did not belong to anyone. It was a guardian, a tiny sun whose warmth nurtured the hidden, slumbering heart of the forest. But it was also a traveler. Every generation or so, it would grow dim and cool, and it needed to be found by a kind heart and brought back to a true hearth, to be rekindled by the simple, steady warmth of a home's fire. "It has chosen you, little one," her grandfather said, his hand gentle on her shoulder. "It trusts you to help it remember its own light." And so began Anya's quiet guardianship. She kept the hearthstone on the mantelpiece where it glowed softly, filling the cottage with a deeper, more comforting warmth than any fire could provide. Plants on the windowsill seemed to lean toward it, blooming out of season. The bread her grandfather baked rose higher and tasted sweeter. And at night her dreams were filled with gentle, dappled light and the feeling of deep, earthy roots. But after a week she noticed a change. The stone's glow, which had been steady and strong, began to flicker. Its warm pulse became irregular, like a sputtering candle. A faint chill crept back into the corners of the rooms. The stone was cooling. Remembering her grandfather's words, she knew what she had to do. The stone needed to return to the forest, to the place from which it came. It had been rekindled by the hearth's love. Now it needed to share that warmth with the sleeping world. The next morning, with the hearthstone wrapped in a soft cloth and tucked safely in her pocket, she ventured into the Glimmerwood. This time she went alone. The forest was different in the daylight. Sunbeams slanted through the canopy, painting shifting patterns on the mossy floor. The air smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and decaying leaves. It was alive with sounds, the chatter of squirrels, the distant knock of a woodpecker, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. She walked for hours, following no path but the gentle, magnetic pull she felt from the stone in her pocket. It grew warmer as she walked in what felt like the right direction, cooler if she strayed. It was her compass. As the afternoon wore on, the forest grew deeper and quieter. The trees were older here, their trunks thick and twisted, their branches forming a cathedral ceiling high above. She came to a clearing where a small, crystal-clear stream bubbled over smooth, gray stones. Sitting on a log by the stream, looking small and forlorn, was a young boy. He was perhaps a year or two younger than her, and he was crying quiet, hopeless tears. Anya approached slowly. "Hello," she said softly. The boy looked up, startled. His face was smudged with dirt, and his eyes were red-rimmed. "I'm lost," he whispered, his voice trembling. "I was following a butterfly, it was so blue, and I turned around and everything looked the same." Anya's heart ached for him. She sat down on the log beside him. "What's your name?" "Leo," he sniffed. "I'm Anya. I think I'm a little bit lost too," she said, which was not entirely true, but it made him look at her with a little less fear. "But I have a friend who's helping me find my way." She pulled the cloth from her pocket and unwrapped the hearthstone. In the deep shade of the clearing, its light was stronger, a brave, warm beacon in the green gloom. Leo's tears stopped. He stared at the stone, mesmerized. "It's warm," he said in wonder, reaching out a tentative finger to touch it. "It is," Anya agreed. It's a special stone. It likes to help. As he touched it, the stone's flickering steadied, and its glow intensified, as if soothed by his need. A new certainty settled in Anya's mind. Her journey was not just about returning the stone. It was about helping Leo, too. "Come on," she said, standing up and offering him her hand. "My friend will show us the way." Together, they followed the stone's guiding warmth. The forest seemed less intimidating with two. They shared the apple Anya had brought, and Leo told her about his village on the other side of the wood and the fierce wooden sword he was carving. The hearthstone pulsed in a slow, contented rhythm as they walked, its light pushing back the shadows. As dusk began to paint the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the stone in Anya's hand grew suddenly, intensely warm. It glowed so brightly that it cast their long shadows ahead of them on the path. They had arrived at the base of the same ancient oak tree where the fox had led her. The hollow in the roots was there, waiting. But something was wrong. The area around the tree was unnaturally still and silent. The moss that should have been emerald green was tinged with brown. The air held a lingering, unseasonal chill. The heart of this place was ailing. Anya knew what to do. She knelt and gently placed the hearthstone back into its earthy cradle. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a deep, resonant hum seemed to emanate from the tree itself. The stone's light, which had been a contained glow, began to bleed outwards. It flowed like liquid sunlight along the roots, seeping into the soil. It traveled up the trunk in delicate veins of light, tracing the patterns of the bark, until the whole tree was faintly illuminated from within. The brown tinge faded from the moss, which now looked plush and vibrant. Tiny bioluminescent fungi that they hadn't even noticed began to sparkle on nearby logs like scattered constellations. The air lost its chill, becoming fresh and sweet. The forest around them sighed, a sound of deep contentment, and the normal evening chorus of insects and birds resumed, louder and more joyful than before. The stone's light slowly receded from the tree, drawing back into itself until it was once again a softly pulsing ember in the hollow. Its job was done. The warmth was shared. Leo gasped, his eyes wide with awe. "It fixed it," he breathed. It was then that they heard the voices, frantic, calling Leo's name. Torchlight flickered between the trees, and a moment later, a group of villagers burst into the clearing, led by a man and woman with faces etched with worry who ran to sweep Leo into a tearful, joyful embrace. As the family was reunited, Anya's grandfather emerged from behind the villagers. He must have followed her, keeping a distant, watchful eye. He walked over to her and put an arm around her shoulders, looking down at the peacefully glowing hearthstone. "You did well, Anya," he said, his voice full of pride. "You helped it remember its light, and then you helped it share it. That is the truest magic of all." The villagers, having heard Leo's excited story of the glowing stone and the kind girl, looked at Anya with newfound respect and gratitude. They offered to escort them both back to their cottage, their torches pushing back the night. As they prepared to leave, Anya took one last look at the hearthstone. It seemed to pulse once brightly in farewell. And from the shadows near the great oak, two intelligent eyes gleamed for a moment in the torchlight. The russet fox gave a slow, deliberate blink before melting back into the forest, its watchful duty complete for another generation. The walk home was filled with the comfortable murmur of voices and the friendly dance of torch flames. Leo walked beside Anya, his hand in his mother's, no longer a lost little boy, but a young adventurer with an incredible story to tell. When they finally reached the familiar site of their cottage, its windows dark but promising warmth and rest, the villagers said their grateful goodbyes and turned for home. Anya and her grandfather went inside. He lit a single candle, and its small flame was enough to make the room feel instantly like home. There was no grand celebration, no fanfare. There was only the simple, profound piece of a task completed, a friend helped, and a balance restored. Anya felt different somehow. The journey had left a quiet mark on her soul, a new steadiness and a deeper understanding of the subtle connections that weave the world together. The warmth of a hearth, the trust of a wild creature, the kindness offered to a stranger. Her grandfather made 2 cups of chamomile tea sweetened with honey, and they sat together in the quiet, dark cottage, listening to the settling sounds of the night. "The stone will sleep now," her grandfather said softly, sipping his tea. "And its warmth will seep deep into the roots of the glimmerwood, keeping it safe and healthy until it is needed again, long after you and I are gone. And someone else will find it, and their journey will begin." Anya nodded, the warmth of the tea spreading through her, just as the stone's warmth had spread through the forest. She was tired, but it was a good tiredness, the kind that comes from a day spent well. She went up to her little room under the eaves and climbed into bed. The moon shone through her window, casting a silver square on the floorboards. As she drifted towards sleep, she thought not of grand adventures, but of small things. The feel of the warm stone in her hand, the sound of Leo's relieved laughter, the trusting blink of the fox. And outside, the great forest stood watch, its leaves whispering secrets on the wind, its roots cradling a gentle, glowing light, dreaming deep, earthy dreams, until the next time it would be called upon to warm the world. And in her cozy bed, Anya drifted into a sleep as deep and peaceful as the forest itself, her own heart glowing with a quiet, steady light all her own. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rug. Outside, the wind whispered through the old oak tree beside the cottage, where young Ben lived. Ben wasn't particularly loud or adventurous, but he noticed things. He noticed the way sunlight caught dust motes, making them look like tiny stars. He noticed the different songs the wind sang through the chimney. And one chilly autumn afternoon, while helping his grandfather clear out the dusty attic, Ben noticed something else entirely. Tucked away in a forgotten corner, behind a box of moth-eaten scarves and a broken rocking horse, sat a small, unassuming wooden crate. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue paper, was a teacup. It wasn't grand or gilded, it was simple porcelain, painted with delicate, faded blue forget-me-nots. But as Ben carefully lifted it, a strange warmth spread through his fingers, not the warmth of the sun, but a gentle, comforting glow that seemed to hum softly against his skin. "Granddad," Ben called softly, his voice echoing slightly in the dusty space. "Look at this teacup, it feels different." His grandfather, wiping grime from his spectacles, peered at it. "Ah, the forget-me-not cup, belonged to your great-aunt Millicent. Always said it was special, but never said why. Bit of an odd duck, Millicent, bless her, probably just like the pattern." He chuckled, returning to his sorting. Ben wasn't so sure. He carried the cup downstairs, washed it gently, and set it on his windowsill. As dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and peach, Ben decided to try it. He filled it with warm milk and a drizzle of honey, just as he imagined great-aunt Millicent might have done. As he lifted the cup to his lips, he didn't just smell the sweet honey and warm milk. He smelled something else entirely: damp earth, wood smoke, and the faint, sweet scent of unfamiliar flowers. And when he took a sip, the world didn't dissolve, but it shimmered. Suddenly, the steam rising from the cup wasn't just steam. It swirled and coalesced, forming a miniature, glowing landscape right above the rim. Tiny, luminous mountains rose, veiled in mist. A path no wider than a thread of silk wound through a forest of impossibly small, glittering trees. And standing on that path, looking impossibly real yet impossibly tiny, was a creature. It resembled a badger, but its fur shimmered like moonlight on snow, and it wore a tiny, worried frown. "Hello," Ben whispered, utterly astonished. The tiny badger jumped, clutching a minuscule satchel. "Oh, you can see, most can't, you know, not unless the cup truly chooses. I'm Thistle." His voice was like the rustle of dry leaves, yet clear as a bell. and you, big one, you hold the cup of echoes. The cup of echoes. Ben breathed. Indeed, Thistle nodded gravely. It doesn't hold tea, not really. It holds echoes of places lost or forgotten, echoes of journeys not taken. Right now it holds the echo of the Whispering Glen, my home. But his small shoulders slumped. The glen is fading, the great echo is weakening. Without it, the glen will vanish entirely, and all its echoes, memories, stories, little bits of quiet magic will be lost forever. Ben felt a pang of deep sadness, as if he'd heard a beloved story end too soon. The great echo, what is it? How can it fade? It's the heart song of the glen, Thistle explained, pacing the tiny path in the steam. A deep, resonant sound that holds everything together, but it's grown faint, muffled. Something is silencing it. We need to find the source and restore the song. But the path is perilous for one so small, and the silencer. Well, it's big and loud and terribly unlistening. Ben understood the unspoken plea. Can I help? Can I go there through the cup? Thistle's eyes, like polished obsidian, widened. Through the cup. Only if the cup allows it. But you felt its warmth. You saw the echo. Perhaps you are allowed. Take another sip, Ben. Think of the glen, think of helping. Ben closed his eyes, picturing the tiny mountains, the glittering trees, the worried badger. He took another sip of the honeyed milk. This time the warmth wasn't just in his hands, it spread through his whole body. The room seemed to stretch and blur. When he opened his eyes, he was standing on the thread-like path, surrounded by towering, luminous ferns that hadn't been there a moment before. He was Ben-sized, but the world around him was thistle-sized. The trees soared like skyscrapers, the pebbles were boulders. Thistle, now reaching Ben's knee, beamed. You did it, oh splendid. Welcome to the Whispering Glen, Ben. The glen was breathtaking. Light didn't just shine, it danced soft blues and greens, filtering through leaves that chimed like crystal bells when touched. The air hummed, but it was a faint, strained hum, like a distant choir singing through wool. Ben could feel the sadness Thistle had spoken of, a gentle melancholy clinging to the shimmering moss and the glowing mushrooms. We need to follow the fading song to its source, Thistle said, leading the way down the winding path. But we shouldn't go alone. Echo places are tricky. We need friends. Their first helper appeared near a brook that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny chimes. A creature like a large, iridescent dragonfly perched on a glowing reed. Her wings were stained glass mosaics, and her large, multifaceted eyes sparkled with curiosity. Greetings, Thistle, and a very large greeting to you, stranger. I am Zephyr. Are you lost or found? Both, perhaps, Zephyr, Thistle chuckled. This is Ben. He's come to help restore the great echo. We need to find what's silencing it. Zephyr buzzed excitedly. Silence, how dreadful. I know all the currents of the glen, the paths the winds take. The silence feels thickest near the old stone bridge where the deep roots gather. But it's guarded by Grumble, the stone toad. He hasn't listened to anyone in ages, too busy being grumpy. She fluttered onto Ben's shoulder, her touch light as dandelion fluff. I can guide you. Further along, beneath a canopy of luminous weeping willow fronds, they met their second helper. Moss, a creature resembling a very old, very wise tortoise, moved with deliberate slowness. His shell was covered in glowing lichen that pulsed softly. He blinked slowly at Ben. A groundwalker in the glen, how curious and troubled. I feel the echo's pain. His voice was the deep rumble of shifting earth. We seek the source of the silence, Moss, Thistle explained. Moss pondered, the lichen on his shell dimming and brightening. The deep roots beneath the old stone bridge hold ancient memories. They might know, but Grumble guards the bridge fiercely. He fears noise, you see, thinks it cracks the stones. Moss sighed, a sound like pebbles tumbling. He forgets that silence can crack the soul. I know the old ways, the language of stone and root. I will come. The journey through the whispering glen was wondrous and strange. Zephyr darted ahead, her wings humming, scouting paths and whispering warnings about patches of shimmer quicksand or gloom vines that tried to dampen sound. Moss plodded steadily behind, his deep voice occasionally murmuring to the earth, causing glowing stepping stones to rise from glowing streams or stubborn roots to gently lower themselves. Thistle kept up a constant, reassuring chatter, pointing out echo fireflies that carried snippets of forgotten lullabies and whispering blossoms that sighed stories into the air. Yet, the underlying hum remained distressingly faint. Finally, they reached the old stone bridge. It arched over a chasm filled not with water, but with swirling, silent mist. And sitting squarely in the center of the bridge, blotting out the soft light, was Grumble. He was immense, a toad carved from rough, dark granite, his eyes like dull, heavy pebbles. A low, continuous grumble vibrated from him, a sound that seemed to actively push away the glen's gentle music. Go away. Grumble boomed, the sound waves making the bridge tremble. Too much noise, cracks the stones, silence is safe. He shifted his massive bulk, blocking their path completely. Ben felt the grumble in his bones, a physical pressure trying to force him back. Fear prickled him. How could they move this mountain of grumpiness? Zephyr buzzed anxiously near Ben's ear. See, told you, all boom and no listen. Moss slowly moved forward, placing a gentle, clawed foot on the bridge stone. Grumble, old friend, he rumbled, his voice a counterpoint to Grumble's harsh tone, deep but soothing. The stones are strong, they remember the song. Song is vibration, vibration is cracks. Grumble bellowed, refusing to look at Moss. Silence is solid, safe. Ben watched, his heart pounding. Force wouldn't work. Shouting back would only make Grumble louder, more stubborn. Thistle had said the challenge required wisdom. Ben remembered the cup's warmth, the feeling of listening to an echo. He thought of Grey Tant Millicent, who everyone thought was odd but who had known this cup was special. He thought about how sometimes the quietest things held the deepest truths. Grumble wasn't just guarding the bridge, he was guarding his fear. Ben took a deep breath. Instead of speaking, he knelt down on the bridge, ignoring the vibration through his knees. He placed his hand flat on the cool stone, just like Moss had done. He closed his eyes, trying to push aside his own fear, trying to truly listen, not just to the grumble, but to the stone beneath it. He felt the deep, slow pulse of the earth Moss had spoken of, a rhythm far older and steadier than Grumble's fear. He felt tiny vibrations, not cracks, but the gentle thrum of the deep roots Moss had mentioned, far below, like a slow, sad heartbeat. And beneath Grumble's oppressive grumble, Ben sensed something else, a deep, aching loneliness. He didn't shout. He didn't argue. He simply spoke, his voice as soft as the glen's fading hum, directed not at Grumble's ears, but at the stone beneath his hand, hoping the roots would hear. The stones are strong, he murmured, echoing Moss. They remember the song that held them together. The silence isn't making you safe, Grumble, it's making you alone, and the glen is fading without its song. He poured all his understanding, all his quiet empathy into those words, picturing the warmth of the teacup, the kindness he felt for Thistle and his fading home. For a moment, nothing happened. Grumble just grumbled louder. Then Moss rumbled again, his voice weaving with Ben's quiet plea, speaking directly to the stone and the roots below. Hear the truth, old friend, the song is strength, not weakness, the silence, it hurts. Zephyr, understanding, flew not at Grumble, but down towards the swirling mist of the chasm. She darted and danced, her wings creating a soft, intricate hum, a counter-melody to Grumble's drone. She hummed the song of the wind currents, the chime of the brook, the sigh of the whispering blossoms, tiny fragments of the glen's true voice. Thistle added his own voice, not loud but clear and steady, telling a simple story of sunlight on moss and the comfort of shared burrows. Sound connects us, grumble, silence, isolates. Slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the deep, continuous grumble faltered. Grumble shifted. One heavy pebble-like eye cracked open slightly, looking not at Ben shouting, but at Ben kneeling, hand on the stone, his face earnest and kind. He looked at moss, steadfast and ancient. He listened to Zephyr's delicate hum, Thistle's gentle story. He felt the deep roots below stir, sending a faint, questioning pulse up through the bridge stones, a pulse of remembered music. A deep, shuddering sigh escaped grumble, like boulders shifting. The oppressive pressure lessened. Alone, he rumbled, but the sound was less harsh, more questioning. The song hurt. No, Ben said softly, still kneeling. The wrong sounds can hurt. Loud, angry sounds. But the glen's song, it's gentle. It's the sound of belonging. It holds the stones together like the warmth holds the tea in the cup. He thought of the cup's comforting glow. It doesn't crack, it comforts. Grumble was silent for a long moment. Then with a sound like distant thunder softening, he slowly, ponderously, shifted his massive bulk to one side of the bridge, clearing the path. Gentle, he rumbled, the word unfamiliar on his tongue. Comfort. Moss nudged Ben gently. The deep roots beneath the bridge center, they hold the echo of the first heart song. Touch them, remember for them. Ben walked carefully to the center of the bridge. Kneeling again, he saw a cluster of thick, glowing roots emerging from the stone, pulsing with a very faint, slow light. He placed both hands upon them. They were warm, vibrating with a deep, almost inaudible frequency. Closing his eyes, he poured his feelings into the roots, the wonder of the glen, the kindness of Thistle, Zephyr, and Moss, the newfound understanding for Grumble, and the comforting warmth of the forget-me-not cup. He thought of connection, of gentle sounds, of belonging. He didn't force a song, he offered a memory of what song felt like. The roots beneath his hands began to glow brighter. The faint pulse grew stronger, steadier. From deep within the earth, a sound began to rise. It wasn't loud, it was profound. A deep, resonant hum, pure and clear, like the lowest note of a cello played under starlight. It resonated through the stones of the bridge, through the air, through Ben's very being. The effect was instantaneous. The swirling mist in the chasm below began to sparkle with trapped light. The leaves on the luminous trees chimed more brightly. The faint melancholy lifted, replaced by a profound sense of peace and wholeness. The great echo, the heart song of the whispering glen, had been remembered. Zephyr danced in the air, her wings creating joyous harmonies with the renewed echo. Moss let out a deep, contented rumble that harmonized perfectly. Thistle jumped up and down with pure delight. And Grumble, the stone toad, simply sat. But his grumble had ceased. He tilted his head, his heavy-lidded eyes half closed, listening. A low, soft sound, almost like a purr, vibrated from his stony chest. It wasn't silence. It was the sound of deep contentment, a bass note joining the glen's symphony. Ben felt the teacup's warmth surge within him, not pulling him back, but acknowledging the completion. He looked at his new friends. "It's time for me to go," he said softly, the heart song filling him with serene joy. Thistle nuzzled his hand. "Thank you, Ben. The glen remembers. We all remember." Zephyr landed gently on his head, humming a farewell tune. Moss blinked slowly, a silent blessing. Grumble merely rumbled softly, a sound that now felt like a bedrock deep, "Thank you." Ben closed his eyes, holding the image of the singing glen, the feeling of the heart song, and the warmth of friendship. He felt the world shimmer once more. When he opened his eyes, he was back in his room, the empty forget-me-not cup cool in his hands on the windowsill. The last sip of honeyed milk was gone. Outside, the wind in the old oak tree sounded different, richer, deeper, as if carrying an echo of a faraway song. He carefully placed the cup back on the sill. It no longer glowed, but it held a deep, quiet warmth, like a cherished memory. Ben knew the Whispering Glen was safe, its stories and magic preserved. He knew that sometimes the greatest strength wasn't in being loud, but in listening deeply, not in force, but in kindness and understanding. And he knew that the most extraordinary magic could be found in the quietest, most ordinary of things, like a teacup painted with forget-me-nots, holding echoes of wonder. As he climbed into bed, the wind sang its lullaby through the eaves, a gentle, resonant sound that soothed him to his core. He smiled, picturing Thistle in his burrow, Zephyr dancing on moonbeams, Moss dreaming deep earth dreams, and Grumble, contentedly rumbling on his bridge, part of the song once more. The cup sat on the sill, a silent guardian of echoes, and Ben drifted into a sleep filled with the peaceful hum of a world where kindness had mended what fear had silenced. The fire crackled its own warm agreement, and the night held only gentle dreams. On the far edge of the silken nebula, where starlight wove itself into shimmering tapestries of violet and gold, there drifted a small, forgotten observation outpost. It had been built by starfarers long gone, a glass-domed sanctuary orbiting a quiet, blue-tinted star. Within its curved walls, a most unusual friendship was taking root. Kalen had arrived first. He was from the planet Verdant, a world of whispering forests and soft, mossy ground. His people communicated not with words, but with gentle shifts in the color of the delicate, leaf-like filaments that grew along their arms and across their cheeks. A soft, luminescent blue meant curiosity. A warm, rosy pink signaled happiness. A shimmering silver was laughter. Kalen's own colors often swirled in lonely shades of gray and deep indigo, for he was a botanist, sent on a solitary mission to study the unique flora that could grow in the outpost's zero-gravity gardens. He missed the rustle of the great verdant trees and the chorus of colors from his family. The outpost was his sanctuary, a place of quiet industry. He spent his days tending to floating orbs of bioluminescent moss and vines that curled around pillars of softly glowing crystal, their light pulsing in time with his own emotional hues. One day a small, distressed vessel, like a seed pod spun from mother-of-pearl, bumped gently against the outpost's airlock. From it emerged Piper. Piper was from the chime world of Lyra, a place of singing crystals and winds that played melodies through ancient stone arches. Piper's species had no visible mouths or noses. Their smooth, opalescent skin covered a complex internal structure that allowed them to create music. Their language was a symphony of hums, whistles, and resonant chimes. Piper's own song upon arrival was a frantic, discordant jangle of fear and exhaustion. Their ship's heart crystal had fractured, and they had been drifting, their song fading. Kalen, seeing the shimmering bipedal form and hearing its distressed melody, felt his filaments flush with a compassionate, welcoming gold. He didn't understand the sounds, but he understood the feeling. He guided Piper inside, his movements slow and deliberate, his colors projecting calm, steady green. Their first days were a ballet of beautiful confusion. Kalen would offer a floating berry from his garden, his filaments glowing a friendly orange. Piper, in thanks, would respond with a complex, trilling arpeggio that made Kalen jump, his colors flickering to a surprised yellow. Piper, in turn, would try to help by using a low, resonant hum to vibrate the dust from the solar panels, a common practice on Lyra. To Kalen, it felt like an earthquake, and he would clutch the nearest crystal pillar, his filaments blazing a frantic red of alarm. Their greatest challenge was the garden. For Kalen, it was a place of silent, colorful growth. For Piper, it was an orchestra waiting to be conducted. Piper discovered that by gently tapping the different bioluminescent orbs, they each produced a unique, bell-like tone. Delighted, Piper began to compose a symphony, tapping and humming, sending the orbs spinning and chiming. Kalen rushed in, his filaments a stormy violet of panic. He gently took Piper's slender, crystalline hand and led them to a particular orb, now dull and silent. He pulsed a soft, sad blue at the orb, then at Piper. He mimed the orb's light fading and its song dying. Understanding dawned on Piper, not through words, but through the shared language of care. Their next song was a soft, lullaby-like hum directed at the plants, and Kalen watched in wonder as the vines stretched toward the sound, their glow brightening. This was the turning point. They had found their first shared word, gentleness. Together they decided to create a new space, a sanctuary within the sanctuary. They chose the observatory's highest dome, a room with a vast, curved window that looked out upon the heart of the silken nebula. Here they built their harmony nook. Kalen brought his most resilient and responsive plants, vines that changed color with emotion, flowers that bloomed in sync with harmonic frequencies. Piper brought smooth, river-worn stones from their homeworld and a set of tiny, perfectly tuned resonance crystals. They arranged the stones in spiraling patterns on the floor and hung the crystals from the vines so that they caught the starlight and the light from the plants. The room became a living instrument. When Kalen was happy, the room would glow with warm ambers and golds, and the crystals would chime softly. When Piper played a serene melody, the plants would sway and pulse in rhythm, their colors deepening. Their misunderstandings became fewer and filled with more laughter. Once Kalen, trying to express his gratitude for Piper's company, projected a brilliant, joyful magenta. On Verdant, it was the color of deep, familial love. Piper, however, interpreted the sudden, intense color as a sign of high alarm, the way a lyran's skin might flash white before danger. They responded with a sharp, warning whistle and dove behind a console. Kalen, confused, pulsed a soft, questioning teal. After a moment of peeking out, Piper understood. They emerged and played a slow, warbling tune that was the lyran equivalent of bashful laughter. Kalen's filaments shimmered in silver mirth. They had learned another word, oops. Their favorite ritual began as the outpost drifted into the shadow of its gentle star, and the nebula outside the great window bloomed with its most brilliant light. They would meet in the harmony nook, sitting amidst their shared creation. Kalen would let his colors settle into a calm, contented lavender. Piper would play a soft, meandering melody, not a structured song, but a musical expression of the swirling cosmos outside. In these quiet moments, a new connection began to form, one that went beyond color and sound. It was a faint, empathic thread. Kalen would feel an echo of Piper's serene wonder as a warm tingling in his core. Piper would sense Kalen's peaceful happiness as a subtle, harmonious vibration in their own being. They were learning to feel what the other felt, to share the quiet awe of watching a binary star system perform its slow, eternal dance, or the gentle melancholy of remembering homes far away. One evening, a solar flare from the blue star sent waves of emerald energy washing over the outpost. The systems flickered, and a deep, unsettling hum resonated through the station's frame. Piper, sensitive to vibrations, froze, their song cutting off into a silent, fearful tension. The harmony nook dimmed, the plants pulling their leaves in close. Kalen looked at his friend, seeing not just a still form, but feeling the cold spike of their fear through their fledgling empathic bond. He didn't try to use colors or gestures. Instead, he walked slowly to the center of the room, where a large, flat stone rested. He sat down, cross-legged, and closed his eyes. He focused not on his own fear, but on every good, warm memory he had of this place. The first time Piper had made the moss glow with a simple C major chord. the taste of the sweet, airborne fruit they shared. The sight of Pipers formed silhouetted against the nebula. He filled his mind with these images and let his heart swell with the feeling of friendship. His filaments began to glow, not with a single color, but with a slow, swirling galaxy of all of them. The gold of welcome, the pink of happiness, the blue of curiosity, the lavender of peace. It was a silent story of their time together. Piper, still trembling, felt the shift. The cold fear was slowly surrounded by a profound, radiating warmth. They turned and saw Kalen, a quiet supernova of friendship in the center of their sanctuary. The fear didn't vanish, but it was held, comforted, diminished. Slowly, Piper raised their hands and began to play. It wasn't a grand symphony, but a single clear, unwavering note, a note of trust, of gratitude, of solidarity. The note resonated through the crystals, which began to glow with a soft, steady light. The vines, responding to the sound and the light, unfurled their leaves, their own bioluminescence returning, brighter than before. The solar storm passed. The unsettling hum faded. But in the harmony nook, the light and the music remained, intertwined. They had discovered the universal language. It wasn't color or sound or even empathy. It was the simple, profound act of kindness. It was the choice to sit with a friend in their fear. It was the willingness to build a shared shelter, both physical and emotional. It was the patience to laugh at misunderstandings and the courage to learn from them. As the outpost continued its silent journey through the silken nebula, it was no longer a lonely outpost, but a home. And in its highest dome, under a canopy of stars, two very different beings proved that no gap is too wide, no silence too deep, and no world too far away, when bridged by the gentle, steadfast light of a true and cosmic friendship. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley where twilight lingered like a contented sigh. Every chimney puffed cinnamon-scented smoke, and lanterns shaped like dandelion seeds cast buttery light on cobblestone paths. Young Milo, with eyes like polished acorns and a patchwork satchel always at his side, first noticed the strangeness one dewy morning. Overnight, every front gate in the village had sprouted identical clusters of moon-pale mushrooms, not harmful, but perfectly circular, glowing faintly as if storing starlight. Like tiny fairy tables. Mrs. Gable whispered, brushing flour from her apron as villagers gathered, murmuring in puzzlement. 2 nights later, the mystery deepened. All the copper wind chimes hanging from porches played the same 3-note lullaby at dawn, though no breeze stirred. Old Man Hemlock's prize-winning sunflowers now faced west instead of east, their golden heads bowed as if sharing a secret. A gentle unease settled over Bramble Hollow. "It's not mischief," declared Milo, tracing a glowing mushroom cap with his fingertip. "It feels thoughtful, like someone's trying to say hello but forgot how." Milo decided to solve the riddle. That evening he packed his satchel with a honey cake wrapped in wax paper, a woolen blanket, and his most important tool, grandfather's magnifying glass, its brass rim warm with memory. He nestled beneath the ancient whispering willow by the duck pond, its leaves sighing advice only patient ears could hear. As moonlight silvered the pond, ripples formed without wind, swirling into intricate spirals. Suddenly, a small creature emerged no taller than Milo's hand, with skin like river-smooth pebbles and hair of woven reeds. It carried a hollowed acorn cup, dipping it delicately into the water. Milo held his breath. A water nymph. Grandfather's stories were true. The nymph froze, eyes wide as dewdrops. Milo slowly unwrapped the honey cake, breaking off a crumb and placing it on a lily pad. The nymph tilted its head, then skated across the water to claim it. With gestures as fluid as the current, it pointed toward the northern woods, then mimed, dropping tiny seeds. "You're planting the mushrooms," Milo whispered. The nymph nodded, then vanished beneath the surface, leaving only a shimmer. The next clue came from Orla, the moss-bearded tortoise who napped by the library's warmth vents. Saw shimmer dust near the wind chimes, she rumbled, blinking slowly. Not pixies, too quiet. Following her advice, Milo sprinkled fine oat flour around Widow Peony's porch that night. At dawn, delicate, webbed footprints glowed in the flour, leading straight to the hollow oak near the sunflower patch. Inside the oak's knotted trunk, Milo found his mentor, Thistle, an ancient hedgehog whose spines held fragments of quartz that caught the light. "Ah, young observer," Thistle rasped, brewing pine needle tea over a glowworm lamp. "You seek the pattern weaver. She's shy, that one. Came from the crystal caves after the great rumbling shifted her home." Thistle explained the nymph was only helping a lonely friend who adored Bramble Hollow's cozy order, but didn't understand human ways. She rearranges things to make them more beautiful, by her lights. Armed with understanding, Milo prepared. He left gifts where the footprints appeared, a smooth blue marble by the wind chimes, a spool of silver thread near the sunflowers. That night, under a plum-colored sky, he saw her. Perched on a sunflower, a tiny figure with moth-wing sleeves hummed softly. As her fingers brushed a wind chime, it chimed the same 3 notes a melody Milo suddenly recognized as the village's bedtime bell. She was copying what she loved. "Hello," Milo whispered, holding out a mushroom-capped plate with a single blueberry. The sprite, her skin like opal, eyes like liquid amber, gasped but didn't flee. "Your patterns are lovely," Milo said gently. "But our gardens, they're like stories we've written ourselves." He sketched Bramble Hollow's map in the soil, showing how each garden was cherished just as it was. The sprite, whom he learned was named Lumina, trembled. "I only wanted to help the pretty sounds and colors stay," she chimed in a voice like tinkling ice. The solution came at dawn's first blush. Milo gathered the villagers. "Lumina needs a place to weave her patterns," he announced. In the communal meadow, children offered smooth stones, gardeners donated seeds and misses, Gable baked seed cakes. Together they built Lumina a glittering mosaic courtyard, stones arranged in spiraling constellations, wind chimes tuned to her lullaby, and soil where moon mushrooms could glow freely. Lumina wept shimmering tears that sprouted into tiny, glowing flowers. "You made me a story," she whispered to Milo. Now, Bramble Hollow's twilight hums with new magic. Lumina's mosaics shift daily, telling tales of starlight and deep earth. The wind chimes sometimes play her lullaby just for sweet dreams, and sunflowers turn to watch children's laughter dance across the meadow. And every night, as Milo drifts to sleep, he sees a tiny opal hand placing a perfect, glowing mushroom cap on his windowsill, a silent thank you glowing in the dark, a secret shared between friends under the watchful, kind stars. All is calm, all is understood, and Bramble Hollow dreams on, cozier than ever before. Deep within the whispering woods, where sunlight dripped like melted gold through ancient canopies, lived creatures unseen by human eyes. Here moss grew thick as velvet pillows, and the air hummed with the scent of pine resin and damp earth. At the forest's heart stood the grandmother oak, her bark etched with centuries of stories, roots weaving deep into the world's magic. She was the keeper of seasons, her branches holding the delicate balance between spring's blush, summer's hum, autumn's sigh, and winter's hush. Among her roots dwelled Thistle, a silver-furred badger whose paws knew every hidden pathway. His den smelled of dried lavender and warm soil, where fireflies nested in jars like living constellations. High in the oak's branches lived Pip, a quick-pawed squirrel with fur the color of autumn acorns. Her nest was lined with thistle down and moonbeam silk, and she spent dawns watching dew transform spiderwebs into necklaces of light. Nearby, in a burrow fringed with bluebells, lived the hedgehog family, Bramble, Moss, and their 3 prickly youngsters, who tended the glow-cap mushrooms that pulsed softly at twilight, recycling fallen leaves into starlight. the forest thrived on rituals. Every first frost, Thistle would lead the creatures to the crystal stream, where they'd place river-smoothed stones in spirals to thank the water for its songs. In spring, Pip organized the blossom dance, where butterflies scattered pollen that made the air taste like honey. The hedgehogs sang nightly lullabies to the grandmother oak, their voices harmonizing with the wind so her roots drank melodies instead of rain. All things breathed together. Elder Fern, the oldest turtle, would murmur from her sun-warmed rock. Upset one thread and the whole tapestry trembles. But one sultry summer evening, as fireflies painted the dusk, an unnatural chill crept in. Frost feathered over ferns that should have been lush, silencing crickets mid-chirp. Pip shivered on her branch, watching her breath mist in the air. Thistle emerged from his den, whiskers stiff with ice crystals. "The seasons are knotted," he rumbled, nose pressed to the trembling earth. The grandmother oak's roots feel cold. They gathered beneath the oak, where moonlight usually pooled like liquid silver. Now the clearing was eerily still. Bramble nudged a frostbitten glowcap, its light guttered weakly. The balanced stone whispered moss, her spines drooping. Deep in the oak's roots lay a geode older than the forest, a stone that pulsed with the forest's heartbeat, warming the earth in winter and cooling it in summer. Thistle's grandfather had shown it to him as a cub, warning, harm it, and the seasons unravel. A frantic woodmouse brought news. Near the stone, the earth had cracked. Young foxes, new to the forest, had chased a rabbit into the roots, clawing at the soil where the stone lay hidden. Their playful digging had exposed it to the night air, freezing its magic. Pip scampered down, her tiny paws tracing the fissure. Cold seeped from it, withering nearby flowers. "They didn't know," she said softly. "The stone's song is fading." Thistle nodded. Ignorance is a wound only wisdom can heal. He sought Elder Fern, who sunned herself on a mossy log, her shell patterned with lichen like ancient maps. "Ah," she sighed, her voice a dry rustle. "The stone remembers warmth. It needs summer's breath to thaw." She described the sun petals, golden flowers that bloomed only on the highest sunbeam, storing sunlight in their velvet cores. "But they wilt by twilight. You must move as one." Hope flickered. Pip scrambled up the grandmother oak, leaping across branches toward the canopy's sunlit crown. Thistle dug tunnels through frosted soil, creating safe passage. The hedgehogs rolled glowcaps into the cracks, their faint light guiding the way. When Pip reached the sun-drenched treetops, she found the sun petals, a cluster of golden blooms, warm as baked bread. But as she gathered them, a gust shook the branches. One precious petal tumbled downward. Below, the young foxes watched, ears flat with shame. The smallest, her fur russet as fallen leaves, saw the falling petal. With a yip, she darted forward, catching it gently in her mouth. Pip froze, but the fox placed the petal in Thistle's paw, whimpering, "We didn't mean to still the seasons." "Come," said Thistle gently. "Help us reweave what was frayed." Together they hurried to the exposed balanced stone, now glazed with ice. The hedgehogs lined the fissure with glowing mushrooms. Pip laid the sun petals on the stone's frozen surface, their warmth seeping into the geode. Thistle and the foxes pushed rich, dark soil over the roots, their paws working side by side. As the last shovelful settled, bramble and moss began a low, humming song, joined by the fox's hesitant yips and Pip's chittering melody. The grandmother oak's leaves shimmered, absorbing their voices. Slowly, the frost retreated like a shy creature. Warmth radiated from the stone, melting ice into dewdrops that glittered on spiderwebs. Flowers straightened, crickets resumed their symphony, and the glowcaps brightened, casting buttery light over the smiling faces. Elder Fern crept close, nudging the young foxes. "Remember this night, wisdom isn't knowing everything, it's listening to the world's whispers. The foxes bowed their heads. We'll protect the balanced stone, promised the russet one, and teach others its song. Seasons flowed smoothly once more. Autumn arrived in a cascade of amber and crimson, leaves pirouetting to the hedgehog's harvest hymns. Winter wrapped the forest in snowy silence, the foxes now guarding the oak's roots while Thistle told tales of stars by the hearth. When spring returned, painting the woods in wildflower confetti, the creatures gathered beneath the grandmother oak. Pip strung dewdrop necklaces for the fox kits, while Bramble and Moss served nectar-sweetened hazelnuts on birch bark plates. As twilight deepened, fireflies rose like embers in a gentle wind, their light blending with the glow caps and the oak's soft luminescence. Thistle watched them, his old bones warmed by contentment. The forest breathed, a sigh of soil, rustle of leaves, ripple of stream, each note a thread in an eternal harmony. High above, the first star winked, casting silver over creatures curled in drowsy heaps, their dreams woven from the safety of roots and the promise of tomorrow's sun. And deep in the earth, the balanced stone pulsed steadily, a warm, silent lullaby for the sleeping woods. In the quiet village of Stillwater, nestled between whispering pines and a silver-threaded river, there lived a young soul named Rowan who carried change within them like a secret. Each morning, Rowan would wake to find small transformations. A strand of hair turned the color of morning mist, fingertips that shimmered like dew, eyes that sometimes reflected the colors of things yet to bloom. These changes frightened Rowan, for the village prized sameness and steady rhythms, and so they learned to hide their shifting self beneath heavy woolen cloaks and downcast glances. One evening, as the last light bled from the sky and Rowan sat alone by the window watching moths dance in the twilight, an old woman appeared at the garden gate. She moved with the grace of willow branches in a soft wind, her hair a cloud of silver, her eyes holding the deep knowing of ancient forests. She introduced herself as Hazel, a traveler between worlds, and asked if she might rest a while in Rowan's garden. "I see you carry something beautiful within," Hazel said gently, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "Would you like to learn its language?" Rowan's heart beat like a captured bird, but something in Hazel's presence felt like coming home. They nodded, and so began their quiet lessons in the moonlit garden. Hazel never demanded or directed, but instead asked questions that unfolded like petals. "What color is your courage today?" she might whisper, and Rowan would notice how the forget-me-nots near their feet suddenly shimmered with cobalt light. "Where does your happiness live?" she'd inquire, and Rowan would feel warmth spread through their chest as night-blooming jasmine unfurled its star-white flowers hours early. The first small victory came on an evening when Rowan felt particularly out of place. The village children had laughed when a sudden breeze caught Rowan's cloak, revealing hair that shifted from oak brown to silver green. Hurrying home, tears threatening to fall, Rowan noticed the garden had grown dull and wilted. Sitting on the mossy stone bench, Hazel simply said, "The garden mirrors what you feel. What would happen if you welcomed what you are?" Taking a trembling breath, Rowan closed their eyes and whispered, "I am changing, and that is all right." When they opened their eyes, the lavender bushes had erupted in blossoms of such vibrant purple they seemed to glow from within, and the air filled with their calming scent. That small acceptance felt like unlocking a door they hadn't known was closed. As weeks turned to months, Rowan's garden became a living map of their inner world. When frustration built, thistles would appear, but Hazel taught Rowan to sit with these feelings until the thistles softened into feathery seeds that carried wishes on the wind. When loneliness visited, the cherry tree would shed pink petals that settled around Rowan's shoulders like a comforting shawl. The garden responded not to grand gestures, but to tiny moments of honesty, a deep breath a tear acknowledged, a small truth spoken aloud. One afternoon, Hazel led Rowan to a corner of the garden, where a silk cotton tree grew. "Watch," she said, pointing to a chrysalis hanging from a low branch. For hours they sat together in comfortable silence, watching the translucent casing quiver with invisible movement. Just as the sun began to set, the chrysalis split open, and a Luna moth emerged, its wings the color of moonlight and new beginnings. "Change is not something that happens to you," Hazel murmured, "but something that unfolds from within. The cocoon doesn't force the transformation, it simply creates the safe space for what is already there to emerge." That night Rowan dreamed of seeds sleeping in dark earth, of caterpillars dissolving into potential, of rivers carving canyons through patient persistence. They woke with dawn's first light, understanding that their own transformation wasn't something to fear, but something to nurture. The final piece fell into place during the harvest festival, when the entire village gathered in the square. The mayor called for everyone to bring forward their offerings: identical baskets of perfect apples, symmetrical loaves of bread, matching jars of honey. Rowan stood trembling at the edge of the crowd, clutching a small basket containing flowers that changed color with the light, herbs that healed with their scent alone, and fruits that tasted like remembered joy. Just as Rowan thought to slip away unseen, Hazel appeared, her hand resting gently on their shoulder. "Your gift is exactly what the world needs," she whispered. Taking a deep breath, Rowan stepped forward and placed their basket on the communal table. A hush fell over the crowd as people noticed the shifting colors, their unusual shapes, the undeniable magic. Then something remarkable happened. A child reached for one of the fruits, took a bite, and laughed with pure delight. Others followed, and soon the entire square was filled with people sharing stories, remembering forgotten dreams, and seeing each other with new eyes. When Rowan turned to thank Hazel, the old woman was gone. In her place stood the silk cotton tree, now covered in luminous chrysalises, with one note hanging from a branch: "The student has become the teacher, the garden has become the seed." That night Rowan sat in their transformed garden, no longer hiding beneath cloaks or downcast glances. Their hair flowed like liquid moonlight, their skin shimmered with the patterns of fern and frost, their eyes held entire constellations. Villagers began to visit, first in curious trickles, then in steady streams, each carrying their own hidden transformations. A baker whose bread now healed sorrow, a carpenter whose creations sang in the wind, a weaver whose tapestries showed possible futures. Rowan understood now that the gentle metamorphosis was never just about them. It was about creating a space where others could begin their own transformations. The garden continued to grow, each plant responding to the emotional landscape of whoever tended it, each flower a testament to the courage of becoming. As the seasons turned, Rowan often sat beneath the silk cotton tree, watching new chrysalises form and open, remembering that every ending is a beginning in disguise. Sometimes in the corner of their eye they would catch a glimpse of silver hair and hear the rustle of leaves that sounded like gentle laughter, and they would smile, knowing that the work of transformation continues in endless, beautiful cycles, each of us both student and teacher, caterpillar and butterfly, seed and forest. In the quiet expanse of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on velvet, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place of gentle hums and soft glows, where the walls seemed to breathe with a life of their own, pulsing in rhythm with the distant heartbeats of nebulae. Here, two souls from worlds apart found themselves drawn together by the silent call of loneliness and the universal yearning for connection. The first was a being from the planet Chroma, a world where the very air danced with light. His name was Kalen, and his skin was a canvas of ever-shifting hues, reflecting his innermost feelings in a silent symphony of color. When he was calm, his form glowed with soft azure and lavender. When curious, it sparked with flecks of gold. He communicated not with words, but with these radiant displays, each shade telling a story deeper than any language could convey. Kalen had journeyed to the Starlight Haven after his ship, a vessel woven from crystalline fibers that sang as they moved, had malfunctioned, leaving him stranded in this remote corner of the galaxy. The second was a creature from the harmonic world of Melodia, where life resonated with music. Her name was Lyra, and her body was slender and graceful, with skin that shimmered like mother of pearl. From her flowed a constant, gentle hum, a bass-line melody that shifted in pitch and tone to express her thoughts. When she was happy, it rose into a cheerful trill. When thoughtful, it deepened into a soothing drone. Lyra had been exploring the outer reaches when her own craft, a bubble-like pod that floated on sonic waves, had lost its way, bringing her to the same derelict station. Their meeting was hesitant, filled with the uncertainty of first contact. Kalen, upon seeing Lyra, flushed a nervous orange-red, his colors swirling in confusion. Lyra, in response, emitted a series of sharp, questioning notes that echoed through the corridor. For days, they circled each other in the station's hollow halls, their attempts at communication leading only to bafflement. Kalen would glow a friendly yellow, only for Lyra to misinterpret it as a warning and hum a defensive low tone. They retreated to separate corners, the silence between them growing heavier than the void outside. But the Starlight Haven itself seemed to wish for their friendship. In its core was a neglected garden chamber, once a place of solace for travelers. The walls were transparent, offering a panoramic view of the swirling nebulas outside, and the floor was soft with moss that glowed with a gentle bioluminescence. It was here that Kalen and Lyra both sought refuge one evening, drawn by the comforting sight of distant stars. They found themselves standing at opposite ends of the room, each watching the cosmic ballet in silence. Kalen, feeling the peace of the moment, let his skin shift to a calm, steady blue, like the deep ocean of his homeworld. Lyra, sensing the change, allowed her hum to soften into a melodic whisper, reminiscent of the winds that swept across Melodia's singing plains. Slowly, cautiously, they moved closer. Kalen pointed a shimmering hand toward a particularly bright star, and his colors bloomed into a pattern of wonder, silver streaks against a backdrop of violet. Lyra, understanding the gesture, responded with a rising scale of notes that mirrored the star's brilliance. It was not yet conversation, but it was a start, a shared moment of awe. In the days that followed, they began to explore the garden together. The chamber was overgrown with alien flora, vines that curled like ribbons of light, flowers that opened and closed in time with the station's gentle breaths, and trees whose leaves chimed softly when touched. They decided to make this place their sanctuary, a project to bridge the gap between them. Kalen, with his innate connection to light, nurtured the bioluminescent plants, his touch causing them to brighten in joyful response. Lyra, using her harmonic abilities, encouraged the musical plants to harmonize, creating a backdrop of ethereal melodies that filled the space. Their collaboration was not without its humorous stumbles. Once Kalen arranged a cluster of glowberries in a pattern he intended as a gift, a spiral of warm pink and green, which on chroma symbolized friendship. But Lyra, seeing the colors, interpreted it as a sign of distress, for on Melodia such hues were associated with alarm. She burst into a frantic, high-pitched melody that sent the garden's creatures skittering. Kalen, startled, flushed a bewildered gray. It took a long, patient evening of trial and error for them to realize the misunderstanding. They sat among the chiming trees, and Lyra hummed a slow, explanatory tune, while Kalen slowly shifted his colors to demonstrate their meanings. When they finally grasped the cultural differences, Lyra let out a light, laughing trill, and Kalen glowed with amused gold spots. The incident became a fond memory, a lesson in patience that only deepened their bond. As they worked, they developed a unique way of communicating, a blend of color, sound, and empathetic feeling. Kalen learned to read the subtleties in Lyra's harmonics, recognizing the difference between a curious inquiry and a joyful exclamation. Lyra, in turn, began to understand the vocabulary of Kalen's hues, seeing how a slow pulse of indigo could mean contentment, or a quick flash of cerulean might indicate excitement. They often spent hours in quiet companionship, tending to their garden while watching stars drift past the viewport. In those moments, words were unnecessary. The soft glow of the plants and the gentle hum of the station wrapped around them like a warm blanket. One evening, a challenge arose that tested their newfound understanding. A solar flare from a nearby star caused the station's systems to flicker, casting the garden into momentary darkness. The plants dimmed and the harmonious sounds faded into silence. Lyra, whose world was always filled with music, felt a surge of panic, her hum turning into a distressed waver. Kaelin, remembering how darkness on Chroma was a time for reflection, glowed a steady, reassuring amber. He moved close to Lyra, his light providing a soft beacon in the gloom. Together they realized that the garden's central crystal, which powered the bioluminescence, had been disrupted. Drawing on their strengths, Kaelin focused his inner light to recharge the crystal, while Lyra sang a stabilizing melody that calmed the erratic energies. As the garden slowly brightened, their efforts merged into a beautiful display, light and sound weaving together until the chamber was once again aglow with peace. This shared triumph solidified their friendship. They had created not just a shelter, but a home, a place where their differences were celebrated. The garden thrived under their care, becoming a tapestry of intergalactic life. Chroma's light-playing fungi grew alongside Melodia's resonant blossoms, each enhancing the other. They often invited passing cosmic creatures, floating spore fairies or gentle rock beasts, to visit, sharing stories through their unique languages. The station became a legend among wanderers, a beacon of harmony in the vastness of space. As time passed, Kaelin and Lyra found themselves spending countless evenings in their sanctuary, side by side. They would watch the nebulas paint the sky in hues of rose and sapphire, or count the shooting stars that streaked like tears of light. In these quiet moments, they felt the universe's gentle embrace, a reminder that kindness needed no translation. Lyra would hum a lullaby from her childhood, and Kaelin would glow in time, his colors flowing like a slow river. They learned that friendship was not about perfection, but about the willingness to listen, whether with eyes, ears, or heart. Eventually, the day came when both their ships were repaired, thanks to the help of other travelers they had aided. They knew they would have to return to their own worlds, but the thought brought no sadness, only gratitude. On their last night together, they sat in the garden, surrounded by the soft light and music they had nurtured. Kaelin's skin shone with a brilliant, heartfelt spectrum, a farewell that spoke of everlasting bond. Lyra responded with a melody that wove through the air, a song of promise and memory. They understood that distance meant nothing, for they had built a bridge between their souls that would span any galaxy. And so, as the stars twinkled like distant campfires, Kaelin and Lyra parted ways, each carrying a piece of the other in their heart. The Starlight Haven remained, a silent testament to their friendship, its garden forever blooming with the light of understanding and the sound of kindness. For in the endless cosmos, where worlds may be strange and languages unfamiliar, it is the simple acts of compassion that truly connect us all, weaving a tapestry of peace that glows brighter than any star. The embers in the hearth pulsed like sleepy fireflies, casting long, dancing shadows across the worn rug. Outside, the wind whispered secrets to the old oak tree, its leaves answering with a soft shhhh, shhhh. Tonight we journey not to distant mountains, but to a place much closer to home, the dusty, forgotten embrace of the attic. Young Leo, a boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that listened more than it spoke, had been tasked with finding his grandmother's old quilt. The stairs creaked a familiar protest beneath his feet as he climbed, the air growing thick with the scent of aged paper, cedar wood, and the faint, sweet ghost of dried lavender. A single cobweb brushed his cheek like a feather as he pushed open the door, the hinges groaning a low, rusty irk. Moonlight, pale and silvery, streamed through the small, round window, illuminating swirling galaxies of dust motes. Boxes piled like sleeping giants, and forgotten furniture wore shrouds of white sheets. Leo's lantern beam cut through the gloom, finally settling on an old, humpbacked trunk tucked beneath the eaves, its leather straps brittle with age. That's where Gran said the quilt would be. He knelt, the worn floorboards cool beneath his knees, and carefully unbuckled the straps. The lid lifted with a sigh of released air, revealing not just the promised quilt, folded neatly atop layers of yellowed letters and lace, but something else nestled beside it. It was a small, oblong box, no larger than Leo's hand, crafted from dark, polished wood inlaid with delicate mother-of-pearl swirls. It looked like a tiny treasure chest forgotten by time. Intrigued, Leo lifted it out. It was surprisingly heavy for its size and cool to the touch. His fingers traced the intricate patterns until they found a tiny, almost invisible catch. With a gentle click, the lid sprang open. Inside, nestled on faded blue velvet, wasn't jewelry but a miniature scene. A perfect, tiny forest glade carved from wood and moss, complete with minuscule trees, a sparkling silver thread of a stream, and a hollowed-out acorn serving as a cottage. At its center stood a tiny figure, no taller than Leo's thumb, a little wooden badger wearing a neat waistcoat and spectacles perched precariously on his snout. He held a tiny lantern. As Leo watched, utterly enchanted, the little badger blinked. Not just once, but several times, as if waking from a long sleep. He stretched, gave a minuscule yawn that sounded like the squeak of a mouse, and then peered up at Leo with bright, intelligent eyes. "Goodness gracious," the badger exclaimed, his voice surprisingly resonant for his size, like the low chime of a distant bell. "Has the moon turned blue? Has the sun forgotten to rise? Or has someone finally opened the whisperwood box?" He adjusted his spectacles, peering intently at Leo. "You don't look like a goblin or a grumpy gnome. Bit tall for a squirrel, though." Leo, heart pounding not with fear, but with a kind of breathless wonder, managed a whisper. I'm Leo. I was just looking for a quilt." "Quilt." The badger chuckled, a sound like pebbles tumbling in a brook. "Practical, I suppose. Bit drafty up here, isn't it? Percival Thistledown, keeper of the Whisperwood Glade, at your service." He gave a formal little bow. "Been trapped in here since, when was it? The great dust storm of '92. Time gets rather fuzzy in a box." He tapped the side of his head thoughtfully. As Percival spoke, Leo noticed another movement. From behind a tiny carved toadstool, a flash of brilliant blue darted out. It was a tiny finch, her feathers shimmering like sapphires even in the dim light. She landed lightly on Percival's shoulder, tilting her head to examine Leo. "And this," Percival said proudly, "is Zephyr, bit flighty but her heart's in the right place. Usually, Zephyr, say hello to the giant." "Chirrup, hello, giant." Zephyr trilled, her voice a cascade of bright, clear notes. "Did you bring crumbs? It's terribly boring in the box between adventures. No worms. No seeds. Just dust bunnies, and they don't taste very nice." She fluffed her feathers indignantly. Leo couldn't help but smile. "No crumbs, sorry, but what is the Whisperwood box? How did you get inside?" "Ah." Percival puffed out his tiny chest. "It's a convergence point, lad, a tiny pocket of the Whisperwood that's the most peaceful, secret forest there ever was, mind you anchored in this here box by old magic. My job is to tend the glade, keep the pathways clear, and ensure the Whisperwood song flows freely." His face fell slightly. "Or it was, see that little silver stream?" He pointed to the thread of metal. "It should be sparkling, singing a soft, constant melody, but it's gone quiet, dull, like a forgotten bell." Leo leaned closer. The silver thread was dull, lifeless. "Why?" "Blockage." Zephyr chirped urgently, hopping from foot to foot on Percival's shoulder. Upstream, a grumpy old rock fell over after the last big shake. That's when the trunk got moved. I expect, and now the songwater can't flow. The glade is getting sleepy. Sad. She drooped her head melodramatically. Percival nodded gravely. Indeed, the song sustains the Whisperwood's magic, even here in the box. Without it, well, the glade fades, we fade, just whispers on the wind. He looked up at Leo, his spectacles gleaming in the lantern light. But you open the box, that means something. The Whisperwood chooses who finds it, usually someone with quiet courage and a listening heart. Leo felt a flutter in his stomach. Courage. He wasn't brave like the heroes in storybooks. He got nervous talking to new people. What needs to be done? The blockage needs clearing, Percival explained. It's just upstream around that bend in the miniature riverbank, but the path is narrow and the rock is heavy, too heavy for me and Zephyr alone. We need, well, a giant. He looked meaningfully at Leo. The journey wasn't measured in miles, but in heartbeats. To help, Leo needed to enter the Whisperwood glade within the box. Percival instructed him to hold the box close his eyes, and breathe in the scent of old wood and lavender, listening for the almost sound of the block stream. Think small thoughts, Percival advised. Think of dandelion seeds and dewdrops. Leo did as he was told. He breathed deeply, the familiar attic scents filling his senses. He focused on the cool wood of the box against his palms, the faint, musty scent of the velvet lining. He listened beyond the rustle of the attic dust, beyond the distant tick-tock of a grandfather clock downstairs. He listened for the silence within the silence. And then he felt it. A gentle tugging sensation, like a moth drawn to a candle. He felt himself, not shrinking, but the world within the box expanding around him. When he opened his eyes, he was kneeling not on attic floorboards, but on soft, vibrant green moss. Towering over him were the miniature trees, now majestic firs and whispering willows. The silver stream, now a proper brook, gurgled sadly nearby, its waters sluggish and gray. The air hummed with a faint, melancholic energy and smelled richly of damp earth and pine needles. High above, Zephyr darted like a blue spark against the twilight sky of the miniature world. Remarkable, Percival declared, now standing beside Leo's knee, looking perfectly in scale with his surroundings. You've a knack for it, lad, right? The blockage is just beyond those ferns. He pointed with a tiny claw. The path was indeed narrow, winding alongside the brook. Leo moved slowly, carefully placing his feet to avoid crushing delicate clusters of glowing mushrooms or tiny star-shaped flowers. He could hear the distant purr of what sounded like a very contented, very small cat, though he saw nothing. The air felt safe, wrapped in the quiet magic of the place, even though the task ahead felt daunting. Around the bend, they found the problem. A smooth, gray stone, about the size of Leo's fist in this scaled-down world, had tumbled squarely into the narrowest part of the stream's channel. Water pooled uselessly behind it, stagnant and silent. See. Zephyr landed on the stone. Big grumpy lump. Leo knelt beside the brook. He tried to push the stone. It didn't budge. He tried again, grunting with effort. Still nothing. It was wedged firmly. Frustration prickled at him. He wasn't strong enough. He looked at Percival, who was stroking his chin thoughtfully. Brute force isn't always the Whisperwood way, lad, the badger mused. This stone, it didn't mean to fall. It was just resting when the big shake happened, probably a bit embarrassed and stuck. He peered closely at the rock. Look here, see that little crevice underneath? If we could just give it a nudge there, towards the bank, rather than trying to lift it straight up. Understanding dawned. Cleverness, not muscle. Kindness, seeing the stone not as an enemy, but as something that needed help too. Leo scanned the mossy bank. he spotted a sturdy-looking twig, smooth and strong. Carefully, he picked it up. It was the perfect length. "Okay," Leo whispered, more to himself than anyone. He knelt again, not pushing the stone, but gently inserting the end of the twig into the crevice Percival had pointed out. He braced the other end against a solid root on the bank. It was a lever. "Zephyr," Leo said softly, "could you fly down and give the top of the stone a little push, just as I press down on this stick?" "Chirrup, can do, giant." Zephyr zipped into position. "Ready." Leo took a deep breath. He pushed down on the lever with steady, patient pressure. It creaked slightly. Zephyr fluttered her wings furiously against the top of the stone, adding her tiny strength. Percival braced his small back against the stick, pushing with all his might, letting out a determined little huff. For a moment, nothing happened. Leo kept the pressure steady, not jerking, just patiently leaning. Then, with a soft, wet slurp, the stone shifted. It rolled smoothly, almost gratefully, out of the channel and onto the mossy bank with a gentle thump. Immediately, the pooled water surged forward with a happy gurgle. It rushed over the pebbles, sparkling like liquid diamonds as it caught the ethereal light of the glade. As it flowed, a sound emerged, not loud but profound. A deep, resonant hum, like the lowest note of a cello played very softly, intertwined with the bright tinkle-tinkle of water over stones. It was the whisperwood's song, flowing freely once more. The effect was instant. The grayness lifted from the water, it ran clear and bright. The moss beneath Leo's knees seemed to glow greener. The tiny flowers perked up, and the air filled with a sweeter, fresher scent. High above, the purr grew louder, a comforting rumble. "Hai che," Percival exclaimed, dancing a little jig on the moss. "Splendid, absolutely splendid. Patience and leverage. Knew you had the right stuff, lad." He beamed up at Leo. Zephyr zipped around Leo's head in joyful loops. The song, chirrup, hooray for the giant. Leo felt a warmth spread through him, not just from the exertion, but from a deep sense of accomplishment. He hadn't fought a dragon, but he'd helped. He'd listened, thought, and used kindness and cleverness. The glade felt alive, peaceful, and safe again. As the song strengthened, Leo felt the gentle tugging sensation return. The towering trees seemed to recede, the moss beneath him softening back into the feel of the attic rug. He blinked, finding himself back in the dusty attic, the whisperwood box open on his lap. Inside, the miniature glade was vibrant. The silver stream sparkled, and tiny lights like fireflies danced among the trees. Percival waved cheerfully from beside his acorn cottage. Zephyr did a quick happy loop-de-loop above the glade. "Thank you, Leo," Percival's voice drifted up, faint but clear, like wind chimes on a breeze. "You've mended the song." The whisperwood remembers its friends. Remember, courage often wears quiet shoes, and kindness can move mountains, or at least grumpy rocks. Visit any time. Just maybe bring a crumb or two next time. For Zephyr. "Chirrup, please," Zephyr added. Leo smiled, a wide, warm smile. He carefully closed the lid of the whisperwood box, hearing the soft click of the latch. The comforting hum-tinkle of the song seemed to linger faintly in the air around him, mingling with the crackle pop of the fireplace downstairs and the wind's gentle shhhh outside. He found the quilt, its familiar patchwork patterns feeling extra cozy now. As he carried both quilt and box downstairs, the tiny, magical song echoed softly in his heart, a reminder that extraordinary secrets and quiet courage could be found in the most ordinary corners, like a dusty attic, if only one remembered to listen. The hearth fire glowed, wrapping the room in warmth and light, a perfect reflection of the peaceful resolution found in a little wooden box. The last embers settled with a soft hiss, a gentle lullaby for the night. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered like snowflakes in the cosmic winds, there drifted a small, forgotten moon called Lumen. It was here that two unlikely travelers found themselves stranded, far from the familiar skies of their homeworlds. The first was a being from the planet Chroma, where communication happened not through words, but through shifting hues that danced across their gelatinous forms. His name was Azul, and when he was anxious, as he very much was now, he turned the pale blue of a twilight sky. He had been collecting samples of iridescent moss from asteroid fields when his ship's crystal drive fractured, sending him spiraling down to Lumen's surface. The second was a creature from the world of Symphonia, where thoughts were expressed through delicate, bell-like harmonies that chimed from the delicate filaments growing along her arms. Her name was Lyra, and her current song was a worried, minor-key melody that fluttered like a trapped moth. She had been charting sonic patterns in nebulae when an unexpected solar flare scrambled her navigation crystals, leaving her vessel nestled between Lumen's silvery dunes. They discovered one another at the edge of a vast, crystalline forest, where trees of amethyst and quartz caught the light of three small suns and fractured it into rainbows that danced across the ground. Azul, upon seeing Lyra, flushed a startled shade of violet. Lyra, in turn, chimed a high, surprised note that echoed through the crystals. At first, their differences seemed impossible to bridge. When Azul tried to express his peaceful intentions by glowing a soft sunrise orange, Lyra misinterpreted it as a warning and responded with a defensive, sharp C-sharp that made the nearby crystals vibrate. When Lyra attempted to share her loneliness through a gentle, descending melody, Azul read it as sadness and turned a melancholy indigo, which Lyra then mistook for disapproval. But necessity is the mother of connection, and as Lumen's nights grew cold, with temperatures that turned the very air to shimmering frost, they realized they would need to work together to survive. They found shelter in a great geode cave, its walls lined with glowing cyan crystals that pulsed with a gentle, innate warmth. Here, they began to build their safe space. Azul, with his malleable form, could squeeze into narrow crevices to gather clusters of warm light crystals, while Lyra, with her precise harmonic abilities, could test the structural integrity of the cavern by singing certain frequencies that made the walls hum in response. Slowly, a friendship began to blossom in that crystalline haven. They developed their own way of communicating, a beautiful fusion of color and sound. Azul would glow in patterns that Lyra learned to interpret like musical notes, while Lyra's harmonies took on hues that Azul could understand as emotions. A soft green glow accompanied by a lilting melody meant, "I found fresh water." A pulsing gold light paired with a warm major chord meant, "You are safe with me." One afternoon, as they worked together lining the floor with soft moss Azul had collected, a misunderstanding arose that would become one of their fondest memories. Lyra noticed that Azul had arranged the moss in careful, concentric circles. To her, circles were a symbol of containment on Symphonia, used only for things that were dangerous or needed to be restricted. She chimed a concerned sequence of notes, her filaments trembling. Azul, sensing her distress, flushed a confused lavender. He had arranged the circles because on Chroma, circles represented unity and protection, the shape of their communal nests. He glowed a bright, questioning yellow. For a moment they simply looked at one another, unable to comprehend the other's concern. Then Lyra hesitantly sang a questioning phrase that meant, "Why confine?" while gesturing to the circles. Azul's form shifted to a realization of soft pink, and he pulsed a pattern that meant, "Not confine, embrace." Understanding dawned in Lyra's large, luminous eyes. She responded with a chuckle that came out as a series of bubbling, joyful notes, while Azul shimmered with laughter in ripples of gold and silver. They spent the rest of that day teaching each other about their cultural symbols, Lyra singing stories of symphonian traditions, while Azul illustrated them in bursts of color across his form. As days turned into weeks, their crystalline cave became more than just shelter, it became a home. They cultivated a garden of bioluminescent fungi that cast a soft blue glow in the evenings. They discovered that by combining their abilities, they could create beautiful displays of light and sound that danced across the geode walls. Lyra would sing a melody, and Azul would interpret it in swirling colors that pulsed in time with her music. But their favorite ritual came each evening, when Lumen's 3 suns would set and the stars emerged in breathtaking multitudes. They would settle near the cave entrance, where the crystal ceiling opened to the sky, and watch the cosmos together. During these quiet moments, words were unnecessary. Lyra would hum a soft, wandering tune that spoke of longing and wonder, while Azul would glow in deep blues and purples that mirrored the nebulas swirling above. They found comfort in the shared silence between notes, in the gentle fade of one color into another. They learned that friendship needed no translation when it was felt in the soul. One evening, as a shower of shooting stars streaked across the velvet darkness, Lyra noticed a familiar constellation, the Northern Lyre, which guided travelers home in her culture. She sang a hopeful, rising melody and pointed upward. Azul followed her gaze and recognized the pattern too. On Chroma they called it the Cascade of Tears, but it signaled the same thing, a path to the wormhole that connected this sector to their inhabited galaxies. They looked at each other, and without any need for light or sound, they understood the mixture of emotions between them, the joy of possible rescue, the sorrow of impending separation. Azul glowed a bittersweet blend of sunset orange and twilight blue. Lyra answered with a chord that was both happy and sad, like sunlight through rain. Together, they devised a plan. Using the natural amplifier qualities of the geode cave, Lyra sang a powerful, sustained note tuned to the emergency frequency of interstellar vessels, while Azul focused his entire being into a brilliant beacon of light that pulsed in a distress pattern known across the star systems. For 3 days they continued their signal, taking turns to rest and sustain their efforts. On the 4th evening, as they sat watching the stars as usual, a new light appeared among them, a soft, pearlescent ship that descended gracefully toward Lumen. The rescue vessel was from a neutral exploration guild, its crew familiar with many species. The captain, a gentle being with kind eyes and translating crystals embedded in her antennae, explained that they had detected both a sonic and visual distress call of remarkable harmony and intensity. As preparations were made for departure, Azul and Lyra lingered in their crystalline home one last time. They knew their paths would now diverge, Azul returning to Chroma's color-drenched oceans, Lyra to Symphonia's singing forests. But instead of sadness, they felt gratitude. Azul glowed in a pattern he had created just for Lyra, a swirling dance of colors that meant, "You are my star-made friend." Lyra responded with a melody she had composed for Azul, a song that translated to "Your light will always guide me." The captain, watching them, offered a solution. The Exploration Guild maintained a neutral space station called the Harmony Nexus, where beings from different worlds could meet to share knowledge and friendship. She extended them both an open invitation. As they boarded the rescue ship, Azul and Lyra shared one last look at their crystalline cave, now glowing softly in Lumen's twilight. They knew it would remain there, a testament to friendship forged across worlds, waiting for any other travelers who might need shelter. Years later, on the Harmony Nexus, there is a particular observatory dome that is always filled with color and music. Here, a being of shifting hues and a creature of gentle harmonies often meet to watch the stars together. They have taught many others how to communicate beyond words, how to build bridges instead of barriers, and how the universal language of kindness needs no translation. And sometimes, when the station orbits through a particularly beautiful nebula, they can still be found side by side, one glowing in soft patterns, the other humming a quiet tune, remembering their time in a crystalline cave on a forgotten moon, where two strangers learned that friendship is the truest shelter in any universe. In the heart of an ancient forest, a place where the sky was a canopy of green, and the earth was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, there dwelt creatures in harmony and simplicity. The forest, known as Elderwood, was a realm where each rustle of the leaf and each ripple of the stream spoke of stories untold, whispering secrets of old to those who listened with open hearts. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the interlacing branches, casting a kaleidoscope of gold and green, the forest came alive with a soft symphony of bird song. This was the time when the creatures of Elderwood awoke, stretching their limbs and wings, preparing for the day's gentle adventures. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the hues of autumn leaves, and whose eyes were deep wells of ancient wisdom. Orin had lived in Elderwood longer than most, his perch high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. One day, as the sun began its slow ascent, Orin noticed a change in the forest's song. The usual harmony seemed somewhat disjointed, as if a single string in a beautifully tuned harp had loosened. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and flew down to the forest floor, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and budding flowers. He met with Fern, a gentle deer whose coat was the color of morning mist, and who was known for her keen understanding of the forest's moods. "Fern," Orin began, his voice as soothing as a breeze through the leaves, "have you noticed the forest's song today? It feels different." Fern nodded, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "I have, Orin. There seems to be a disquiet, as if something is out of balance." Together they wandered deeper into the forest, their paths lined with wildflowers that nodded their heads as if in greeting. It was not long before they came upon a small, babbling brook. Normally its waters were clear and sparkling, a mirror for the azure sky, but today they were muddied and sluggish. "The brook," Fern whispered softly, "it carries a sadness." Orin peered closely, his wise eyes noticing a pile of fallen branches and leaves that had created a dam, blocking the natural flow of the water. "Ah, here is the source of the discord," he said gently. "When the brook cannot sing its song, the forest feels its loss." With great care, they began to clear away the debris. Orin used his sharp beak to lift the twigs, while Fern nudged the larger branches aside with her strong yet gentle hooves. As they worked, the sun rose higher, warming the air with its gentle touch, and a light breeze began to dance through the trees, bringing with it the scent of pine and fresh rain. Finally, the brook flowed freely once more, its song a joyful melody that rippled through the forest. Orin and Fern watched as the water sparkled under the sun, its clarity returning, carrying with it the reflection of a sky that seemed to smile down upon them. As they rested by the rejuvenated brook, a soft rustling announced the arrival of another forest friend. It was Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with fur as bright as the maple leaves in autumn. Bramble had been watching from the branches above and now scampered down to join them. "Thank you, Orin and Fern," Bramble chittered, his eyes alight with gratitude. "The brook's song is what wakes me each morning, and I missed it dearly." Orin nodded, a warm glow in his eyes. "The forest is a web of connections, Bramble. Each part, no matter how small, is important to the whole. When one part is troubled, it affects all of us." Fern lowered her head to nuzzle Bramble affectionately. "And when we work together, we can restore balance and harmony. It is the way of Elderwood." As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the three friends lingered by the brook, savoring the peace they had helped restore. The forest began its evening song, a gentle lullaby that spoke of calm winds and restful nights. In the days that followed, the creatures of Elderwood continued their lives with renewed joy, their bonds of friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Orin, with his wisdom, reminded them of the importance of listening to the subtle changes in their world, while Fern and Bramble spread the message of unity and care throughout the forest. And so, Elderwood thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The seasons turned, bringing with them new challenges and changes, but the creatures faced them with wisdom and togetherness, their hearts as open and enduring as the ancient forest itself. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping forest, Orin settled back into his perch high in the oak tree. With a heart full of contentment, he closed his eyes, letting the whispering winds carry him into dreams of peace and unity. And so, Elderwood slept too, cradled in the embrace of nature's enduring balance. The little village of Willowbrook nestled between misty hills and whispering rivers, where chimney smoke curled like gray ribbons against the evening sky. In a cottage with ivy-laced windows lived a quiet boy named Ben. While others rushed through their days, Ben noticed things, the way dew clung to spiderwebs, how sunlight turned dust motes into dancing stars, and the secret patterns in old wooden floorboards. Yet he often felt invisible, like a forgotten bookmark in a well-loved story. One rain-slicked afternoon, while helping his grandmother tidy the attic, Ben discovered a small brass chest beneath a pile of moth-eaten quilts. Inside lay an object that seemed utterly ordinary, a magnifying glass with a handle of worn oak and a lens as thick as a dragonfly's wing. But when Ben lifted it, the attic bloomed with warmth. The lens didn't just enlarge things, it revealed hidden layers. Faded ink on a dusty letter shimmered into glowing words, "Seek where shadows kiss the light, and answer what is kept from sight." Beneath the words, a map unfurled in delicate gold lines across the parchment, showing a path deep into the whispering woods. Ben's heart fluttered like a trapped bird. Here was magic, not the roaring, flashy kind from tales, but quiet and patient, waiting to be noticed. That night, as owls hooted outside, he packed a small satchel with bread, cheese, and the magnifying glass. At dawn he slipped into the woods, the map glowing faintly in his mind. The journey began gently. Sunlight filtered through emerald leaves, painting dappled patterns on mossy stones. But soon the path vanished, swallowed by thorny vines as thick as Ben's wrist. He lifted the magnifying glass. Instantly the thorns shimmered, revealing tiny, glowing runes carved into their stems. Before he could decipher them, a soft voice rasped from below. "Patience, child, rushing scratches the story." Beneath a toadstool sat a tortoise with a shell patterned like aged parchment. His name was Thorn, and he moved with the slowness of melting honey. "Those runes," he wheezed, "ask a question. What grows without rain, shines without flame, and heals without touch? Answer wrong, and the thorns tighten." Ben frowned. He traced the runes with the magnifying glass, watching them shift like living ink. Kindness, he guessed. The thorns remained. Starlight. Still no change. Then he remembered his grandmother's voice, humming lullabies when he was ill. "A smile," he whispered. The vines sighed and unraveled like loosened thread. Thorn blinked his milky eyes. "Wisdom blooms in stillness. Walk with me." For days, Thorn guided Ben, teaching him to read the language of lichen and the songs of streams. The woods deepened, shadows stretching long and cool. One evening, as dusk painted the sky lavender, a tiny light zipped past Ben's ear, a firefly named Pip, whose glow pulsed like a cheerful heartbeat. "Lost your way." Pip chimed, her voice a tinkle of bell-like notes. "I know every hidden glade, follow my light." With Pip darting ahead, casting pools of gold in the gathering dark, and Thorn offering slow, steady counsel, Ben felt less alone. The magnifying glass revealed wonders, flowers that hummed melodies only visible as swirling colors in the lens, stones etched with stories of ancient rains, and a brook whose current spelled out riddles in liquid silver. But the map led them to the cavern of echoing stone, where the air grew cold and still. Inside, the challenge wasn't a monster. It was a towering door of obsidian, seamless and silent. Carved into it was a single, enormous rune. When Ben raised the magnifying glass, the rune fractured into 1,000 shimmering fragments, each a different question. Why do stars fall? Where do forgotten dreams go? How do you mend a broken trust? Overwhelmed, Ben sank to the floor. Pip landed on his shoulder, her glow dimming. So many questions, but no answers fit, she fretted. Thorn nudged Ben's hand with his nose. The door isn't locked by knowledge alone. Look deeper. Ben closed his eyes, breathing in the scent of damp stone and earth. He thought of Willowbrook, the baker sharing warm rolls with the hungry, his grandmother stitching quilts for newborns, neighbors tending each other's gardens after storms. He lifted the magnifying glass not to the rune, but to his own heart. The lens warmed, projecting a soft, golden light onto the door. It wasn't an answer that flowed out, but a feeling, a tapestry of gratitude, hope, and the quiet courage of small daily kindnesses. The obsidian dissolved like mist, revealing not treasure, but a garden. Moonflowers glowed within her light, their petals etched with constellations. At its center stood a figure made of woven shadows and starlight, the guardian who had slept for centuries, waiting. You woke me not with force, it murmured, its voice like wind through reeds, but by showing that wonder lives in gentle hearts. My task is done. The guardian faded, leaving behind a simple clay pot filled with seeds that shimmered like captured twilight. Plant these where shadows kiss the light, whispered the fading voice. The journey back was a blur of joy. Pip lit their path with exuberant loops, Thorn shared tales of stars, and Ben carried the pot like a promise. In Willowbrook he planted the seeds in the village square, where the old oak's shadow met the setting sun. Overnight a garden sprang forth, flowers that sang soft lullabies at dusk, herbs that healed with a touch, and vines bearing fruit sweeter than honey. Ben wasn't invisible anymore. Villagers sought his quiet wisdom, his knack for seeing what others missed. But the greatest change was inside him, a deep, humming certainty that magic wasn't in distant mountains or flashing spells, but in noticing, in kindness, and in the extraordinary secrets hidden in ordinary things. Now, as fireflies dance outside your window and the moon climbs high, remember Ben's magnifying glass. Hold it in your heart tonight. Look closely at the world around you, the fold of your blanket, the shape of shadows on the wall, the rhythm of your breath. Wonder is waiting, patient and bright, in the quiet spaces between dreams. Sleep softly, little one. Tomorrow's ordinary moments hold their own gentle magic. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered like frost on a window pane, there lived two beings from worlds so distant they should never have met. One was from the crystalline planet of Luminara, where inhabitants communicated through shifting hues that danced across their semi-transparent forms. The other hailed from the harmonic world of Melodia, where thoughts were expressed through gentle vibrations that hummed through the air like wind chimes. The Luminaran, whom we might call Gleam, had found their small exploration vessel caught in the gravitational pull of a wandering asteroid field. Meanwhile, the Melodian, whom we might call Hum, had been drawn to the same sector by the peculiar musical resonance of the cosmic debris. Their ships, one shaped like a floating droplet of mercury, the other like a blossoming metallic flower, drifted silently toward each other until they came to rest side by side on a large, stable asteroid. When they first stepped out onto the asteroid's surface, their forms could not have been more different. Gleam shimmered with anxious silver streaks, their bodies shifting between worry blue and caution yellow. Hum responded with a low, concerned thrum that vibrated through their 6 delicate limbs. Neither could understand the other's language, but both recognized the universal signs of being stranded far from home. The asteroid offered little shelter from the cosmic winds that occasionally whispered through the void, so together they began to build a refuge. Gleam used their natural ability to shape crystalline structures, drawing minerals from the asteroid's core and weaving them into translucent walls. Hum contributed by finding the perfect harmonic frequencies that strengthened the crystals, their vibrations causing the structure to grow in elegant, arching patterns. What emerged was a sanctuary unlike any other in that sector of space. A grotto of living crystal that pulsed with soft inner light, its walls singing faintly with the memory of Hum's harmonies. Through the transparent ceiling, the nebula outside painted everything in hues of violet and gold, while star clusters glittered like scattered diamonds. Their first misunderstandings were many, and often quite amusing. Gleam once turned a brilliant shade of approval green when Hum arranged glowing moss in symmetrical patterns, not realizing that on Melodia, this pattern meant dangerous precipice. Hum responded with a cheerful ascending scale that meant foolish mistake on their world, which Gleam interpreted as musical praise. They spent a full cycle arranging the moss in increasingly elaborate warning patterns before realizing their confusion, their mutual embarrassment expressed in Gleam's flickering pink hues and Hum's wobbling bass notes of laughter. Another time, Hum arranged floating orbs of light in what they considered a comforting constellation, only to learn that on Luminara, this particular formation meant profound sorrow. Gleam had spent hours trying to comfort their friend with sympathetic indigo patterns, wondering why Hum kept adding more orbs to the sad formation. Yet through these mishaps they learned. Gleam discovered that when Hum's vibrations settled into a C minor resonance, it meant contentment, not sadness. Hum realized that Gleam's silver sparkles indicated curiosity, not alarm. They developed their own language, a beautiful combination of color and sound that belonged solely to them. Their favorite times were the quiet hours when the asteroid rotated to face the galactic core. They would sit together in their crystalline sanctuary, watching star systems being born in clouds of luminous gas. Gleam would pulse softly in rhythm with the distant light, while Hum would harmonize with the faint electromagnetic songs of passing comets. In those moments, words were unnecessary. Understanding flowed between them like starlight through clear water. One particularly memorable evening, as they watched a binary star system perform its eternal dance, Hum noticed Gleam's light dimming slightly, a sign of homesickness on Luminara. In response, Hum began to vibrate at a frequency that caused the crystals around them to project images of their homeworld's musical forests. Then, remembering how much Gleam loved patterns, Hum arranged floating light particles to mimic the dancing auroras of Luminara. Touched beyond measure, Gleam responded by finding a rare mineral that, when struck, produced the exact harmonic tone of Hum's favorite childhood melody. Together they created something new, a light and sound sculpture that captured the essence of both their worlds, a testament to their friendship. As cycles turned, they learned each other's stories through their shared language. Gleam communicated through cascading colors how their people measured time by the shifting hues of their planet's three suns. Hum responded with vibrational poems about the great chorus that occurred when their world's tidal forces created natural harmonics across the crystal oceans. They discovered that despite coming from different worlds, they shared the same wonder at the universe's beauty, the same curiosity about other life forms, and the same capacity for kindness that needs no translation. When rescue finally came, a Luminaran scout ship following Gleam's energy signature, both friends knew their time together in their crystalline sanctuary was ending. As a farewell gift, they spent one last cycle perfecting their shared language, creating a complete lexicon of color and sound that could bridge their worlds. The scout ship's crew watched in amazement as their missing compatriot communicated with the musical being through complex patterns of light and vibration. Before departing, Gleam and Hum pressed their forms together, crystal against harmonic resonance, in a gesture that needed no translation. Though light years would soon separate them, they had built something more permanent than their crystal sanctuary, a connection that transcended species, language, and space itself. And sometimes, on quiet nights when the cosmic winds were just right, they could still sense each other's presence. Gleam in the particular way starlight refracted through atmosphere, Hum in the specific resonance of solar winds against planetary magnetic fields. For true friendship, they had learned, is not limited by distance or difference. It flows between souls like starlight through the void, connecting all who are willing to listen beyond words, see beyond appearances, and understand with the heart rather than the mind. And in the vast, beautiful darkness of space, such connections shine brightest of all. In the velvet expanse of the cosmos, where stars are scattered like diamond dust upon an endless dark tapestry, there spun a small, forgotten corner of the galaxy known as the Serenity Belt. It was here, within a drifting cluster of luminous asteroids and gentle, swirling nebula gases, that two very different souls found one another. The first was a being from the world of Lyria, a planet where the very soil shimmered with soft light, and the inhabitants communicated not with words, but with a beautiful, shifting display of colors that danced across their skin. His name was Kalen, and he was a botanist of sorts, a tender of living light. He had delicate, leaf-like ears that twitched at the faintest harmonic vibrations and fingers that could make dormant seeds glow with just a touch. His heart was as gentle as the pastel hues that often bloomed across his cheeks. The second was a creature from the deep resonance caves of Corallis, a world of humming crystals and echoing caverns. Her name was Myrle, and she was a song weaver. She had no mouth to speak with, but an array of delicate, flute-like spines along her back that caught the air and transformed her emotions into soft, melodic harmonies. Her large, luminous eyes, the color of twilight, saw not just shapes, but the emotional auras of living things. Their meeting was one of cosmic chance. Kalen's small, pod-like vessel, grown from polished seedwood and glowing moss, had suffered a tear from a micrometeor shower. Drifting helplessly, he was drawn by a strange, sorrowful melody to a large, crystalline asteroid. There, within a vast geode cave that sparkled with embedded minerals, he found Myrle. Her own resonant shell ship had been damaged, its harmonic engine silenced. She was weaving a lonely, wistful tune that spoke of isolation and fear. At first, their differences were a canyon of misunderstanding. When Kalen approached, his skin flaring a warm, friendly yellow, Myrle flinched, her spines producing a sharp, discordant note of alarm. He, in turn, was startled by the sudden sound, his colors flickering to a confused, mottled gray-blue. He held up his hands, trying to project a calming, sunbeam yellow, but she only saw the rapid movement and let out a higher-pitched warble of anxiety. For days they orbited each other in the vastness of the cave, two solitary creatures separated by the very essence of their being. Kalen tried to share food, a luminous, sweet fruit from his home, by rolling it toward her. Myrle, misunderstanding, thought it was an attack and responded with a defensive, low hum that made the crystals around them vibrate unpleasantly. The fruit rolled away, its light dimming. Kalen's shoulders slumped, his skin fading to a dejected lavender. The breakthrough came not from a grand gesture, but from quiet observation. Kalen noticed that Myrle would often sit for hours, her spines emitting a soft, flowing melody as she watched the nebula outside the cave entrance swirl in hues of magenta and cerulean. He realized she was not making noise, but speaking. He began to sit at a respectful distance, simply watching the colors of the nebula with her. He let his own skin slowly, gently mimic the colors they both saw, the deep purples, the fiery oranges, the calm blues. Myrle noticed. One evening, as Kalen's skin shimmered with the exact silvery green of a passing comet's tail, her spines answered with a chord of gentle curiosity. It was a question. He turned to her and his skin pulsed a soft, acknowledging gold. A conversation, slow and beautiful, had begun. They decided to make the crystalline cave their shared shelter, their safe space. Kalen, with his light touch, encouraged glowing mosses and gentle, star-shaped fungi to grow in the crevices, providing a soft, bioluminescent light. Myrle, with her resonant hums, found she could tune the natural frequencies of the crystals, making them glow brighter and even change color in harmony with her songs. Together they transformed the cave into a symphony garden, a place where light and sound were one and the same. Their collaboration was not without its humorous learning curves. Kalen once spent a whole cycle tending to a patch of particularly vibrant blue moss, his skin radiating a proud, brilliant azure. Myril, wanting to share in his joy, approached and let out a celebratory, triumphant fanfare from her spines. The sudden, powerful sound waves were too much for the delicate moss, which instantly retracted its light and shriveled slightly. Kalen's azure flickered into a startled, spotted pattern of surprise and disappointment. Myril's music cut off abruptly, replaced by a single, wavering note of remorse. But instead of frustration, Kalen let his skin soften to a forgiving, warm peach. He gently touched the moss, and it slowly began to re-glow. Then he turned to Myril and projected a series of slow, pulsing colors. First the blue of the moss, then a question mark-shaped swirl of green, followed by the image of a sound wave, gently rising and falling. He was asking, was it the loud sound? Myril, understanding the visual story, responded with a sad, dipping melody and nodded her head. Then she experimented. She produced the faintest, most whisper-like hum. The crystals around them tingled, and the moss seemed to lean into the vibration, its light pulsing in time. Kalen's skin erupted in joyful, dancing golds and pinks. They had learned her music could nurture, too, if it was gentle. From then on, they developed a quiet garden hour, where only the softest colors and the most whispery harmonies were allowed. Their deepest connection was forged in the quiet moments, sitting at the mouth of their cave, watching the universe turn. They would point out constellations to each other in their own languages. Kalen would trace the shape of the singing swan with a trail of light from his fingertip, its form shimmering in the air for a moment before fading. Myril would then play the constellation's song, a melody her people had passed down for generations, a tune that sounded like wind through cosmic reeds. One night a rare celestial event occurred, the slow, graceful dance of two twin moons from a nearby system, weaving around each other in a silent, eternal waltz. They sat together, wrapped in the comfortable silence of their friendship. Kalen's skin glowed with a soft, contented silver, mirroring the moon's. Myril's spines produced a low, continuous harmony, a sound of profound peace and belonging. No words were needed. The shared beauty was their conversation. The gentle light from his skin and the soft sound from her spines intertwined there on the cliff edge, a testament to a friendship that needed no common tongue. The time came when their repairs were complete. Kalen's seed ship was whole again, its wooden hull gleaming. Myril's resonant shell hummed with latent power, ready to catch the solar winds. But the cave was no longer just a shelter. It was a home they had built together. On their last evening, they stood in the center of their symphony garden. Kalen reached out and placed his hand on the largest crystal in the cave. He focused all his gratitude, all his affection for his friend, into a single, brilliant, warm white light that flowed from his palm into the stone, causing the entire cave to flare with a pure, steady glow. It was a light that said, "I will remember you." Myril understood. She stepped forward, and with a deep, resonant breath, she played not a song, but a chord. It was a harmony she had never made before, composed of the joy of their first understanding, the laughter from their misunderstandings, the peace of their stargazing, and the love of their friendship. The chord settled into the crystal, which now held both his light and her song, forever intertwined. They parted ways the next cycle, their ships drifting out of the asteroid belt in opposite directions. But they left behind a beacon in the darkness. Any traveler who happens upon that crystalline cave in the Serenity Belt will find it aglow with a gentle, everlasting light. And if they listen very, very closely, they will hear a faint, beautiful melody, a duet of color and sound, a story of two friends who proved that kindness is the one universal language, a language that can build a home among the stars and bridge the infinite gap between worlds. And in that silent, glowing cave, the universe feels just a little bit smaller and a great deal warmer. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where sunbeams danced on dew-kissed cobblestones, and the air always smelled faintly of baking bread and wild thyme. Young Ben lived there with his grandfather, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that noticed things others overlooked. While other children chased butterflies or played kick-stone, Ben often sat by the old stone well in the square, tracing the cracks in the worn wood of its cover, wondering about the secrets whispered beneath the surface. One misty autumn morning, while helping his grandfather clear the attic of his creaky, timber-framed cottage, Ben discovered a forgotten wooden chest tucked beneath dusty eaves. It smelled of cedar and thyme. Inside, nestled amongst faded quilts and bundles of letters tied with faded blue ribbon, lay a small object wrapped in soft, unbleached linen. Unwrapping it carefully, Ben found an ordinary-looking teapot. It was made of smooth, cool porcelain, painted with a simple, swirling pattern in cobalt blue. It felt surprisingly heavy for its size, and when Ben tilted it, he heard a faint musical chime, like tiny bells tinkling deep within its belly. "Grandfather," Ben called down the ladder, his voice hushed with wonder. "What's this?" The old man climbed up, his joints creaking like the attic floorboards. He peered at the teapot, a slow smile spreading across his weathered face. "Ah, the whispering kettle belonged to your great-great-grandmother, Rowan. Folks said it held more than just tea." He tapped the side gently. "She claimed it could brew stories if you listened close enough. Just stories, never saw it myself, but it was precious to her." That night after Grandfather had gone to bed, Ben sat by his own small window, the whispering kettle on the sill beside him. The moon painted silver streaks on the floorboards. On impulse, Ben poured cool water from his jug into the kettle and whispered, "Tell me a story." Nothing happened. Disappointed, Ben sighed. But as he turned to leave, a faint wisp of steam curled from the spout. It didn't smell like tea leaves, it smelled like old paper and distant rain. And then, soft as a sigh, a voice seemed to echo not in his ears, but within his very bones. It spoke of a hidden glade, far beyond the whispering woods that bordered Willowbrook, where a pool of purest moonlight water shimmered, its surface reflecting forgotten constellations. The voice spoke of the pool's magic fading, dimmed by a creeping, cold shadow of forgetting. The story ended with a feeling of profound sadness, like a lost melody. Ben felt a strange pull in his chest, a yearning as deep as the kettle's chime. He knew with a certainty that surprised him that he had to find that glade. The whispering kettle hadn't just told a story, it had offered a quest. He packed a small bag, a wedge of cheese, a crusty loaf, his warmest woolen scarf, and carefully the whispering kettle wrapped in the linen cloth. At dawn, Ben slipped out, the village still dreaming. The path into the whispering woods was familiar at first, carpeted with fallen leaves the color of embers and gold. But soon the trees grew taller and closer, their gnarled branches weaving a canopy that filtered the sunlight into shifting green patterns. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of damp earth and pine resin. Ben felt small and alone. He stopped by a mossy boulder, unsure which path to take. "Lost are we, young sprout," a gruff voice rumbled from beneath the boulder. A large, silver-furred badger with wise, dark eyes pushed his way out. He wore a tiny pair of spectacles perched precariously on his snout. "Name's Thorn. Paths in these woods twist like a squirrel's tail, if you don't know their rhythm." Ben explained his quest, showing Thorn the whispering kettle. The badger sniffed it thoughtfully. "Moonlight water, a tricky business. Shadow of forgetting is thick near the glimmer glade now, makes the path slippery for the mind." He adjusted his spectacles. "Wisdom you'll need, not speed. I know the old ways." I'll guide you part of the journey. But the final path, that requires a different kind of sight. Thorn proved a patient and knowledgeable guide. He showed Ben how to read the language of the moss thicker on the north side of trees, how to listen for the different songs of the streams, the one that chuckled led deeper, the one that sighed led towards rocky cliffs, and which berries were safe to eat, bright blue with star-shaped leaves. He shared stories of the forest, his voice a comforting rumble as they walked. Strength isn't always in the claw or the tooth, Ben, Thorn said as they navigated a tangle of roots. Sometimes it's in knowing when to be still, when to listen. After 2 days of travel, the woods began to change. The vibrant greens faded to muted grays and silvers. The air grew colder, carrying a scent like frost and old stone. Sounds became muffled. Even the birdsong seemed distant and thin. Thorn stopped at the edge of a silvery birch grove. "This is as far as I go, lad. The shadow thickens here. It makes creatures forgetful, even grumpy old badgers. You'll need lightheartedness now, a spark to pierce the gloom. Look for Pip." Ben thanked Thorn, who gave him a gruff nod before disappearing back into the deeper green. Feeling the cold seep into his bones, Ben pressed on. The silence was oppressive. He tried to recall the kettle's story, but the details felt fuzzy, like a dream upon waking. Doubt whispered coldly in his ear. "Why are you here? Go back. It's warm at home." Then a flash of brilliant blue shot past his head. A tiny bird no bigger than Ben's thumb, with feathers like sapphires and wings that hummed, hovered before him. "Hello, hello, feeling a bit gray, are we? Blasted shadow makes everything so dull." The bird's voice was like tinkling glass bells, impossibly cheerful in the gloom. "I'm Pip, Pip the forget-me-not finch. I remember everything, especially the bright things. Are you lost? Are you sad? Do you need a song?" Ben's spirits lifted instantly at Pip's infectious energy. He explained about the moonlight pool and the shadow of forgetting. Pip zipped around his head. "Oh, the glimmer glade, beautiful, terrible shadow making it all misty. Follow me, I remember the way. I remember the song the moonbeams sing on the water, la 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 luminous." Pip darted ahead, his tiny form a beacon of dazzling blue against the gray landscape. His constant, cheerful chatter and bursts of song were like tiny candles pushing back the cold forgetfulness. He reminded Ben of the kettle's warmth, of his grandfather's smile, of the smell of baking, bread in Willowbrook, all the bright things the shadow tried to smother. Finally, they emerged from the last of the gray birches into a small, circular clearing. It should have been bathed in ethereal light, but instead, a thick, swirling gray mist clung low to the ground, obscuring everything. At the center, Ben could just make out the faint, sorrowful shimmer of the moonlight pool, its light weak and flickering. The air was thick with the shadow of forgetting, a heavy, sorrowful feeling that made Ben want to curl up and sleep, to let go of all purpose. "The shadow feeds on loneliness," Pip chirped, his voice subdued for the first time. "It wraps the pool in forgetting, makes it feel abandoned." Ben stood at the edge of the mist, clutching the whispering kettle. How could he fight this? Thorn had said wisdom, not force. Pip spoke of loneliness. He remembered the kettle's story, the sadness within it. He thought of his own quiet nature, how sometimes he felt unseen. Perhaps the pool felt that way too. He knelt on the cool, damp grass. He unwrapped the whispering kettle and set it gently before him. He poured water from his flask into it, the sound loud in the oppressive silence. Then, instead of asking for a story, Ben began to speak. He spoke softly, pouring his heart out to the hidden pool. He spoke of noticing the small things, the intricate pattern on a spider's web at dawn, the way sunlight turned the village fountain into liquid gold, the comforting weight of his grandfather's hand on his shoulder. He spoke of feeling small sometimes, but finding wonder in the world anyway. He spoke of his journey, of Thorn's steady wisdom, of Pip's dazzling joy. He spoke of seeing the pool even through the mist, of believing in its light. As Ben spoke, a thin, warm stream of fragrant steam began to rise from the whispering kettle's spout. It smelled like sun-warmed stone, like honeysuckle on a summer evening, like comfort and belonging. The steam didn't fight the gray mist, it wove through it, gentle and persistent. Where the steam touched, the mist seemed to soften, to thin, revealing patches of silver grass beneath. Pip, understanding, began to sing. Not his usual frantic, cheerful tune, but a soft, pure melody that echoed the feeling in Ben's words, a song of quiet noticing, of gentle companionship, of light remembered. He fluttered near the steam, his blue feathers catching the faint moonlight struggling through the thinning mist. Ben continued, his voice gaining strength as he poured out his simple truth. You are not forgotten, you are seen, you are beautiful. The whispering kettle chimed softly, a resonant note that vibrated through the clearing. The warm, story-laden steam poured forth more strongly now, intertwining with Pip's song. The heavy, sorrowful feeling of the shadow began to lift, replaced by a growing sense of peace. The gray mist dissolved not with a roar, but with a sigh, melting away like frost under a kind sun. The glimmer glade was revealed. Moonlight pure and liquid silver streamed down unobstructed, illuminating a small, perfectly round pool. Its water wasn't water at all, but seemed to be made of captured moonlight, swirling gently, reflecting stars that weren't in the sky above. It shimmered with a soft, internal radiance, casting dancing silver reflections on the surrounding ferns and mossy stones. The air was crisp, clean, and filled with the gentle hum of pure magic. The shadow of forgetting was gone, dispersed by the warmth of shared stories, the light of friendship, and the simple, powerful act of being seen and acknowledged. Ben approached the pool reverently. He dipped the whispering kettle into the moonlight water. As it filled, the porcelain seemed to glow from within, the cobalt blue patterns deepening like a twilight sky. He felt a profound sense of calm wash over him, a connection to something ancient and gentle. The journey back was lighter. Pip chattered excitedly about the glade's restored beauty. Thorn met them at the edge of the silver birch grove, a knowing glint in his eye. Wisdom listened to, friendship offered, light remembered. Well done, Sprout. He accompanied them back to the edge of the familiar woods. When Ben finally slipped back into his room in Willowbrook, dawn was just painting the sky peach and rose. He placed the whispering kettle, now holding the precious moonlight water, carefully on his windowsill. It glowed softly, a comforting nightlight. He knew the magic wasn't just in the water. It was in the journey, the helpers, and the quiet understanding he'd found within himself. From then on, Ben wasn't just the quiet boy. He was the boy who listened, who noticed, who understood that the greatest magic often lies in kindness, connection, and the courage to share your heart. And on clear nights, when the moon was full, he would brew a small pot of chamomile tea with just a drop of the moonlight water in the whispering kettle. As the fragrant steam rose, carrying whispers of ancient glades and steadfast friends, he would share stories not just of grand adventures, but of the quiet wonders of Willowbrook, the steadfast wisdom of the woods, and the dazzling joy found in even the smallest blue feather, reminding everyone who listened that they too were seen, remembered, and full of their own quiet, extraordinary light. And the steam would curl around the room, warm and comforting, weaving a blanket of peace before the journey into dreams. In the quiet village of Starfall Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, the nights were usually filled with the soft glow of starlight filtering through lace-curtained windows. The villagers measured time not by clocks, but by the gentle chime of the ancient clock tower that stood at the center of town, its brass bells singing on the hour with a sound like silver spoons tapping crystal glasses. Wind chimes hanging from every porch played soft melodies with the evening breeze, and lately a gentle rain had been falling each night, its patter on cobblestones and tin roofs composing a lullaby for the entire village. But something peculiar had begun happening in Starfall Hollow. Each morning the villagers noticed another star had vanished from the night sky. Not faded or hidden behind clouds, but truly gone, leaving behind empty patches of darkness where familiar constellations had twinkled for generations. The missing stars left no trace, only a growing sense of wonder mixed with concern, for the people of Starfall Hollow believed the stars watched over them, their gentle light keeping dreams sweet and troubles small. Among the concerned villagers was a young stargazer named Finn, who spent his evenings perched on the roof of his cottage, sketchbook in hand, mapping the heavens. Finn noticed the disappearances first, the absence of little Viga one night, then sweet Altair the next. He wasn't frightened but deeply curious. His kind heart worried less for himself and more for the stars themselves. Where could they have gone? And why? Finn decided he would solve the mystery, not with loud proclamations or frantic searches, but with quiet observation and empathy, tools he valued far more than flashlights or loud noises. He began by visiting the oldest places in the village, listening more than speaking. His first clue came from little Alara, the baker's daughter, who sang a nursery rhyme her grandmother had taught her. When the clock tower chimes thrice, the stars roll out like sugar spice. Follow the path where rainbows weep, to where the starling secrets keep. Most dismissed it as childish fancy, but Finn wrote it down carefully in his sketchbook. He noticed the clock tower had indeed been chiming 3 times at midnight lately, though it should only chime once. And the rainbows. Every evening as the gentle rain met the setting sun, tiny rainbows arched over the meadow brook, but they wept, their colors dripping into the water like melted candy. Finn's next clue came from an old map tucked inside a book of fairy tales in the village library. The map showed Starfall Hollow as it was centuries ago, with a dotted path leading to Starlight Meadow, a place no one remembered. The librarian, a wise woman with spectacles perched on her nose, murmured that the meadow was probably just a legend. But Finn noticed the path aligned perfectly with the current rainbow arc over the brook. He decided to follow the path one evening, just as the clock tower chimed thrice and the rain began to fall. The rain wasn't cold or harsh, it was warm and sweet-smelling, like honey and lavender. As he walked, Finn noticed other peculiarities. Flowers along the path changed color with each raindrop, from blue to violet to silver, and time seemed to flow backward in small ways. A dropped leaf floated up to rejoin its branch. His own footprints vanished behind him as if erased. These might have been red herrings to frighten someone, but to Finn, they were delightful discoveries. He understood now that the backward-flowing time and color-changing flowers weren't threats, they were clues. The stars weren't being stolen, they were being called. But by whom? Or what? His empathy guided him next. Instead of rushing forward, he sat on a mossy stone and listened. He heard the wind chimes of the village blending with the rustle of leaves. He heard the gentle rain and the distant brook. And then very softly he heard a faint, sorrowful humming. Following the sound, Finn arrived at Starlight Meadow, a place carpeted in silver clover and dotted with luminescent flowers. And there in the center sat a small glowing creature with wings like spun starlight. It was a starling, but not like any bird Finn had ever seen. This one shimmered with the same light as the missing stars, and tears like liquid diamonds fell from its eyes into a small pool at its feet. Finn approached slowly, his steps quiet on the damp grass. "Hello," he said softly. "I'm Finn, are you sad?" The starling looked up, its eyes like tiny galaxies. "I am lonely," it replied, its voice like the ringing of distant bells. "Every year when the autumn rains come, I weep for my family far away in the constellation of Lyra. My tears call the stars down to keep me company, but they cannot stay long, and returning home makes them dimmer each time." Finn sat beside the starling, not too close, giving it space. "The villagers miss the stars," he said gently. "They worry about them, but more than that, I think they'd want to help you if they knew." The starling blinked. "Help me, but how? My family is too far for any human to reach." "Perhaps not through distance," Finn said thoughtfully, "but through friendship." He remembered the nursery rhyme, where the starling's secrets keep. The secret wasn't a place, it was loneliness. That night, Finn returned to the village and gathered everyone in the square. He didn't accuse or alarm, he explained, his voice calm and warm as fireplace glow. He told them about the lonely starling, the backward flowing time, the weeping rainbows. And he asked for their help. The next evening, as the clock tower chimed thrice and the gentle rain began, the entire village walked the path to Starlight Meadow. They brought with them not tools or weapons, but gifts. The baker brought star-shaped shortbread cookies. The weaver brought a blanket embroidered with constellations. The children brought handmade wind chimes that sounded like laughter. They gathered around the starling, not crowding, but forming a wide, kind circle. One by one, they offered their gifts and their company. The starling, initially shy, soon began to glow brighter, its tears slowing, then stopping altogether. And as the villagers sang an old lullaby together, the same one that had been passed down for generations, the missing stars began to reappear in the sky, brighter than ever before. They hadn't been diminished, they had been replenished by the starling's joy. The starling wasn't lonely anymore. It had a new family in Starfall Hollow. And every year when the autumn rains came, the villagers would join it in Starlight Meadow, sharing stories and songs under a sky now filled with extra brilliance. The clock tower chimed normally again, the wind chipes played sweeter melodies, and the gentle rain continued to fall each night, its sound a reminder that even the saddest tears can water the seeds of new friendships. Finn still sat on his roof each evening, sketching the stars. But now his drawings included a tiny glowing bird flying among them, and he smiled, knowing that some mysteries aren't meant to be solved alone, but shared, like warm blankets on a cool night or stories told beside a crackling fire. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the walls that seemed to whisper secrets of their own. Outside, a gentle rain pattered against the window pane, a soothing rhythm perfect for a journey into dreamland. So snuggle down, little one, and let me tell you a tale woven from moonlight, moss, and the quiet courage found in unlikely places. It begins with a child named Finn, whose footsteps were often as soft as falling snow. Finn lived on the very edge of the village of Oakhaven, where the neat cobbled streets and friendly chatter gradually gave way to wild hedgerows and the deep, ancient silence of the whispering woods. Most villagers spoke of the woods with a mixture of awe and caution, telling tales of shifting paths and voices on the wind. Finn, however, felt a strange pull towards its shadowed depths. While other children raced and shouted in the village square, Finn would sit beneath the old hawthorn tree at the forest's edge, listening. Not just to the birdsong or the rustle of leaves, but to something deeper, older, a quiet hum beneath the surface of the world. Finn was known for being quiet, perhaps too quiet for some. Words often tangled on their tongue, fears felt too big to voice, and the bustling energy of the village could feel overwhelming. But in the presence of the ancient trees, Finn felt a different kind of understanding, a calm that settled the restless flutters inside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden light slanted through the turning leaves, Finn felt the pull stronger than ever. A shimmer, like sunlight catching on dew-laden spiderwebs, seemed to beckon from just beyond the first line of towering oaks. Taking a deep breath of the damp, earthy air, Finn stepped off the familiar path and into the embrace of the whispering woods. The change was immediate. The village sounds vanished, replaced by the deep hush of the forest floor, muffled by centuries of fallen leaves. Sunlight filtered down in dusty shafts, illuminating motes dancing in the air. The air smelled richly of decaying wood, damp moss, and something sweet and wild, perhaps hidden berries. Finn walked slowly, fingertips brushing rough bark, ears straining. And then they heard it. Not a whisper, but a soft, rhythmic thrumming, like a tiny heartbeat echoing from the roots of a colossal ancient willow tree whose branches wept silvery green tears down to the forest floor. Drawn by the sound, Finn crept closer. Beneath a curtain of trailing willow fronds, nestled amongst velvety mosses green as emeralds, lay a stone. But this was no ordinary river pebble. It was smooth and cool to the touch, about the size of Finn's palm, and seemed to be made of swirling, translucent blues and grays, like captured storm clouds or deep ocean water. And it pulsed with a soft, internal light, synchronized with the gentle thrumming sound. Hesitantly, Finn reached out and picked it up. The stone felt alive in their hand, warm and vibrating faintly. The thrumming intensified slightly, and then, clear as a belt chime in the silence, Finn heard a sound within their own mind. Not words exactly, but a feeling, a sensation, lost, alone, afraid. Finn gasped, nearly dropping the stone. It wasn't speaking, it was feeling, and projecting that feeling directly into Finn's awareness. The stone radiated a profound, aching loneliness mixed with a deep-seated fear. Finn clutched it gently, instinctively wanting to soothe it. "It's all right," Finn murmured aloud, their own voice startlingly loud in the quiet. "You're not alone now." The stone's pulse seemed to steady, the blue light softening from a stormy gray to a calmer, twilight hue. The feeling of fear lessened, replaced by a tentative flicker of hope. "Help," the feeling seemed to ask. Finn knew they couldn't leave the stone. Its sadness was too palpable. But what could they do? Where did it belong? As they pondered, holding the warm, pulsing stone, a gruff voice broke the silence. "HMPH found the murmuring stone, have you?" Finn whirled around. Standing just outside the willow's curtain, silhouetted against the dappled light, was a creature unlike any Finn had seen up close. It was a badger, but enormous, standing nearly as tall as Finn's waist. His fur was thick and grizzled, black and white stripes bowled across his powerful shoulders and face. His eyes, however, were deep brown and surprisingly intelligent, though currently narrowed in a skeptical glare. He held himself with a weary dignity, one paw slightly raised as if ready to retreat. Finn froze, heart pounding. Badgers were known to be reclusive and fiercely territorial. This one looked formidable. The stone in Finn's hand pulsed a brief flare of alarm. The badger sniffed the air. "Put it back," he rumbled, his voice gravelly but not unkind. "Trouble follows that stone, always has." Finn found their voice, small but steady. It feels lost and scared. I couldn't leave it." The badger tilted his head, his dark eyes studying Finn intently. "Lost, I scared, probably, been missing near a moon cycle. Caused quite a stir, its absence did, through the deep glade off balance." He took a cautious step closer. "Name's Thorn, keeper of the Tanglewood Warrens, and who might you be, venturing so deep and finding what season trackers couldn't?" "Finn," came the quiet reply. I live near the edge, I just listened." "Listened." Thorn huffed, a sound that might have been a chuckle. Rare skill that these days, especially amongst humans. He eyed the stone again. "Well, Finn who listens, you've found it, but finding is only the start. The murmuring stone belongs in the heart of the deep glade, cradled in the roots of the elder tree. Only there can its song be truly heard, the balance restored, and only there will its fear be soothed." He shifted his weight, looking uncomfortable. "Problem is the way to the deep glade isn't exactly straightforward, especially now. Paths have shifted since the stone went missing. Things are restless." Finn looked from the sad, pulsing stone in their hand to the gruff badger. Thorn seemed weary, burdened. "Do you know the way?" Finn asked softly. Thorn scratched behind his ear with a powerful hind leg. Bits of it used to, but the woods are different without the stone's steady hum. The whispering gets confused, misleading. He sighed, a deep rumble from his chest. Truth be told, young listener, I could use an extra pair of ears. Sharp ones. Mine aren't what they used to be. In the woods, they whisper tricks sometimes. He looked almost embarrassed to admit it. And that stone, it seems to trust you, might behave better for you than it would for a grumpy old badger. An unexpected warmth bloomed in Finn's chest. This gruff, intimidating creature was asking for their help. Because Finn listened. It was the first time their quiet nature felt like a strength, not a shortcoming. Finn looked down at the murmuring stone. It pulsed a soft, steady blue, the feeling of fear replaced by a quiet thrum of curiosity directed at Thorn. Friend, it seemed to ask Finn. Finn nodded, meeting Thorn's gaze. I'll help, we'll take it home. Thorn gave a curt nod, a flicker of relief in his deep eyes. Right then, stay close, step where I step, and listen, Finn. Listen with more than your ears. The woods will try to guide us, but they speak in riddles and rustles. The stone might help too if it senses the true path. He turned, his powerful body moving with surprising quietness. This way towards the Singing Creek, or where it should be. Their journey began under the shifting canopy. Thorn moved with the sure-footed grace of the forest-born, pausing often to sniff the air, taste the wind, and press a paw to the mossy ground, feeling for vibrations Finn couldn't perceive. Finn followed the murmuring stone held securely but not tightly, a warm, comforting weight. They tried to do as Thorn asked, listening. Not just to the obvious sounds, the chirp of crickets, the distant call of a wood pigeon, the sigh of the wind in the treetops, but to the subtler layers. The way the leaves rustled differently over a hidden burrow. The almost imperceptible hum of insects deep in the bark of an ancient beech. The faint trickle of water that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. At one point, Thorn stopped abruptly at a fork in the barely visible trail. One path sloped gently downwards, dappled with inviting sunlight. The other wound upwards into deeper, shadowed ferns. Thorn sniffed both paths, his brow furrowed. Sunny path smells sweet, too sweet, like honeysuckle out of season. The shadowed path, damp earth, stone, more likely towards the creek bed. He sounded unsure. Finn closed their eyes, focusing. The sunny path did smell sweet, cloyingly so. But beneath it, Finn caught a faint, acrid tang, like something decaying. The shadowed path smelled cool and clean, like wet stone and ferns. And then the murmuring stone pulsed gently. A soft image formed in Finn's mind, not a picture, but a sensation. Cool, clear water running over smooth pebbles, accompanied by a feeling of rightness associated with the shadowed path. The shadowed path, Finn whispered, opening their eyes. The stone, it feels the water, the cool, clean water. Thorn looked sharply at Finn, then at the stone, then back at the shadowed path. He took a deep sniff, concentrating. HMPH, you might be right, listener. My nose is full of that blasted false sweetness. Clever trick. He grunted, a sound that held a hint of newfound respect. Lead on then, but carefully. The shadowed path was indeed damp and cool, winding between moss-covered boulders and giant ferns that brushed their shoulders. The air grew heavier, filled with the scent of damp earth and rich decay. Soon the sound of water grew clearer, not the gentle singing Thorn expected, but a frantic, gurgling rush. They emerged onto the bank of the Singing Creek, but it was a creek transformed. Instead of its usual clear, chuckling flow, the water was choked with fallen branches, leaves, and thick, choking weeds. It surged angrily against the blockage, its song distorted into a frustrated roar. On the opposite bank, watching the chaos with large, mournful eyes, stood a young roe deer, her flanks heaving as if she'd been trying to cross. Great roots and burrows, Thorn muttered. No wonder the woods are restless, the creek's song is strangled. He surveyed the blockage, a tangle of storm-felled branches and dense water reeds. This wasn't here before, must have happened during the last big wind when the stone was missing. Its balance keeps the flows true, even the water flows. The young deer spotted them and let out a soft, distressed bleat. She needed to cross to reach her family, Finn realized, sensing her anxiety as clearly as they sensed the stone's emotions. "We need to clear it," Finn said, the urgency cutting through their usual hesitation. Thorn assessed the situation. Dangerous, current strong, one slip. But he saw the deer's distress, saw the choked water, and knew it affected the whole wood. "Right, you," he pointed a claw at Finn, "stay on the bank, find me a strong, long branch, sturdy as you can. I'll work from that flat rock midstream. Badgers are better swimmers than we look." He waded cautiously into the edge of the current, testing his footing. Finn scrambled along the bank, searching. They found a fallen ash branch, long and thick, but not too heavy. They dragged it to the water's edge near Thorn. The badger grabbed it with surprising strength. "Now listen carefully. When I shove against the main tangle, you pull on that smaller branch poking out upstream. We need to loosen the whole mess, let the water do the rest. Ready?" Finn nodded, gripping the smaller, slippery branch. Thorn braced his powerful body against the rock, took a deep breath, and pushed the thick ash branch with all his might against the central knot of debris. Finn pulled with all their strength on the upstream branch. For a moment, nothing happened. The water roared defiance. Finn's arms burned. Thorn grunted with effort. The murmuring stone pulsed warm against Finn's chest, not with fear now, but with fierce encouragement. Push. Pull. Suddenly, with a groan and a splintering crack, the central mass shifted. The upstream branch Finn was pulling on snapped free, sending them stumbling backwards. But the shift was enough. The pent-up water surged through the new gap with tremendous force, tearing at the rest of the blockage. Branches snapped, weeds ripped free, and the tangled mass began to unravel, carried downstream in a churning rush. The roar of frustration subsided into the creek's familiar, joyous singing as clear water bubbled freely over the stones once more. Thorn hauled himself back onto the bank, dripping and panting, but his eyes gleamed. "Well done, Finn, you've got a strong pull in you." He shook himself vigorously, sending droplets flying. The young deer didn't hesitate. With a graceful leap, she bounded across the newly cleared creek, pausing on the far bank to dip her head towards Finn and Thorn in clear thanks before disappearing into the ferns. A sense of profound relief washed over the little clearing. The air felt lighter, cleaner. Even the sunlight seemed brighter. The murmuring stone pulsed a warm, golden light, radiating pure, wordless gratitude. As they continued, the forest seemed to breathe easier around them. The whispering woods felt less confused, more welcoming. Birdsong seemed clearer, the rustling leaves more melodic. Thorn navigated with more confidence, occasionally pointing out landmarks Finn would never have noticed: a lightning-struck oak shaped like a pointing finger, a ring of unusually red toadstools, a mossy boulder carved with faint, ancient spirals only visible at a certain angle. The murmuring stone became their guide in subtle ways. When paths diverged, Finn would close their eyes, feel the stone's gentle pulse, and sense a direction not through sight, but through a feeling of resonance, like a quiet chime growing stronger. This way feels deeper, older, calmer. They learn to interpret its gentle glows, blue for calm, gold for warmth or rightness, a soft green for growing things, and a very faint, quick purple flicker when Thorn was about to stumble over a hidden root, allowing Finn to call out a warning just in time. Thorn, in turn, shared his deep knowledge of the woods, which berries were safe, how to find the sweetest underground springs, the stories whispered by different types of bark. He spoke of the deep glade as a place of ancient peace, where the oldest trees held counsel, and the murmuring stone's song harmonized with the heartbeat of the earth itself. Their friendship grew with each mile, an unspoken bond forged in shared purpose and quiet understanding. Thorn's gruffness softened into a dry wit and a protective presence. Finn found their voice more often, asking questions, sharing observations, their initial timidity replaced by a quiet confidence born of being truly heard and trusted. As twilight began to paint the sky in hues of lavender and apricot, the woods changed again. The trees grew even taller, their trunks wider than cottages, draped in curtains of silvery gray lichen that glowed faintly in the dimming light. The air hummed with a deeper, more resonant energy. Fireflies, larger and brighter than any Finn had seen, blinked like tiny, wandering stars amongst the ferns. The ground felt springy and alive beneath their feet. "We're close," Thorn murmured, his voice filled with awe. "The whispering is clearer here. It welcomes the stone back." He paused before a wall of dense, intertwined holly bushes, their dark green leaves glossy and sharp. "The entrance is here, but it only opens for those who belong, or those bearing what belongs." Finn stepped forward, the murmuring stone held out before them. It pulsed with a strong, steady light, no longer blue or gold, but a pure, brilliant white. As the light touched the holly wall, the branches seemed to shimmer. They didn't move aside, but became less solid. Finn could see through them into a space beyond that glowed with its own soft, ethereal light. Taking a deep breath, Finn walked forward. The holly branches offered no resistance, passing through Finn and Thorn like insubstantial mist. They stepped into the deep glade. It took Finn's breath away. They stood in a vast, circular clearing carpeted with moss so thick and soft it looked like green velvet. Towering trees formed a living wall around the glade, ancient oaks with bark like dragon scales, silver beeches that seemed to hold moonlight within their pale trunks, and massive yews radiating profound stillness. Their canopy was open to the darkening sky, where the first stars were beginning to prick through the deep blue. In the very center of the glade stood the elder tree. It wasn't the tallest, but it was by far the oldest, its trunk vast and gnarled, roots spreading out like the limbs of a slumbering giant, cradling a hollow at its base that glowed with a soft, inviting light. The air vibrated with a deep, harmonious hum, the combined song of the ancient trees. But beneath it, Finn could feel a discordant note, a thread of sadness and incompleteness. It was the missing song of the stone. All around the edges of the clearing, watching them with quiet, luminous eyes, were the creatures of the deep glade. Finn saw foxes with coats like spun moonlight, owls with eyes like liquid amber, stoats as white as snow, and rabbits whose fur shimmered with a faint iridescence. There were others too, shapes glimpsed in the dappled shadows, near the giant roots, perhaps the shy tree spirits Thorn had mentioned in passing. They watched, silent and expectant. Thorn dipped his head in a deep, respectful bow. Finn felt suddenly small, but the warm pulse of the stone in their hand gave them courage. They walked slowly, reverently, across the mossy floor towards the elder tree. The discordant note in the glade's song grew stronger, a palpable yearning. As Finn approached the root hollow, the murmuring stone began to vibrate, its white light flaring brilliantly. It wasn't afraid, it was yearning. Finn knelt before the hollow. The space within the roots was lined with luminous moss and smooth, water-worn stones. It felt like a cradle waiting. Gently, Finn placed the murmuring stone into the heart of the hollow. The moment the stone touched the luminous moss, a profound change swept through the deep glade. The stone's pure white light flared, then softened, merging seamlessly with the glow of the elder tree's roots. The discordant note vanished, replaced by a deep, resonant chord that vibrated up through the soles of Finn's feet and into their very bones. The harmonious hum of the glade swelled, richer, fuller, more profoundly peaceful than before. It was like the forest itself was sighing in deep relief. The trees seemed to stand taller, their leaves rustling a joyful chorus. The fireflies danced in intricate, celebratory patterns. The watching creatures bowed their heads, a soft murmur of welcome rippling through them. The murmuring stone pulsed once, a wave of pure, radiant contentment washing over Finn. Home. Safe. Thank you. The feeling was overwhelming, a wave of pure, unadulterated peace and belonging. Its loneliness and fear were gone, replaced by the deep, abiding connection to the ancient heart of the woods. Finn sat back on their heels, tears pricking their eyes, not of sadness, but of awe and shared joy. Thorn padded up beside them, placing a heavy, comforting paw on Finn's shoulder. "You did it, young listener," he rumbled, his voice thick with emotion. "You brought the heart song home." They sat in silence for a long while, bathed in the combined glow of the elder tree and the stone, listening to the restored harmony of the deep glade. Finn felt a profound sense of peace settle over them, deeper than any they had ever known. The fluttering fears that often plagued them felt quiet, soothed by the ancient song. Eventually, Thorn nudged Finn gently. "The woods know the way back now. The paths will be clear. But you'll always be welcome here, Finn. The deep glade remembers kindness." He looked at Finn, his dark eyes warm. And remember, listening, truly listening, is a magic all its own. Stronger than noise, deeper than fear. The journey back through the whispering woods felt like moving through a familiar dream. The paths were clear and wide, bathed in bright moonlight that filtered through the leaves. The forest felt benevolent, protective. The rustling leaves seemed to murmur words of thanks and safe passage. Thorn walked beside Finn, his presence a solid comfort. The murmuring stone's song, now part of the forest's own heartbeat, seemed to follow them, a gentle hum beneath their feet. As they reached the edge of the woods, near Finn's hawthorn tree, dawn was just beginning to blush the eastern sky. Thorn stopped. "This is your path now, young listener. Mine lies deeper." He nudged Finn's hand with his nose. "Don't be a stranger to the wood's edge, and don't forget to listen. The world speaks in many ways." Finn knelt and, on an impulse born of deep gratitude, wrapped their arms gently around Thorn's thick neck. The badger stiffened for a second, then relaxed, giving a soft, rumbling purr deep in his chest. "Take care, Thorn, thank you." "Thank you, Finn," Thorn replied gruffly, but his eyes shone. "For listening, for helping an old badger remember the way." With a final nod, he turned and melted back into the shadows of the whispering woods, leaving Finn standing alone at the forest's edge. The village of Oakhaven was just beginning to stir. Smoke curled from chimneys, and the distant sound of a rooster crowed. Finn took a deep breath. The world looked the same, yet utterly different. The fluttering fears hadn't vanished entirely, but they felt smaller, manageable. Finn carried within them the deep peace of the deep glade, the echo of the murmuring stone's song, and the warm memory of Thorn's gruff friendship. They still preferred quiet, but now they understood its power. It wasn't about being small, it was about being open, receptive. It was a way of hearing the world's heart song, of finding hidden paths and forging bonds that defied expectation. Finn walked back towards the village, not with hurried steps, but with a quiet confidence. They paused beneath their hawthorn tree, listening. The wind rustled the leaves, carrying the distant song of the now clear creek, the chirp of waking birds, and beneath it all, faint but unmistakable, the deep, harmonious hum of the forest, whole once more. Finn smiled, a quiet, contented smile. They had ventured into the whispering unknown, helped heal a hidden heart, and found their own quiet strength reflected in the eyes of a gruff badger and the glow of a magical stone. The world was full of wonders, waiting for those willing to truly listen. And as the first rays of the sun warmed their face, Finn knew that bedtime stories weren't just tales. They were echoes of the magic that hummed just beneath the surface of the quiet world, waiting for a listening heart. The fire crackled softly, its warmth a gentle echo of the elder tree's glow, and the last embers pulsed like a contented heart, lulling you towards peaceful dreams filled with mossy glades, steadfast friends, and the comforting hum of a world restored. Sleep well, little listener. Sleep well. In the quiet hamlet of Stillwater Bend, nestled between a silver-veined river and an ancient forest, peculiar things had begun to occur. It started subtly, as such things often do. The village baker, a gentle woman named Rowan, noticed it first. She'd been drawing water from the well at dawn when she saw that the morning glory blossoms, which always unfurled a brilliant cobalt blue, had bloomed instead a soft, pearlescent gray. Later that day, the town's oldest clock tower, known for its dependable sonorous chime, struck 13 quiet, silvery notes at noon. The most wondrous and unsettling change, however, was discovered by a young, thoughtful boy named Finn. Finn loved the night sky. He had a worn, hand-drawn map of the constellations given to him by his grandfather, and he knew them all by heart. But one evening, as he lay on a woolen blanket in his backyard, he saw that the smallest star in the Little Dipper's handle, a star his grandfather had called the timid spark, was gone. Not clouded over, but simply absent, leaving a tiny, dark void in the familiar pattern. The village hummed with a curious, not fearful, excitement. Whispers wove through the market stalls, accompanied by the gentle plink-plonk of rain chains dangling from the eaves. The weavers' looms clacked a steady rhythm, and the breeze played a soft melody on the wind chimes hanging outside every door, but beneath it all was a shared question: what was happening to Stillwater Bend? Finn decided he would find out. He was a boy who believed that most problems were just puzzles waiting for the right piece to be found. He carried with him his grandfather's constellation map and a heart full of empathy for the world around him. His first clue came from an old nursery rhyme, one the village children sang while skipping rope near the cobblestone square. When the clock tower counts one more, and gray the morning glories weep, seek the path of forgotten lore, where starlight secrets lie asleep. Finn had heard the clock tower count one more. He had seen the gray morning glories. The path of forgotten lore had to be the old forest path, a trail marked on his map that few used anymore. With a satchel of honey cakes and a determined spirit, he set off. The forest was a cathedral of quiet sounds. Gentle rain pattered on the broad leaves of chestnut trees, and a distant stream gurgled its ancient song. Finn walked slowly, his eyes not just looking, but truly seeing. He noticed that the moss grew thicker on the northern side of the trees, just as his grandfather had taught him. He saw a family of rabbits pause, not in fear, but in quiet observation, their noses twitching as he passed. Deep into the path, he found his first red herring, though it led to a delightful discovery. A flash of crimson in the undergrowth turned out to be a fox with an injured paw, caught in a tangle of thorny brambles. The mystery of the village could wait. Finn sat beside the fox, speaking in low, soothing tones. He carefully worked the brambles free, sharing a piece of his honey cake with the creature. Once freed, the fox didn't dart away. Instead, it nudged Finn's hand with its nose, then limped towards a nearby oak, pushing aside a curtain of ivy with its head to reveal a small, hidden spring. The water shimmered with an unusual, internal light. Finn drank from his hands, and the water tasted of cold starlight and wild mint, filling him with a profound sense of peace. It was not the answer, but it felt like a gift. Refreshed, he continued until the path ended at a clearing he'd never seen before. In its center stood a single, magnificent willow tree, its branches swaying like a dancer's arms. And there, nestled in the high grass, was an enormous, iridescent snail shell, large enough for Finn to peer into. As he looked, he didn't see a snail, but a swirling miniature cosmos within, a tiny, perfect replica of the night sky. And there, floating in the miniature void, was the missing timid spark, pulsing with a soft, lonely light. Finn understood then. This was no theft or disaster. This was a relocation. But why? He looked again at his constellation map. His grandfather had drawn not just the stars, but also the faint, almost invisible lines of celestial energy that connected them. He saw that the timid spark was connected to a star in a constellation known as the Weeping Willow, which, according to the map's lore, governed growth and renewal. He looked at the great willow tree in the clearing, and he saw that one of its major branches was splintered, hanging limp, sapped of life. The tree was dying. The village's other peculiarities clicked into place. The backwards flowing time, the color-changing flowers, they were all symptoms. The heart of their world, this ancient willow, was wounded, and the natural magic of Stillwater Bend was trying to heal itself, pulling Starlight and twisting time in a desperate, beautiful attempt to mend what was broken. Finn didn't try to move the star back. That felt wrong, like taking a bandage from a deep cut. Instead, he ran back to the village, his message not one of alarm, but of purpose. He found Rowan the baker, the clockmaker, the weaver, and all the others in the square. He told them of the wounded willow, the borrowed starlight, and the gentle, struggling magic. He spoke not of a problem to be solved, but of a friend to be helped. The people of Stillwater Bend listened, their faces softening with understanding. That very afternoon, the entire village walked the old forest path. The clockmaker brought strong cord and clever clamps to brace the broken branch. The baker brought a poultice of healing herbs and honey to dress the wound. The weaver brought a soft, moss-lined net to support the heavy limb. Children carried buckets of water from the starlit spring Finn had found. They worked together, their movements a quiet, coordinated dance of care. As the splinted branch was secured and the last of the healing poultice was applied, a collective sigh seemed to move through the forest. The gray morning glories at the edge of the clearing slowly blushed back to their vibrant blue. The wind chimes, which had been silent in the still air, began to tinkle a gentle, celebratory tune. That night the whole village gathered in the clearing, wrapped in warm blankets. They looked up at the sky. The timid spark was back in its rightful place in the Little Dipper, but it now shone with a new, confident brilliance, no longer timid at all. It had done its duty. The great willow tree, its life force returning, seemed to glow with a soft, green light, its leaves whispering thanks on the breeze. The mystery was solved, but the story was not over. The people of Stillwater Bend had learned to read the quieter signs of their world. They now knew their home was alive with a gentle, sentient magic, and they were its guardians. The peculiar happenings had not been a warning, but a call for help, a call they had answered with observation, empathy, and togetherness. And as the villagers walked back to their cottages under the restored, starry sky, the only sounds were the comforting chime of the clock tower marking the correct hour, the gentle patter of a passing shower, and the contented sighs of a community that had drawn closer, bound by a shared secret and a renewed love for the magical world they called home. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient willow of whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest's symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way. With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The willow of whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow.